Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old disheveled pal, Peace Love Music, with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is, what day is it? It's Thursday already? It's another week. Just cranking it. Like, there's not enough hours in the day. There just aren't. I love what we do, and we spend a lot of time doing it, and there's a lot going on. Constant stuff happening. We're right in the middle of all of it. Just getting the daily live stream going. We will be here all day, whatever morning space at 8 a.m. on the DeOrganized channel with the Good Vibe Tribe. Get your vibes going right. And at 8:30, I'll be back with the news. 9 o'clock, we have the Chads come in and chat with us. No Find2Earn, so the conversation can flow. Today, we got a couple of other things going on later in the day. Bitcoin Pepe show at 11 a.m. I believe the Boom guys are going to come join us again with some news this afternoon at 2 p.m., although I'm not 100% certain we're going to do that, or we might kick it out. But some really cool stuff happening today and over the last few days. I know price action was really more exciting earlier in the week, and we do seem to have had a cool off. And in fact, that is actually the subject of today's contest entry question. I don't need to explain the contest to you guys anymore. You know what it is. We do this live stream every day. We pin the live stream post to the DeOrganized page. Right, let me actually go pin today's post so you guys aren't responding on yesterday's pinned post. Pinning the post now. Post is pinned. You guys have access. You guys can tune in and let us know in the comments below. Does this pullback change your Bitcoin outlook at all, or not really, and why? Let us know in the comments below. We are giving away 200 STX for the month. Tomorrow's entries, by the way, count as double entries, but you have an opportunity to enter every day, Monday through Friday, and at the end of the month, somebody will win. Actually, I think we're going to probably break it up, 100 STX to one random winner, so every entry counts towards that. And then our biggest participants, you can enter once per day. The most entries will actually split the other 150 to our top entry winner, and 25 each to the others. So it pays to engage daily on DeOrganized, and we really love having you guys here. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I did pin the post. The question will be up momentarily. I'm not even sure what I'm going to play for you guys yet. I got to decide. But we'll be right back with more continuous content, and we'll be back with the news at 8:30 a.m. live. Much love. Y'all have a blessed day. By the way, just want to remind you guys, we are all emanations from the divine spark. The divine is within you. It's within me. It's within everybody you engage with. So keep that in mind. You are worthy. They are worthy. Show respect. Show love to everybody. That's the world we want to live in. If you want to experience that world, it starts with you. We'll be back at 8:30. See you soon.
Letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name.
do though, I want to segue into Tony's segment because I love what Tony is working on. I think it's some amazing stuff. Let me get this off of here.
Oops.
Oh, we did the thing.
Did the thing, man. Did the thing. Happy Friday, peace. We did the thing.
It's been a while since we were co-producing like that.
Yeah.
It's been a little while. Tony, man, what's up? How you doing? You've been
Hey.
a rock star. You've been making the circuit.
Yes.
You've been on I saw you on the what do they call it? Stacks Office Hours now with Eric and Kenny. That was just yesterday. I'm gonna have to pick that up and replay it on the show sometime soon. But great having you with us. I don't have a whole lot of your background. I know you have a tech history, but we met up at the. I thought I didn't know what the hell you were doing there, GP. Looked like you were about to hit a bong or something.
I had a little runaway string there for a second. I just set myself on fire, man. That's how the music made me feel.
All right, so I met Tony at the Stacks Hacker House, and that was a great experience, by the way. And I wasn't a direct participant. I was a satellite participant. I kind of just showed up whenever I felt like it to participate in the amazing meals because you guys had that chef that was just providing awesome food for you guys. But the vibe there was awesome, man. It was like a friends. Yeah. I loved it. I thought you guys were you guys all seemed to be very friendly. You were all helping each other out, cranking on each other's projects. So what? I'll shut up. You tell us, what was your experience like there? And that's where you came up with the idea to work on 402, right? You weren't coming there to work on that specifically?
Yeah, I mean, so I'm gonna give a little bit of background on how everyone got into the hacker house. So basically, if you wanted to be at the Stacks Hacker House, you were not able to apply. You have to create a project before winning a hackathon or maybe one of the challenges they had. So basically, it wasn't like a ton of applications. Maybe you can come in. So basically, the way you get into the hacker house was by winning a hackathon. So I won one of those hackathons. I mean, not the first place, but I got into the hacker house using X402 for Stacks, the Latin America one.
You did submit an X402 project for the hack, or submitted for the hackathon. Was it one of the LATAM hackathon? Was it the LATAM?
Exactly. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon. Yeah, for the Latin America hackathon that Angel and Jonathan were organizing, that one. So I wanted to create something on the Stacks since the last year because some of my friends, like he has a protocol here in Mexico. It's called Metapool. It's kind of the biggest one DeFi protocols in Latin America. It's not on the Stacks. It's more like EVM, Solana. But basically, like he told me that, hey, there's this hackathon. I think you should join. It's pretty great. Last year. And I didn't have enough time to work on that, but I started like following Jonathan and Angel because they were doing a lot of things here in Latin America. And this year I said like, hey, I want to build something. I don't know why. I don't know what. Sorry. I want to build something on Stacks. I want to get hands-on on Stacks. I really like Bitcoin L2. So obviously Stacks is the biggest one. So I wanted to get my hands dirty building something. So I was like trying to understand what was built, what wasn't, and I saw that X402 wasn't built for Stacks. X402 has been getting a lot of traction the last 3 months. It's actually something like from almost a year ago, like 7-8 months ago, but like 2-3 months ago, it started getting like a lot of traction. X402, a lot of movement, especially on the base blockchain and a little bit on Solana. So I said like, hey, I really think this is going to be great. I think this is like core infrastructure that every blockchain needs. So I think I'm going to work this for the hackathon. So I did it. I won the fourth place and I got into the hacker house. And that's what I had the opportunity to go to Buenos Aires and to keep working on my project.
Nice.
Awesome, man. Awesome stuff. And so for those that don't know, can you give us just a quick explanation as to what 402 is?
Yeah, sure thing. So basically, X402 comes from the 402 status code. On the internet, we always have status code. So for example, if you go to any website and the website responds correctly, you're gonna get a 200. Or the most obvious one is that when you go to, let's say you're using Chrome, you go to a website and that website cannot be found. It responds with a 404, right? Not found. That's the same principle. So basically, if one of those websites resources on the internet require a payment, the server, the backend server, is going to respond with a 402. That's the way it works, 402. But there's one problem. The current infrastructure we have, or the legacy infrastructure we have, like Stripe, PayPal, all those payment rails, and the legacy ones are like, first, super slow, like you need to wait a lot of time for the payment to be settled. Second thing, it's not made for agents. Like you need to a credit card, you need to go sign up, you need to go create an account, then choose a plan, pay for it, get the API keys. So now you can start using that service you were looking for. So that's a flow that the agent is not going to able to do, at least at this point. And the last thing is super expensive. If you want to send maybe like a cent or like 2 cents through a Stripe or PayPal, it's going to be so much more expensive than the actual money you're sending, right? So that's when X402 came. X402 came. It's the same principle by using the 402 status code from HTTP that we always had, but now you're sending the payment details. Those payment details include your address, your the amount of SBTC or STX or the token you want basically to receive the payment, and the payment due date, right? So with that information, the client who wants to get that resource from the internet can create the signature to pay the amount of STX or SBTC that is required from the backend, take that information, create the signature, and send it back to the backend. The backend receives that signature from the client, settles down the payment, verifies that the payment was done, and with that, it sends back the resource that the client was looking for. So that's basically the way X402 works.
Awesome. That's amazing. So it basically, in a short summary, what you're working on is a way to allow agents to accept payments online, which is actually it can actually just be between agents. It doesn't even actually have to, once we get to the point where you can actually assign your agent to commit signatures for you, it can actually be agent to agent transactions.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually the way it works right now. So for example, let's say this is the basic use case, right? Like for example, all agents, they need the LLM to live, right? Without the AI model, they cannot be alive. So the way they're doing now is that instead of like going to OpenAI or Anthropic and like, I don't know, like buying $500 of credits, and your agent has that like bag of tokens that the agent can use. Instead of doing that, what people is doing is to make it cheaper and to make it a little bit faster, is that the agent has a wallet, let's say like with $10, and the agent is paying for every LLM request that it needs to be alive using crypto. Using X402. So in that way, it's like basically paying for your food as a human, right? You have some money, you need to go to pay for the food. The food is basically the LLM model that the agent is using. But now it's paid for through X402 and on demand. So basically, you can create as many agents as you want, and then the only thing you need is to have a wallet with some crypto in it. In this case, it's BTC, for example.
So it helps you access the APIs and whatnot as well.
Exactly. So the current we have a lot of APIs right now in the market, and if you want to go and use those APIs, you need to sign up. You need to choose the plan you want to have, and you need to pay for that API, and then you need to create the API key, right? So that's the typical flow that we have right now. And that flow, that's something that the agent, maybe you can try to do it. Maybe I have in the past made some tricks, like giving a card to my agent and using some MCP server, so you can try to automate the process, but it's pretty hard for that agent to do that. So X402 basically removes all the logic to have API keys, because you're basically paying per request. So you want to get let's say you have an API that generates some AI images, right? Or the music, the music one. So basically you have the API that generates the music. The agent, if maybe you have like a funny agent, that funny agent is able to create videos, images, but it's not able to create music. And maybe it's getting a lot of requests, your agent is getting a lot of requests to generate music. So what would be the flow? So maybe it has two options. The first one is to have a wallet using X402, find an API who receives X402 as a payment, and start using that one. That's gonna be like super automatically, like agents having agency to choose which product to use. And the other one is that, okay, my human needs to give me some API keys, give me the documentation, give me everything that I need to create music using AI. So obviously, which one with agency would the agent choose? The first one, right? Like there's an API who receives X402. I have a wallet. I have some stable coins. I have some SBTC, so I can pay for that API myself. So with that and MCP servers, the agents are going to have more capabilities in an automatically way, right? Because they don't need a human to give them the tools. They can basically have some. It's like us, right? Like I want to get some hamburgers. We're not waiting for us as an adults, obviously, right? We're not waiting for maybe our parents to get us that hamburger, right? We have our money. We go to the store, or maybe Uber Eats, DoorDash, whatever. We request the food, right? So that's pretty much the same way. Instead of like waiting for your parents to get you that food, you as an agent, you're gonna have all the tools to go and pay for the resources you need.
Awesome stuff. We actually have Hero Gamer in the live chat, which Hero Gamer can actually come and talk to us live anytime, but I like when he's in the live chat too. He's asking, he wants us to ask you, what do you think about X402 V2? And I wasn't even aware until I saw that question that that's a thing. So explain to us not only what you think about it, but please, before you tell me what you think about it, explain to me what V2 is. What is it changing from?
There's a ton of changes now. So for example, one of the most important things, I need to really understand if this applies for stacks or not, because obviously signatures are a little bit different from EVM and Solana and stacks. But basically, so a little bit of history about X402. It was created by Coinbase, all right? So it was created by Coinbase like 7-8 months ago. And it was a little bit centralized right now, because if you wanted to create your own version of X402, basically you have to create your own module, right? There was not like a setup. You cannot like add your own facilitator. The facilitator is basically the service which takes the signature and settles the payment. That's the facilitator. So you relied a lot on first Coinbase or like creating your own infrastructure to have X402. So that was like the main thing, is that now with V2, you in theoretically, and at least with the EVM and Solana side, you don't have to create any other package, any other X402 module by yourself, and all the facilitator and all the infrastructure if you wanted to do something different. That's the first thing. The Coinbase was not. They didn't want you to have like a customization on the V1, and with this new version, now you have you can customize it a little bit more. First thing. Second thing is that now it's supposed to work with any EVM, at least. Not sure if any other networks, but I think with any EVM. So basically, in the past, the way it worked is that you had to deploy your own facilitator on every EVM network you wanted to support. I think they made some changes, and now it's like a universal facilitator, so it's so much easier to use instead of like waiting for someone to deploy that facilitator into the EVM you wanted to use. That's another thing. And another setup that they created, it's basically so much customization right now, but I think that the other important thing that they added is that now you can choose which token to get paid for. This is something that X402 on Stacks was born with. You can choose if you're going to use STX or SBTC or another token to get paid for it. But they just added. So the first approach that Coinbase had is that all payments were going to be through USDC, only USDC. So obviously, it kind of makes sense because APIs are now made through. I mean, like you can have an API, you are receiving dollars as a payment, but you as an agent, you should have the agency, the independence of choose which token to use. That's my theory. For example, I think that once we all the agents that they have this totally agency.
Well, the concern there is there, especially on like Solana, it's not that difficult to make a token that mimics USDC but isn't USDC, so it could be easy to. I can appreciate why, for security reasons, they might want to limit the tokens at least up front, because really most payments are going to be in USDC or USDT, USDC, and or Bitcoin, right? Or maybe Ethereum, Solana on those chains. So is that a concern? Is that a security concern where people could make spoof tokens and it's hard for the network to tell that that's not what they're after? Or do you or are you programming a list of tokens that you'd be like whitelisting tokens that you would accept?
Exactly. The way it works is that basically you as a developer, maybe as a developer of the agent who wants to get paid for that service you're offering, you're gonna choose which token to receive as a payment. In the past, you could only choose USDC, or basically you were not able to choose anyone. So you were
getting USDC. That's all you could.
Exactly. But now you can choose which token to get paid in. So now, for example, if you're in Solana, maybe you can use a meme coin. But that's on the developer side. It's not like me as the client. I want to send you some meme coins that I never sold, so I want to get rid of those tokens. I'm gonna pay you with those tokens. No, that's not the way it works. So the way it works is that the developer is going to choose which token they want to receive as a payment, and with that, the client should send that token. So that opens a lot of possibilities on my side. So, for example, maybe if an agent is growing a lot, maybe that agent can have its own token, so I can launch my own token and have my own economy. With this, because now let's say I'm building the music agent. So the music agent launched the music agent token, and I want to get paid with my token. So obviously with that, if I'm getting a lot of traction, a lot of people is buying my token. So obviously my token is going up, right? So that makes a little bit of economy with the tokens. Obviously it's a little bit more complex because you need to understand tokenomics and other stuff with that. But yeah, I think it's the version B1 and the B2. The difference are that on the B2, you have a lot of more opportunities to customize your setup that we didn't have before.
Well, I would also assume, like, if you want to be a paid in your music token, you built an app, you want people to pay in the music token, but they don't necessarily even have to have the music token. You can build in a swap function in the middle of the process where they can pay with whatever token they have, as long as it's supported by the decentralized exchange aggregator Bitflow, but or something like that, where it just automatically swaps it out. They send whatever amount equal to whatever they're paying. They do a multi-hop swap, find the best rates, get them the token, and then they then send the token on to the agent.
Exactly. That's something that actually some people is working on, because in the past it was easier, right? Like I have any token and I need to convert that token into stablecoins, into USDC. But now I can have any token and convert and swap that token into any other token to pay for the agent, right? So yeah, it opens a lot of possibilities. So basically this is like the infrastructure, and now you have a ton of possibilities to create more products on top of that, right? Because maybe another things that people want to see on X402, for example, is credit. Like let's say like a credit score for agents. So my agent has a good reputation. So if I need to pay for this service and I don't have enough, let's say I don't know, USDC. I don't have enough USDC right now. The protocol can give me credit so I can get the resource I was looking for, and I pay later for that resource. So yeah, a ton of possibilities with X402, and especially with B2.
I dig it, man. I dig it. I think I love what you're working on and how much of a handle you have on what makes it function. Yeah, I think this is a huge value add to our ecosystem. I can really appreciate why so many people in the ecosystem are actually like, shouting you out and meeting up with you, getting you on spaces and shows. I know Mark, Killer Mark, I call him, from B Pepe, was telling me that you were helping him out with his dataing project to help him out with X402. Awesome stuff, man. Really great stuff. Hero has joined the live stream. What's up, man? How are you? How you doing this morning, sir?
Hero.
Yeah, great. Hey, how's everybody?
GM.
GM.
So yeah, I'm just
GM.
just jumping in to see what's up with this V2. Sounds like it's a evolving situation. And what are you doing? Do you need to upgrade your implementation, Tony, or how does it work? Like, do you have to do anything on your side?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of things that I need to update. Basically, some of the to be honest, I'm gonna be super honest on this. So, for example, one of the most important things that was receiving different tokens. I thought that was like the basic scenario. So I created X402 on Stacks with that mindset, right? So you can pretty much choose every token. And that's something that happened at the Hacker House. Like, I was making the demo and I said, hey, you can get paid with STX. And Eric told me that, hey, why don't you accept SBTC? And I said, okay, yeah, we're ready to do it. Yeah, I just need to add some a little setup. It's like super basic. And in like 2 hours, it was ready to accept SBTC. So yeah, I think that's one of the most important things. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I need to update. So obviously next week a new version is coming of the SDK supporting all the B2 features. And in case it's possible, I'm not sure. I need to really get into the SDK, the Coinbase one, and see if instead of like having another SDK as we have it right now for Stacks, if there's a way I can simply use the facilitator I created and get into that Coinbase stack. That would be pretty great, because if I can do that, we have all the distribution from Coinbase on the same SDK for Stacks. So I want to try to do that, but not sure because signatures are different. But I will try.
Dope. We have Trippin' Monkey has submitted another trip analogy. And I want to know if it's accurate. Think of X402 as the receipt checker at Costco. You load your cart with stuff. When you leave the store, your receipt is checked. Can you prove payment? Yes, resource granted. You may leave. No, payment required. Return and make payment. Is that an apt analogy, Tony? As far as you would say, that sounds about
yeah.
to me.
Yeah, it's a really great analogy, especially it's a little bit funny because I think a lot of people hate that Costco experience, right? When they need to check for the ticket. But yeah, the only thing I would change a little bit is that you don't actually have the product, so you cannot run away with the product. So you're at Costco, maybe if you didn't pay for that, you can start like running with your card. It's gonna be a little bit funny and kind of hard, but you can do that. You need in X402, you need to wait for the payment to be checked to receive your stuff. So maybe like the cart is whole by the Costco employee.
Yeah, it's in your cart, but you're not pushing the carriage.
Exactly. Yeah, but it's a great analogy. It's a funny one. It's a really good one to people to understand. Yeah,
and by the way, I have not heard them referred to as trip analogies before, but I do like that, the coining of that phrase. Trip does a really good job breaking down concepts in an analogy form like that, and I think it actually does help conceptualize. Yeah,
I think it's just a little bit hard for people to conceptualize this initially because we don't come across as consumers this API key encounters, right? Yesterday I actually encountered the first time me, a vibe coder trying to be a dev, is that it's asking me to copy and paste the API key. But I think that landing page, you needed to create an account, and then you need to add a card payment for like $20 or something.
Yeah.
So as a developer, sometimes, so it seems, you need to create an account just for getting some API, a stream of letters and numbers, basically. You need to create an account. You need to set up bank payment to pay that at maybe a minimum of $20. I don't know. But this changes things. That this X402, it's almost like you don't have to pay so much $20. You can pay as little as a few cents, and it's doing it in the background, right? You don't even have to worry about it.
Exactly. This is something really amazing. So for me, there are two important things about X402 on that part. The first one is to simplify the process and to simplify the amount of money you pay for, right? Because if you're making some experiments, let's say, for example, you want to create a voice agent. If you want to create like a great agent, you need to go get some credits for OpenAI. I think the minimum is 5. Okay, it's not that much, but it's $5. And you need to go to 11 Labs. They have a free version, but let's say it's gonna be, if you wanna like do it right with the best model, you're gonna run out of credits maybe in like 30 minutes, right? So let's pay the $5 to have more space to make those experiments. Okay, so with that, you need at least $10 to make an experiment that you have to pay. Maybe you're not using all your credits because you only wanted to make some experiments. Instead of paying those $10, that's $1 that you're gonna pay for that. And that's great because you have more space to iterate, to really do what you want. Test more models. So for example, I would love to test the model from the music one, right? But maybe I need to pay like, I don't know, like $100. I don't know how much it is, but let's say like $100. That always, obviously, if I just want to make some stuff for fun, that's gonna like be a stopper for me because I don't want to spend like $100 just to make some funny tests, right? So it opens a lot of opportunities, and the most important thing is that once agents are fully autonomous, it's going to be like they're going to have the decision to choose their APIs or their resources just with this. Because right now they need to go and ask their human to get their API keys. But now, me as an agent, if I want to start creating music, I have the opportunity because I have some money on my wallet. I have some SBTC, some SDX on my wallet, and I can go pay for the services. And if I want to be a DJ, my agent was born as an image generator, but I found that in the internet everybody is asking for an AI DJ. Maybe my agent is that intelligent that decides to pivot, and now it's a DJ agent. And since it has some money on the wallet, it's now able to go to the API, generate music, and start like getting a DJ career, right? So that's it's obviously we are a little bit far, maybe a few months far from that, but I think that that's possible in the future with X402.
So just to put it into practical daily routine kind of way, as a vibe coder, right now I need to go to 11 Labs to open an account, to insert my bank account, fill out all the details, confirm, they will charge me $20. I need to take time to go to another place like Google Gemini API. I need to do the same process, create an account, set up the payment, etc. It's all time and time. With X402, I no longer need to create an account with them. I go to a X402 Explorer or Scan. I deploy my agent to find their equivalent of the APIs there. I don't need to create an account. I pay my agent, and agents is able to pay everybody else. Would that be somewhat correct to say? I no longer need to create individual account for individual API that I'm using. I just pay my agent does the rest.
Exactly. I just give my agent a wallet with some money on that wallet, and the agent basically discovers what can pay for it. So yeah, there's one missing part that I need to work on, and actually I'm starting working on that next week. It's basically the discovery layer. where all the developers who has APIs that accepts X402 on stacks,
Explode
they
to
can exactly. It's not only the scan, the UI, but it's more like a piece of code that agents can ask. Okay, so which service do you have? Okay, I have a service. And maybe you can pay for the DoorDash. You can pay for LLMs. You can pay for AI images, AI music. All these services. Those are the ones you can pay with X402 on the stacks. Okay, me as an agent, I can decide which one to use in which situation. So that's something I'm working on. So agents can do it automatically. They don't need to go to an UI or anything, or the human don't need to go to the UI or something.
Awesome
So
stuff.
actually, my agent is deciding, making the decisions, which platform is the best for image. I don't need to worry about that.
Exactly.
Wow.
This is I mean, we're watching everything come together in real time is really what's happening right now. The promise of AI agents that can actually interact on your behalf. A year ago, this was all just hypothetical. We knew we would be able to do this, but we didn't really know how. And we have big brains like Tony putting together the pieces to make this work for us and for our community. And it's really awesome stuff. Tony, we'll have to have you back on often, because I as you develop things, we want to hear more about it. I'd love to be able to get into a little bit more about your experience at Hacker House too at some point.
Oh, yeah.
We do have the game master waiting in the wings. He's going to come on. We're going to play some Find2Earn rounds. Tony, I don't know if you've ever seen us play Find2Earn. We only got a couple rounds today, but if you want to hang out, you got a few minutes to hang out?
Yeah, sure thing.
All right. We'll be right back after a word from our sponsor, BitFlow, with the Game Master. We're going to run a couple of Find2Earn rounds. Then we're going to segue into an AI segment with 300. But we'll wrap up with Tony too, and we can talk a little bit more during the Find2Earn rounds as well. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be right back after a word from our amazing sponsor, BitFlow. It is time for Sip Show Friday with yours truly, Peace Love Music, Hero Gamer, and Brendan Hattie Hadfield, GP in the house as well. We're talking stacks improvement proposal and community innovation. And I do believe we're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is, because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, has suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go. And check out the working groups. And we got the Stacksies next week. and we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the CIFCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freed Your SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's? Is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So, do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year, basically. We'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right. So probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry's SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, it's basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but she seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shah in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace, love. Do you want to share?
Oh, yeah. We made we were doing our AI. All right. Let me.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear Stacks. The jingle.
Stacks.
Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. Let me. It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowment, SIP 31, opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now and what we can do. So So what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share.
Well,
we appreciate
soon
it.
I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but you know,
That's all right. Now we're it's
I
breaking.
can't
here.
control.
We got it first. That's all right. That's
You're
all right.
getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome.
In the post, I also have,
I already see it.
pardon?
The post is up. The post
It's
is
getting it's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
it's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share
Oh,
the
yeah.
blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million Stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury, and so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026. For this reason, we have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend, because that would be better for our community. And then we also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone, to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasury. Like, this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations. And then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of, if market conditions improve, we're at $1, $2, $3, what do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOLs should we be bringing? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are two things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks grants program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go up there. Right there. Nice. Go up a little bit. Well, not the macro environment. That's depressing for everybody. Go up. Other way up. Yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live. Applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have three types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Zest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited. And if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last will be the community selected. We are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been
I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the Labs Co, any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, these number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen.
Totally, we can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that since it's kind of part of the conversation, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that I think they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the Stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, Stacks has been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, Stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of Stacks asset appreciate and or have the Stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that Stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, you know, just staking SBDC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, you know, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the Stacks booth and having some of the conversations that explaining both. There's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how Stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. You know, they have a light bulb moment, especially at DevConnect where it was a lot of devs. You know, because they're the people that are building, and so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now, and there's so many other things happening too on top of dual stacking. SBTC, just SBTC being open, you know, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, you know, requiring that signature, and then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy. Like, there's so much dev activity, all this stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect, we got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
That's right, native USDC on Stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the if you don't have a Stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what Stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so like that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just like 10 minutes prior post. Go up and put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see Stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBDC really serving Bitcoiners. So self
clips that be glowing, consistent on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. It'll fade in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Keeps flowing and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stand. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip. It'll fade in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostEggs, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks, and other L2s. Showcase showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The lead in L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music here with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live on DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It's Thursday, the 8th of January, second week of the month that starts today, second 7 days, although this is really the tail end of the first real week of the month. Things have been going very interestingly. Some good, some bad. And I just want to first and foremost remind everybody of their own humanity. You're a human. I'm a human. We're human beings. And I think there's a lot of growing we need to do as to how we engage with other human beings, especially when we disagree with them. There seems to be almost like this intent to find people to disagree with so you can be mean to them or talk to them in a certain way. And this is trained behavior. It's not normal. It doesn't seem normal. I mean, what's normal, right? It all comes from us anyway. I feel like we're at an important position, a situation, an important crossroads as a race, a species, some kind of intelligent experience, whatever the heck we are. A combination of monkeys and mushrooms, maybe? I don't know. We are at a precipice, though. We're at a point here where things are either going to go very well. I think they might go very badly. And I don't think people realize the actual power they have to determine that outcome individually. If you want things to go well, and you want to see a world where people are nice, if you want to experience a world where people are nice to each other, good to each other, treat each other like humans, you must also do that. You must treat people with respect to their humanity. And there's a lot to talk about on that. We'll talk more on this a little bit. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, definitely, and hopefully some entertainment, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. It's very important you pay attention to that when we say that. And that all being said, we're going to take a look at the numbers this morning. I haven't really had time to. I'm getting into too many conversations and poking around on too many projects. Wish I could just drag this over to the side, but when I drag it, it does that. So I switch it back. I have to actually like go into my settings and move it over like that. Then I can make it a little bit bigger. That's pretty good. You guys can see my little family room den. I don't even know what we call this room anymore. When I was a little kid, I live in the house I grew up in, by the way. Very fortunate to have left. I came back to take care of my mom, took over everything. But I do live in the house that was many years ago now. But I do live in the house I grew up in, and I'm very fortunate that. So this room used to be the dining room when I was little. We bought this house when I was like 2.5 years old. This room was the dining room. Kitchen's right over there. And right around the corner was a family room, which is now really what we use as a dining room by the back door. Not that you guys need to know that. What I'm just noticing while I'm adjusting my camera here, what you guys are seeing. And please be aware that I can be absolutely oblivious to things that are so obvious to some people. So please don't Don't hesitate to point things out. I need all the pointers and help I can get, my friends. Taking a look at the numbers, Bitcoin did dip below 90K today. We are having a little bit of a cool off. That's actually the nature of our daily contest conversation right now. Friendly reminder, comment in the pin post. We pin our post every day. The stream runs from 7:30 a.m. until at least 5 p.m. 90% of the time, sometimes a little bit later. I think I closed it out at 6 p.m. last night. We have tons of content that we're putting out here, stuff that we've recorded, conversations we've had with builders and developers and personalities in the Bitcoin, building on Bitcoin and the growing crypto space. We play that throughout the day so you guys can catch up on everything we're doing. Just tuning in passively as you have time. You see us on the timeline, drop in, see what's going on. We love it when you comment. But we are live for the news, this segment, every day at 8:30 a.m. We go live with the stream at 7:30. And we have this contest. You can enter every day, win 200 STX. It's 100 STX to one random winner. You can enter daily when the stream is live. Today's entry, all you have to do is comment. It's the pin post on X. It's at DeOrganized BTC. You comment today or just let us know. Answer this question. Does the pullback change your Bitcoin outlook at all or not really, and why? And just like that, you do that once, you're entered to win potentially 100 STX. If you do it multiple times, the people that have the most entries will actually split the other $100. I think 150 for the first, 100 stacks, 50 for the first, and 25 for the second and third place winners, and for the most entries. And Friday entries count as double, so make sure if you're interested, you get your entry in tomorrow. That counts as 2. So you're already a leg up of somebody that just only did it one time, and you only did it one time. But you can do it today, right now. Just go tell us. Has the pullback changed your Bitcoin outlook at all? And now let me turn these off because I don't need these on all day. It's tacky. It can be tacky. What do you want? So Bitcoin coming in at under 90. Ethereum just holding on to 3,000, but it is down a little bit more percentage-wise, 3.7% down versus Bitcoin's under 2.5%. Let's take a look at our beloved stacks. I haven't seen it this morning. Where are we? Still moved way up. We were hovering at 33 cents. It was at 34 cents a little while ago. So we are correcting. It's a big correction. Still up 35% over the last 7 days, by the way. So not a too shabby of a run here. Fear and greed index back down, still in neutral on our indicator, but down to 43 from 49. We were pushing, going into that positive trend. And maybe, again, I do think that this is a normal cool down for a market that was heated up like it was. So I'm not too concerned about that either. And the top 3 gainers, what do we got for gainers? Any gainers? Cosmos doing a little 1% bump. Lit. I don't know this one at all. I'm going to have to look at it. It's been on here a couple days. Monero making a move. This is actually probably partially fueled by whatever the heck's going on with Zcash, which was out of left field. Some kind of like the entire core dev team bounced this morning. Don't even know I haven't had a chance to look into it to do an actual report on that. I just saw a post about it on X. So we're hoping to have more about that tomorrow because that was very surprising to me. I know a lot of people have been accumulating Zcash, and this is a big surprise for some people. Let's see. You know what? I want to, before I go right into the news, I just want to take a look over at Tenero. Check out my stacks. Heat map. Velar with a little run. There we go. So we got some flat, a lot of flat stuff, a little bit of red. Leo with a big correction. That might be a good opportunity. Interesting. And I want to look at the stacks chart on here. So we are having a little bit of a cool off. Just kind of testing maybe this resistance as support. Maybe we'll set this resistance as support. We'll see what happens. Let's take a look at the news. I got my reports ready. Yes, good. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. My trackpad's not working exactly right how I'm supposed to either. Some days are easier than others. Polymarket partners with Dow Jones in a groundbreaking deal. This is a big deal, my friends. Polymarket has struck a landmark partnership with Dow Jones to embed its real-time prediction market data into major financial news outlets like Wall Street Journal, Barron's, and MarketWatch. This integration will add live crowdsourced probabilities on events directly within stories and dashboards, offering readers a new lens on market sentiment beyond traditional expert analysis. The deal signals increasing institutional embrace of decentralized prediction markets and could accelerate their role in financial reporting and decision making. This is a huge deal. This is a huge deal. And it's a huge deal on a number of fronts. It's really opening up the market for exposure to people that are non-native through these types of activities. Very, very interesting to see where this goes. What happens to your crypto when you die? Ledger executive explains. Ledger's VP of Enterprise Security explains that without proactive estate planning, crypto assets can become inaccessible when an owner dies. Because ownership of digital assets is tied to private keys and recovery phrases, not accounts at a centralized institution, if no one has access to those credentials, the assets remain permanently unreachable. This conversation highlights the importance of clear inheritance plans, secure key sharing strategies, and education for heirs on crypto custody. This is important for people in our space, especially, because what you're accumulating right now could be worth a lot more in the years to come. So while you may not be looking at it as a very valuable asset based on the amount you hold, it's something that has a lot of staying power and the potential to appreciate, especially if it's a blue chip like Bitcoin or Ethereum, or which do have room to run, by the way. I know people always feel like they're late to the party with these things, but you're still very early on everything, assuming it goes in the trajectory that it appears to go. Not financial advice. But make sure you have a continuation plan. How is it going to continue? We're all mortal, as we will talk more about. So you got to make sure that you're planning accordingly, or it'll be lost. And in the end, everyone that would have received it will be dead anyway, so don't sweat it too much. But if you want it to continue on, you got to take action. I'm not trying to stress anybody out. We're all going to die anyway. Florida revives push for Bitcoin reserve with new 2026 bill. This one's interesting. Florida lawmakers have introduced a new set of bills, including SB 1038 and HB 1039, to establish a strategic cryptocurrency reserve that could allow the state to invest public funds into Bitcoin and related high market cap digital assets under strict criteria. The proposals would require eligibility standards, example a minimum average market cap, and create administrative frameworks for oversight by the state's chief financial officer and an advisory committee. Proponents argue the move diversifies state holdings and hedges inflation risk, while critics point to volatility concerns. Interesting. Let me get a couple more here. By the way, the adoption, strategic reserve adoption is what we're all hoping for, and we really want this to pass in Florida. That's it's important. As it does pass, it's going to game theory force other states to take the same route, because they will all realize that they have to eventually, and the sooner they do, the more benefit they gain from doing so. So it's only a matter of time, and it's a setback would be if it doesn't pass in Florida and we have to wait another year into another session and all that stuff. So if you have any pull or any sway, that's probably one you want to push some attention into, I would say. Binance expands into precious metals with gold and silver futures settled in USDT. Binance has launched new perpetual futures contracts for gold and silver that settle in Tether, broadening access to precious metals exposure within the crypto derivatives ecosystem. These 24/7 USDT settled products allow traders to speculate on traditional safe haven assets without owning the underlying metals directly, potentially attracting both crypto traders and TradFi participants seeking nonstop market access. And the next story we have here is a pretty serious one. I spent a lot of time in the timeline chatting about this yesterday because I really wanted to understand what happened. So what I first witnessed, what I first saw when it first broke, the background on this is that ICE has been, I think it's like something like 1,500, 1,600, a large force of ICE agents, which are the immigration enforcement officers for the United States. They're federal officers. They are federal law enforcement officers. They were deployed into Minnesota to execute immigration enforcement. And I'm not a big fan on how that's being deployed and the show of force and the way that they're doing it. I think it's asking for problems, personally. But what happened in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, I believe it was, there were protests. There was a large number of people protesting, and cars were blocking the street, deliberately blocking the street, impeding the path of these officers, which is in and of itself a dramatic safety concern for a police force like that being obstructed and possibly surrounded and all that stuff. It's not a good situation right there. That whole thing is now primed for escalation. What I witnessed was a woman whose car was parked across the street, blocking traffic. Actually, I don't even know. I couldn't tell it was a woman. I saw a car. And then the vehicle pulls to a stop at her car. Officers get out. They approach her vehicle. They're telling her they're giving her orders. I can't remember whether it was to get out or get out of the vehicle or stop or exactly what they were saying to her. One of them grabbed her door handle. There was another officer that was in front of her vehicle. She put her car in reverse, angled, started pulling forward. She was pulling forward directly towards this gentleman, towards this officer. Towards the officer. She was turning her wheel. It did appear, in my opinion, that her intent was not to harm anybody, but to flee. She was fleeing while she was actively being detained, or they were attempting to detain her. And in my opinion, from the number of angles of video I saw, while I don't believe her intent was to harm anybody, she did put those officers in danger. And the result of that action was one of the officers shot her and killed her. It was horrible. It was tragic. It's awful. It's a terrible thing that had happened. And my preference would have been that she drove away and nobody shot her. Nobody got hurt. And I don't think she would have actually harmed the officers in her in her. I don't know though. It's not. I can appreciate that officer feared and responded in kind for the potential of being hit by her car and cause potential serious bodily harm or death. And I don't think that he'll get in trouble. I don't think there will be legitimate charges brought. I think if charges are brought, that they will not stand, and he will not be convicted of a crime in that case, or the crime of murder. I don't know all the other details around it, so I can't be certain. But the responses and the politicization of this event is a big concern to me. It's not good that this is happening. The prickling up. We got Tim Walz, the current governor, who's very, very likely very much tied to the fraud that's been just exposed, and now he doesn't even have. Now this is a big opportunity for him to kind of put that narrative to bed and distract people from that with this. There definitely seems to be a strong push to make this a bigger conflict to stand on. And to be honest with you, I'm very concerned about the potential outcome. I think that there's too much animosity on both sides. No one's really trying to look at things rationally, and people are just looking for escalation. So my recommendation is, if you do engage in conversations about these things, realize that the person you're talking to is human. The people that are all involved are human. And that it's not about winning an argument. It's not about winning an election. It's about coming to an accord, coming to a mutually acceptable outcome that we can all agree to. That's the only way we can move forward together. And I could talk about this all day. It's a very there's a lot to unpack, and I don't know all the details, but I just wanted to touch on that. I didn't have anything prepared. This was just me talking off the top of my head about this. But I think that this is important. So that is what I have for the news today. I'm going to bring in my brothers. We got GP, and we have missed him dearly the last few days. Again, I do want to shout out and remind everybody, BitFlow is the top DEX on Stacks. If you're looking to trade Bitcoin, SBTC, USDC, Stacks, STSTX, whatever, runes, and more, soon, I think that the USDC, USDCX, USDH pool is open or opening today or soon. It's at BitFlow, guys. The top prices, aggregated, DEX aggregator, HODLMM is going to make even more efficient. Liquidity coming soon, probably within the next couple of weeks. Lots going on. Bring on the homies. I just can't stop talking. There's too much to talk about these days. GP!
Good morning. Happy Thursday.
How you doing today?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Really need to catch up. I know this weekend I'm going to crash so hard, man. It's been a very, very busy week IRL. So
you've been hustling. Yeah, you've been hustling,
man.
How's things going?
They are going, man. They're going good. Pops is on the up and up. So things are, I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed.
Awesome. Good to hear that. Good to hear that. I know it's a tough situation, but I know you can handle it. Just a lot. It's a lot.
Going there and giving the business, man. That's all we can do.
That's it, man. That's it. You know, you're handling the stuff. You're doing what you can, and it's all fleeting and temporary.
Facts. Big old facts.
Oh, I see Hannah is also in the house.
Hannah.
Hannah.
What's happening?
What is happening?
I was handing in. You know, I'm happy to see my brother here, GP, handling it. I know how difficult the situation is, but Yeah, bro. All praise to you, my brother. We have been praying for you, looking for you, and we missed you, Brody. We're back to
Thank you,
business.
Bree. I appreciate you reaching out and letting me know, extending some well wishes and prayers my way. Been a blessed week, man. Things could have been worse. So we're thankful that we catch these things before they get too bad, and get the help that we need. And yeah, man, I missed you guys too. It's been a very, very hectic. The morning times have been nonstop. There's been something every single morning. So I'm glad that I'm kind of having a slower morning, so to speak, to where I could kick it with the fam and just catch up and talk to everybody.
Yeah, bro. Much respect to you.
Yeah. Nice and easy this morning too. We don't have anything specific we have to cover. We don't have a guest. We don't have no Find2Earn on Thursdays now, so we can just kind of chill. I do want to let you guys both know, no obligation, but we do have Dan and Resh coming on.
Let's go.
I think they're going to be launching Boom. Actually, was it 5 actuallys this time? I think we're launching Boom today, or very, very soon after today. So they're coming on to do that. And they say they're ready. So at 2 p.m. today, they're going to be joining us. That was the time that worked for them. If you guys are available, feel free to jump in. But I will be hosting Dan and Resh, and we'll be doing another Boom segment. Hopefully this time where we're going to be having a smart shop for our merch soon.
Let's go, dude. Really, really excited for the launch of Boom. And I will be available to kick it with Dan and Resh. And, maybe we might see a little demo of Boom today. That'd be really cool.
That's what I'm hoping.
I know that, I think all three of us were testing for Boom. And, I'm really, really excited for the smart shops. It's going to be really cool to be able to launch your own merchandise or IRL products and, be able to utilize Boom to, do that and, sell some merch or whatever it may be that you are trying to put on chain.
Yeah, excited about that.
Yeah,
big time.
And they've got a really chat feature in their in the Boom wallet as well, to where you can kind of follow and like other people's stuff that they've got out there, and it's a very, very well built app. You have that communication layer that you need for haggling, bargaining, all that stuff. You could do that with Boom.
Cannot wait to test out the NFT launch feature, because
man, do we need that.
We need that because we only had one platform. Not a shade to Gamma, but if we have multiple platforms where people can launch in, and also I've tested, it's easy for you to launch an NFT. It's just 3 clicks, boom, then you go.
Yeah, dude.
Right.
I remember Dan reached out and he was like, "Hey, man, I'm thinking about putting this NFT marketplace together on Boom, and what you think?" And I was like, "Dude, I got something cooked up. I have something, in the cut for when Boom launches." And Doc and I were working on his collection, DJ Girl, together for a little bit, and that's going to be launching on Boom as well. Doc became quite the NFT artist and, started exploring, how to put things together. And he has a very unique style. He takes his photography.
Doc Carlson, right?
Yep. Doc Carlson, man. My guy.
Yeah, he's a good homie. Good homie, that one.
An OG in the space, man. So, I think it'd be really cool to see DJ Girl launch. He takes his photography and then he kind of puts the traits for the NFT collection right over the photography. And I really like that style. It feels DJing. So, looking forward to seeing what people think of it. What did I miss yesterday, guys? What did I miss yesterday? Because I was on the show for a few minutes and then I had to run. Who did you guys have on?
The guest yesterday in Blockface.
The DeFi Fry, Blockface and DeFi Fry. So you dropped out. Blockface dropped in like a couple minutes later. Then DeFi Fry. DeFi Fry is a friend of. Actually, I don't know what time. I forget. Nick asked me if you guys. We have a conversation. There's a tag. They're doing a show, and I think this is one of DeFi Fry's shows. DeFi Fry or Fry is doing a regular show on Bitcoin Live now. He's doing shows on either Saturday or Sunday. He's looking to expand his availability and time on Saturdays. Some of his stuff may not be carried on DeOrganized channels, depending on where we get in there. But we did talk about Jesus a little bit. No, we didn't really. We left Jesus. We need you around to remind us, GP. See?
He is risen.
He is risen. Good morning, Jesus. Happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday.
So we got so we had a really interesting conversation. Fry wasn't really he's not super familiar with X, Twitter. Stacks is the word I'm looking for. He's not quite familiar with Stacks. So I explained to him, Michael was bringing in the idea of self-custodial Bitcoin treasury companies, and Fry had his opinion about that. We were talking about Stacks and how Stacks is, now the de facto institutional grade Bitcoin infrastructure. And he mentioned some other platforms that used to use like Wrap BTC and DeFi opportunities like that. He didn't understand quite the value proposition differentiation for Stacks. And so until I explained to him proof of transfer, Bitcoin finality, SBTC, and how the bridge is more direct one-to-one asset than WBTC, much less trust involved in that. And that's kind of what we talked about. Then Michael had talked about we were also talking about, because we're talking about a self-custodial Bitcoin treasury company, and a self-custodial, you're still holding your Bitcoin. So how do you earn yield on your Bitcoin if you're still holding your Bitcoin? You'd have to subject your Bitcoin in some capacity to a default in this case. So I don't even know if this would even still be a self-custodial opportunity. I'm not sure how you can do a self-custodial Bitcoin treasury company. But maybe collectively you could put all of your funds into a collectively controlled wallet or some kind of multi-sig, or programmatic vault type of situation. Collectively borrow collectively borrow against that Bitcoin to buy US treasuries, then with those treasuries mint USDC, and then buy Bitcoin with the USDC. Now you have more Bitcoin. Use that Bitcoin to buy more treasuries, and so on and so on. So this massive loop with some kind of earnings distribution that way.
These treasury companies can go earn their APYs off chain, and then bring their treasuries on chain and earn a boosted yield, right? So it's kind of earning dual yield there, and they can participate in dual stacking and boost it even further. So
I'm just not sure quite how. I'm not sure how that mechanism has to, if it can even be self-custodial. But interesting concept anyway.
Yes.
So that's what we chatted about yesterday. Then we had Find2Earn.
Right. Well, that's awesome, dude. It's awesome to hear that Blockface is bringing more guests, some more adding to the crew. We've got a lot of big brains that come around the show very often, and it's good to see more and more builders come on as well. I love showcasing the ideas and thought processes surrounding these different products and platforms that people are building. And yeah, man, the DeOrganized is where it's at. It's very much the place for people to showcase all of that they're working on.
My favorite shows is when we bring on builders and try to break stuff. That's usually the funnest times. That and or when Hana beats me at chess like 4 times in a row.
Oh,
We haven't played chess in a while.
It's been a minute. Dogface.
I'm gonna say his name when he appears. He's definitely an AI, right?
Yeah.
Are you with us, Michael? Maybe not.
Let's go.
Oh, check.
Check.
Yep. Check.
Yeah,
Mike, check. Mike.
What are you guys up to?
Kicking it, man. Kicking it. How has your 2026 gotten off to, man? You getting bullish? How are we feeling?
So we met a client in Phoenix, Arizona, that we did some building for, and that work is going to be shown off at CES in Las Vegas today. Exciting day.
On the grind, hustling.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So work is going to be
Dogface has been grinding.
So it's actually in Peace Love's neck of the woods, which fractionalized real estate.
Ooh, fractionalized real estate. Is that kind of like fractionalized NFT ownership, but with real estate?
So, is it possible that many things in the future will be tokenized? You think?
I think so.
I think property titles should be.
How would that work?
Well, right now it's just a public record in a building, and most of those also have online digital representations now. But it does.
Let's imagine that you have a house. For some reason, you now have a house. Maybe you inherited it. What would be the process in your head right now to fractionalize it?
So right now, when you inherit that house, you're inheriting the title to the property. The title is the record of ownership of the house, and that's held with the local municipality, either with a town or in bigger states beyond. Like I live in the smallest state, so we have counties, but the counties don't actually have any power doing it. Title is the record of ownership.
Plain title, anything? Okay.
Right. So you understand ownership of a house, and you can possess a house.
Detail on it?
Yeah, sure. You can possess a house, right? Which is actually being in the house, holding the house, holding access to the house, being in the house. But you don't necessarily own the house, or you might have a lease ownership when you rent a unit. You have a lease ownership, which is which doesn't have the same rights as, geez, I can't remember now all my real estate, all old classes, what they call it.
But you understand why I'm asking, right? Because as we move to fractionalized world, what is the difference between possession, ownership, lease-based ownership, right? Those
you have
contracts.
fractionalized ownership of real estate now. You can do a co-op ownership. It's just so fractional ownership isn't a new thing, but putting it on the blockchain makes it more helps it cycle more, makes it more easier to actually engage in, easier to track. So for instance, right now you have a chain of title. Title is your record of ownership of a property. So who actually owns the right to hold, lease, occupy, disperse, like sell, get rid of, alter, change, whatever. Your right to own
the person with title, greater rights.
Yeah, that's not
on all final
the owner. You can have an admin account and you can have an owner account on some certain apps, right? So an owner always has admin access, but an admin doesn't always have owner access. Like in Discord, let's say, right? You can be an owner, you can be an admin. You can actually act as both, but you can't be if you're not the owner. There's certain things you can't do as an admin, and so there are certain types of ownership where you are the owner. You possess it in full. It's yours to do with as you please. The bundle of rights, I know that the acronym was PECED. I don't remember what they all stand for. It's like possess, enjoy. The D is dispossess or something like that, or distribute. So basically, you own the right. You have a right to own and operate and control the property, and the title is recorded with the local municipality to verify your right to own it. So it's recognition. The title is recognition by the state or the government of your ownership of the property. And when you want to sell that property, the person buying it will pay somebody, or their lender will require them to pay somebody to do a title search, review the title, make sure that the title actually does go to is clear, is clean, that there's no one else with claims on the property or claims on the title, which can happen if it wasn't transferred properly. Or there's also different types of deeds, which are a little bit more or less strong in the chain.
I got a question.
Okay.
Oh, so where would these titles be in? Will they be on chain or they'll be IRL?
So right now, so back in the day, before there was even internet and computers, they would just get written down on a piece of paper and put in a book as a record. And then it would be assigned a book and page. Like you can actually, when you go into the public records, you're looking for it, it'll give you a book and page. You can actually go into the physical location where these books are, open them up to that page, open the book number to that page. You got the title there, you can verify it. The title is an original, like don't trust, verify situation, titles to real estate. And it was before there was internet. Then they added internet, and most of the municipalities. So just to clarify this, you have either a local government, so it's either your town, the city, or it might be a county that handles property title, but you have a local government official body that keeps those records. So you have to file any transfers with the town. Now, the records are all available online. You can review them online. But you should, if you're doing a title search and you're buying a property, you should always go down and make sure that the records actually in the books and everything do all line up with what's online. Sometimes it's things that don't get updated there that happen here. Like we have something called a mechanics lien. You kind of lien on the title. Your mortgage is a lien on the title. Like you can't sell the property without paying off that mortgage. They won't transfer the title without it. A mechanics lien is if somebody comes and does a significant amount of work on the property and you haven't paid them, they put a lien on the property. So you can't sell that property without paying them for the work they did on the house. So the title is a record of ownership, and also it's also a financial instrument with which you can borrow against with a mortgage, and or can be a point where somebody else could actually come and try to get your ownership based on legal proceedings. So does that answer your question? So being on chain, what would the benefit be to being on chain?
Oh
being
yeah,
Immutable.
you can go ahead and
Well, being on chain kind of replaces the need to go down to that local place and look at the books, because if all of the transactions and all of the things are recorded on chain, then it's there, it's available, it's publicly verifiable. You can just go search the blockchain and find that title and see the chain of title. So it immediately makes that process much more efficient.
my only concern, yeah, let's say somebody messes up with the chain, transfers those documents to himself, which means he's going to be the absolute owner of that, since they are on chain. Like if the chain is compromised.
Yeah, I could see. So it would have to be a secure chain, very, very secure blockchain, one that is trusted and tried and secure, like Bitcoin. And it also would be, you would still want some kind of alternate verification record. But you're signing, you already do you don't do e-signature for docs, for transfer of title. Actually, they don't do e-signature for that. You can do most of the transactional documentation with e-signatures now. Actually, I think they started doing some with COVID. They started doing some closings, but most of them, no, they had to be in person, but they had us going into different rooms at different times and whatever. It was nuts. But you bring an interesting point, though. Like, what happens if somebody messes up? How do you correct it? How do you claw back or correct the wrong title?
Yeah, like it's not everybody is that tech savvy. Now we are trying to onboard our parents, our grandmas.
Right.
So
the infrastructure would need to be in place, like the same thing where we're abstracting to onboard your mom into an app.
Yeah.
This isn't gonna work if people actually have to be going into their wallet, using seed phrases, programming the contract, the smart contract for the, like, that's not gonna be adopted. This has to be something that all of that's really abstracted. You're also probably going to have, the answer is also probably somewhere in the AI, as far as making sure transactions are correct and accurate before they get finalized, and everything's on the up and up. And even some, they don't have to be, they can be immutable, but still fixable with, like, oh, we messed this up. Eventually, you're going to still have to have some kind of local authority. You're going to have some kind of local entity that's in charge of disputes.
Yeah, I think the reason I ask is because these are questions that are going to have answers emerge, whether they're right or wrong, in the next year. Does that make sense? Now that the Stable and Genius Act are there, banks are going to allow you to use USDC, right? So these worlds are kind of together from different sides, like a revenue spit roast kind of thing.
Fully airtight, or
that's extra.
All right, that's off chain. So how can I help you feel more confident for your? Are you in? Where was it? Vegas?
Yeah, CES Vegas is happening right now, and so
I don't know what that is.
The Consumer Electronics fancy boy thing.
Oh.
Right? CES, where they show off, like, hey, this is our.
So are you in Vegas, or are you in Vegas, or are you participating in something that's in Vegas? Dang. So I think he was really looking for some. Here we go. Back with us, Mike?
Yeah, my bad. No, doing multiple launching startups. Sorry, in this real estate fractionalized state. And yesterday we're talking.
Oh, you're muted.
This is
GMAO
what was happening yesterday. That other day with Jack.
Yeah, same exact thing. It's the government trying to shut us down. They won't stop us. I'm looking at you, Tim Walls.
That is when MC Mikey starts speaking his bars, and then the network drops off.
Well, they know he's a Canadian asset, so they're just not going to let him talk. So anyway, that was like there's opportunity here, but it actually has to be. It can't. You're not going to have just a corporate solution here for real estate on chain. You're going to need a local entity that also is joined or affixed into that process as an arbiter of authenticity. That's my opinion. That being said, I think that once you make the transactional if you make it much easier for people to get money out of their house, less risky and an easier process to get money out of the equity in their property by way of, so I might not have to actually borrow against my whole deed. I might be able to fractionalize the ownership of my property into 10 pieces, and then I borrow against this one, but I've only borrowed against that one. I don't have to refinance that one to borrow against this section, and vice versa. Or I can borrow against that one, sell this to that person, sell this to that person. You know, it might be there. It just offers up a lot more control. This is very complex. It's not. It's going to take some time to develop all of this stuff. But I don't know what Mike's actually developing. I wish he was able to. The conversation was interesting, but I don't know where the angle was supposed to go with it. So
yeah, it's pretty cool that he's out there in Vegas and being included. In the demonstration that they're doing out there. Dude is a gigabrain. And the syndicate, continue to ship and build, new use cases and stuff like that, new products, and I feel like they really are shipping. So really cool to get to hear from him.
Sure.
I wish he was still here to kind of close out his closing thoughts and stuff.
I don't know what they're calling I don't know if it's I don't know what they're actually calling their entity right now.
Oh, yeah.
Unicorn. It's the unicorn funding thing, or if it's the Red Block Labs, or what they're actually calling the
Exponent Labs.
Exponent Labs. That's what they're calling it now. That's what it is. Interesting stuff, man. They've been doing a lot. They're constantly working. They get their hands all over a bunch of stuff, and happy to have them helping move things along here. I just wish I knew what he was actually. I wish I knew the angle so I could give him the answer he needed.
Dude, I looked in the mirror yesterday. Lolo said, "Hey, you got a gray hair on your beard." And I said, "What?" And I looked in the mirror.
Beard. Here we go.
I'm a gray beard.
It was foreshadowing.
It was, dude.
Ironically, by a sunbeam.
You saw that
sunbeam show foreshadowing. That was.
Now you're living the dream, bro.
Damn, dude, I got a lot of wisdom to share. You know what I mean?
May not sleep past 5 a.m. ever again. That might.
Dude, and it was the most.
Imagine.
It's like moonlight white, dude. It was like completely white, dude, and just sitting there.
You got any others in there that are turning red? Because mine all started turning red before they turned gray.
I remember talking to Jack about that. Jack was like, dude, you're about to turn gray whenever you start to get the red hair start to come in. And my beard is turning a little bit red. So, salt and pepper GP art coming.
It's what was that? The duality that Reese was doing with the black and white.
Yes, dude, yes.
The duality.
The
So
chaos and
GP,
order.
GP.
Chaos and
So
order.
GP,
That's what it was.
soon you'll be booted out of the dude squad. You'll be in the Peace, Love, and Jack Bin squad, bro.
Oh,
Get that?
dude,
Be
Get
in the
that?
Gray Bears.
not the dude squad, bro. Not the homies, man. Oh no.
You guys are going to be going out clubbing in Vegas. You're going to hang out with me and Jack, passing out by the pool.
Oh shit. Give me a book and a water. I'm be by the pool.
Yeah.
That was good times, man. I really, I did mention to Shannon that we're interested in being included in part of that. She's going to reach out to the amplification team to see if they need any coverage from us. Hopefully they do. And then, I feel like one way or another we'll figure it out like we did last year.
Right.
But I am not going to miss Vegas one way. I'll get there no matter how. But I don't know. Hopefully we can be. Well, actually, like even like Bitcoin Magazine is the. I know we'll get free pass. We'll get press pass access and all of that. That won't be a problem.
Yeah, dude. The press pass was pretty easy to get last year. I don't see a problem with us getting it, and we also have those free tickets, right? Like big shout out to Schiff, man. Schiff jumped right on the ball, was ahead of the curve, and found the alpha. And for a limited time, they were offering free tickets to the conference for the first day, I believe. So we were able to get those. So that, we've got tickets already, man. It's already set in stone.
That's right. We already have tickets anyway. We already have tickets whether we get press pass access or not. But I am. By the way, Tycho reached out. He wants to come on the show, so I'm working on. I don't know if he's responded yet. Working on getting Tycho on to do an update. And actually, I wanted to ask you, brother, can you tell me a little bit more about V2? What's launching with that?
Yeah. So with Zest Stacks Market V2, they're going to be defining the different assets that you can provide on Zest into different risk categories. So it's going to make the spreads a little bit tighter, a little bit more. APY and it's going to be more lenient for borrowers and lenders. The stacks markets, say for instance, like with STX, you can supply STX. You'll have the option to so if you don't want your assets to be like go through rehypothecation, you can opt into that as well. There's a lot that is going into the stacks market V2. There's going to be like the APYs are going to be a little bit different as well. So you'll be able to collateralize your assets, and then you'll be able to borrow, and your LTV is going to be a little bit different as well. So it's just making everything a little bit more tidy, and providing a market where you can borrow and lend more efficiently. So it's going to be cool. I think that they're about ready to launch for Zest Stacks Market V2 within the next week, I would imagine, is whenever it's going to be launching. The team's just fine-tuning a few different little things and handling the business.
Cool. Yeah, confirmed for Tuesday morning. Tycho's going to join us Tuesday morning.
Sick, dude. Sick.
Which is great, because I think we have what are they calling it? Like the capital markets. They have a stack something or other next Tuesday morning at 10. So they're probably not going to do the Stacking DAO, the Stacks DeFi show. So that'll even be great, because he can come on that morning, chop it up with us. Like it. Oh, that's what I wanted to ask too about Zest. Is Zest picking up USDC? It's not available on there yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I would imagine so. They have AE USDC right now, but in Stacks Market V2, they may very well have USDC X. So I'd be paying attention. Eventually the whole ecosystem is going to be, moving from AEUSDC to USDCX with Circle's X reserve, kind of leading the way. I feel like a majority of the protocols are going to move to it.
They're cooking with hot grease.
Yes, sir. They are.
Pretty soon I'll be able to borrow USDC against my Bitcoin right in Zest.
Yes, dude. I really like this narrative, the institutional grade, Bitcoin DeFi here in the Stacks ecosystem is very robust, and you'll be able to, move between Bitcoin and USD seamlessly, without leaving the Bitcoin ecosystem. So really, really base stuff that our builders are doing.
That's what I want. Hana, we never solidified. What's going on with Binta? We got to get, what are we doing? How are we going to be, what are we doing with the cook to earn on Tuesdays and or Thursdays? When are we doing that?
Yeah, we wanted to ship it today, but unfortunately, Binta received a sad news about a friend's kid, so she rushed out. Like now, she just sent me a message on X right now. So, yeah, doing it without her won't make sense at all.
Doesn't make sense. No, that's fine. I totally forgot we were supposed to do that today, and I didn't. We
were supposed to do that
we're DeOrganized, so
yeah, so hopefully everything is okay that side, because she just messaged me right now.
All right, cool. So this, all right. So maybe Tuesday. Although we'll have Tycho, so it might get
legend.
We might get stretched out a little bit. That's all.
So yeah, me anytime. I'm good anytime, whenever there is available space.
We'll talk. You know what? We should create a group DM, you, me, and Binta, and just kind of chat over the details, so we have it more like this is what we're doing. We're all on the same page. Whatever you guys want to do, I'm flexible. I don't care. I just want to make sure that we have the time carved out, so you guys aren't getting like pushed out, moved. Like I want to give you guys your block. That's all. Anything else we had to? What's your guys' opinion? You guys understand the situation that's going on in Minneapolis that I was talking about earlier? I don't know if you caught the monologue.
Was it about the healthcare stuff that was going on, or like I saw some stuff about that?
Quite conveniently for Tim Walls. Yesterday morning, so a massive amount of ICE agents. ICE is immigration enforcement for the U.S. government. They are, law enforcement officials for the United States. They were deployed to Minneapolis to enforce immigration laws, which I will be completely honest, I don't like the look. I think it's a bad move to show force in such a way, being deployed out into cities in this way. I tend to have a different view on immigration anyway, so it is what it is. However, I also respect the law to a large degree. I think you need to make sure that chaos is worse than order in general. So you need to maintain order. And what I experienced, I don't know all the details. I wasn't there, and there's a lot of obvious propaganda around it now. But ICE was deployed. They were going through a neighborhood. A bunch of protesters came out in force in the neighborhood. There were people that were obstructing the travel with their cars. A woman who had parked across the street with her car across the street was blocking the way. The truck with the agent stopped. Agents got out, went over to her, started trying to detain her. She put her car in reverse. She pulled forward. There was an agent directly in front of her vehicle, shot her right through the windshield. Dead. Horrible, tragic, awful. I don't believe that her intent was to harm anybody. I don't think she was trying to hit the officers with her car. I think she was trying to flee. She was trying to flee while being detained. That's not grounds for shooting somebody, by the way. I'm not trying to say that. But in that, she 100% put both of those officers' lives in danger. And while I don't agree with the outcome, I don't think that there is any legal repercussions for the action. I think it was warranted based on the circumstances. It's unfortunate, tragic, horrible. But it's now being whipped up to, like, Tim Walz announced this morning that he's going to send out the National Guard to oppose ICE in Minnesota. Like,
That's fucking crazy.
Crazy shit. Or it might have been last night, whatever. That's nuts. And so things are being whipped and manipulated, whipped up, and people are getting very, very, like, I feel like it's a setup, to be honest. I feel like they're trying to light the powder keg, you know? And I'm very concerned about it because I know how easily manipulatable people are. And that's why I was talking about respecting humanity and recognizing the divine spark in all of us and realizing that when you're talking to somebody else, that's a human being too. It's tragic. You know, I some people would like to say that this woman, I don't know whether it's accurate. Some people were saying that this woman was leading the protest. Her car was in the front of the protest. And so I don't know what happened leading up to this. And I don't know anything about what I saw. It's horrible. Somebody was murdered. I mean, I guess you can't call it murder, but somebody was killed. And I don't think that it should have gotten there. Like, I don't think that the situation should be this volatile. And I think it's being made that way on purpose.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, whenever these types of things happen, right, like we take a look at, you know, the police and, you know, their job is to de-escalate and protect, you know, so like I feel like that likely escalated very quickly. You know, there are, you know, things like this that happen, and it's very, very unfortunate. And of course, prayers to that woman's family. But yeah, it's like there are things that they have to do to protect themselves, you know. And I feel like that was the if I were in that situation, the first thing that I would do is, you know, kill somebody because they're trying to drive off. You know, if it was very apparent that, you know, she was just trying to drive away to get out of trouble. You know,
I'm actually going to show. Hero actually just tagged me in a post. I have seen this video, and this video actually shows the. Let me show it, and then I'll we can talk about it a little bit. Fair warning, this is somewhat graphic. Not quite, but edgy there. So can you see this?
Yeah, so she did strike that police officer there.
Drove into him. So and there's a bunch. She absolutely drove into him. She made contact with him, and she had just backed up before that. As she's backing up, he reaches for his gun. So she puts it in drive. She's driving right at him, and her car was more angled even like towards him when she first started going. You can't even see the whole thing here. So he was absolutely struck. I don't think he was struck in a way where he was caused any serious harm. But he also, I don't like the outcome. I don't think that it was correct necessarily that this should have happened this way. I don't think she was able.
I think these police officers should be trained to get out of the way instead of trying to, like, hey, you know, I'm standing here and we can legally shoot you for doing this. You know, I feel like
Hero, you can't see it.
life is precious. Life is precious.
You
You know?
can't see me.
Yeah, it's just me and
You're talking to the gold mic. You need a producer here. Are you available?
Hero to the rescue. But yeah, this camera angle really looks like damning evidence. You know, it looks really bad. You know, it looks like she directed her vehicle at that officer from this angle. So
Well, and here's the thing. I don't think her intent was to harm, but I do think that it's reasonable that he felt like there was a threat from where he was. I mean, obviously. So you can't. My point is that I don't think he's going to be found liable of any criminal activity over this.
Was there a reason for them to shoot, or they could have just did a police chase?
It wasn't. So in this instance, it wasn't about stopping her from fleeing. In my opinion, that's not actually going to justify homicide or the killing. But they're attempting to detain her. In the process, she drove her vehicle in directly towards an officer, endangering him, which with the threat of serious bodily harm and or potentially death, that justifies. I'm not saying it necessarily is warranted, but it justifies deadly force. And so it's a problem. But the worst part of this is there's no soft dialogue here. People aren't trying to resolve. They're trying to escalate. It seems very much so that they're trying to factionalize this, make it an argument, a debate, and a fight ultimately. And that's my concern. It's how do we de-escalate the situation and make the conversation more rational and reasonable? Because there's people that are going to want to. I don't know how you feel about the situation, and I don't think it's cut and dry, but the George Floyd situation, which happened in the same city, by the way, this happened where the George Floyd situation happened a couple years ago. So you've got police killing somebody, you've got a local population that is already sensitive to this unjustified killing by police of people, an already frenzied situation of anti-Trump versus pro-Trump. And I really think that this is a big powder keg. I think it's very, very dangerous situation we're in right now. And I'm not sure how to de-escalate it. That's the bottom line. I've had a lot of conversations about this yesterday. A lot of people engaging with my commentary on it, and a lot of people don't want to look at it from an open, with an open mind. They just want to come to a conclusion so that they can justify being mean from whatever direction they're trying to be mean from. And I'm not sure how we overcome this as a society. That's
sending out the National Guard to oppose ICE is not the way to do it. That's going to make it even worse.
You're getting the video is laggy, stream is laggy, or the computer? My computer shouldn't be overheated. Are you guys getting me smooth?
It's playing over and over again for me.
It's playing over and over. This side.
Arrow said it's getting it's a little bit messed up, but assistant boyfriend saying it's laggy too. Let me sometimes it could just be I might just have too many tabs open.
Check on the stream.
Yeah, I'm taking a look now, and don't know if it's just my computer or what. But yes, it is lagging a bit on my end as well.
Huh. That's weird. I'm seeing it
Very
too.
unfortunate.
That's
Which
weird.
browser are you using? Which browser are you using?
I only use Chrome now because it's the only one that works consistently.
I tried to use Opera and Chrome. They are lagging, so I switched to Phoenix. So I don't know. Maybe it's the browser issue or
I've
updates.
never
Browser
used
update issues.
I might need an update too. I just closed all of my tabs, but I don't think it's actually going any better now.
It's laggy on the stream right now.
Might need a hard restart.
Yeah, let me actually GP, you guys give me a minute to do a restart?
Yeah, I'm kicking it here for a minute, man. Yeah, we're here.
All right.
Chop it up with GP.
You guys can you guys can get involved in some like later conversation that'll maybe
dude, there's
maybe help us satisfy this problem I'm observing and how we a little bit more. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Bet. See you in a few. So I did see that there is a new Stacks blog that I'd like to cover a little bit. Oh no, you want to take a look at it?
Let's go. Yeah,
Let's
bro.
do it. I'll bring it up.
Let's do it.
So this is a pretty good one. This is the narrative as of late, so it's really, really cool. Stacks is institutional grade primitives that unlock Bitcoin's economy. So for most of Bitcoin's history, institutional adoption followed one path: buy, custody, hold. In 2025, the corporations added Bitcoin to their balance sheets. Asset managers launched regulated products. Governments discussed strategic reserves. Bitcoin crossed the institutional legitimacy threshold. Yeah, most of the capital still remains idle, not because institutions lack conviction, but because Bitcoin historically lacked the operational requirements institutions need to deploy capital responsibly. As outlined in our recent piece on Stacks' infrastructure readiness, deployable capital depends on regulated access, enterprise-grade execution, custody, and independent validation. These are the primitives that investment committees require before capital can move. Stacks brings institutional-grade primitives that turn Bitcoin from a passive balance sheet holding into deployable capital. These are not the same retail DeFi tools that institutional branding layered on. They are the purpose-built integrations that align with how institutions already invest, custody assets, manage risk, and pass diligence. Here's a glimpse into what's live on Stacks today. So getting started with regulated market access with 21 shares here. 21 shares, the world's first largest ETP issuer, provides regulated investment products that give institutions exposure to the Stacks ecosystem through existing security framework. These products allow institutions to gain Stacks exposure without directly interacting with wallets, smart contracts, or on-chain infrastructure. As a result, Stacks exposure can flow through regulated brokerage, custody, and reporting systems already approved by institutional compliance teams. To address the challenge of earning regulated Bitcoin native yield, 21 shares staking ATP for Stacks captures and reinvests staking rewards directly into the ETP, enhancing performance with a compliant structure. So Stacks offers the first integrated solution for building decentralized application and deploying smart contracts securely directly by Bitcoin, transforming Bitcoin into a versatile base layer similar to Ethereum, but with unmatched security and decentralization. That's from the 21 shares ASTX investment thesis. That's the first little part with 21 shares here.
It's the new blog.
Yes, this is the brand new blog. I can drop it here in the private chat for you, so you can go check it out. I'll be making.
So, are they going to replace Stacks?
This here? No, this is more like a different product for staking. So benchmark exposure via Grayscale. So Grayscale Stacks Trust, is in the making. Institutions require standardized reference points. Grayscale, known for being the first to launch a Bitcoin trust, GBTC, for institutions, is the largest digital asset-focused investment platform globally. Grayscale provides trust-based products that give institutions standardized exposure with established reporting and disclosures. Stacks is Grayscale Trust, ticker STCK, trading publicly on the OTC QB market, makes Stacks exposure comparable to other digital asset investments already used in institutional portfolios. Among investable tokens, STX could benefit from the Bitcoin renaissance. Among Bitcoin scaling solutions, Stacks is the oldest project and has the second highest number of active developers after the Lightning Network. That's from Michael Zhao, one of the Grayscale researchers there. Other stuff here too. So secure execution with Fortify. Fortify is based in institutions and institutional grade companies use Fortify. Most institutions cannot interact directly with smart contracts due to operational risk constraints. Fortify, a SOC Type 2 compliant execution platform audited by Ernst & Young, enables institutions to interact with Stacks-based protocols without managing private keys or executing transactions from internal systems. Capital deployment occurs through controlled, auditable environments aligned with institutional risk and approval processes. Through its MPC wallet, institutions can deploy Bitcoin into SBTC-based protocols on Stacks while maintaining institutional execution standards. And there's a few more here. But yeah, like these little blog posts are really, really cool. I've really been enjoying reading it and kind of getting a whole overview of all the things that our core developers have been shipping and new integrations for our ecosystem. So this is a really, really good outline.
Yeah, this is such a detailed blog, which helps people who are really coming on board and those who are new to Stacks. But this is more structured and more detailed.
Very, very well structured. I feel like more of these types of posts, and then also having our content creators from our ecosystem. Maybe we can run some bounties on Zero Authority for creating content surrounding some of the alpha that is produced in the blog. Would be pretty cool to see.
Give me a. I missed some of this. Give me a TLDR on this. What's the 2 lines?
So the TLDR, I would say, is Stacks is bringing the institutional grade Bitcoin rails online, right? And allowing the institutions to get involved without having to change any of their processes. So we've got 21 shares, regulated market access with 21 shares has been touched on. Benchmark exposure, talk about Grayscale and the Stacks Trust here. Fortify and their integration with Stacks, and that's about as far as I got. We've also got enterprise staking via Figment. Figment operates institutional grade staking infrastructure on Stacks. Its leading portfolio of over 15 billion in assets from global institutions can now participate in earning network level yield without running validator infrastructure or maintaining internal operation teams. So I feel like, we've got a lot of the groundwork done. It's looking like, we have all of the tools and processes that these institutional grade companies use to get involved with different cryptocurrencies. So really, really base stuff, just kind of outlining what we do have and what's been worked on, within the last few years in Stacks. The next part here is always on operations. So I don't know what always on operations are, but maybe we can find out here. Blockdaemon, a leading institutional staking provider securing over 110 billion in assets for 400 plus institutions, provides managed node infrastructure for the Stacks network. Its services include high availability operations, monitoring, and redundancy designed to meet institutional reliability standards. Blockdaemon also offers private white label Stacks validators for institutions seeking customized infrastructure to earn Bitcoin yield on the leading Bitcoin layer 2.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yep.
Who's using it? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, which companies are getting involved? Like which?
That's the alpha right there.
Yeah, Blockdaemon's been involved. We've got independent validation by asymmetric research, enterprise custody with Copper, and why this matters. So institutional capital doesn't move on conviction alone. It moves when infrastructure is ready. While Bitcoin is widely accepted as a store of value, most capital remains idle due to regulatory, operational, and execution constraints. Stacks is already solving these constraints. Regulated access, standardized investment products, secure execution, enterprise staking, independent research, and institutional custody are live today, enabling institutions to deploy Bitcoin capital in compliant, auditable ways. This shifts Bitcoin from a passive balance sheet asset into a productive capital without compromising the security assumptions that underpin Bitcoin itself. Very, very based. Whoever put this article together is well-informed and talented at what they do.
Word. Yeah, tons of stuff happening. I just missed half of what you were going through originally because it was and I'm actually due to, I think this just came out the other day, right? Like yesterday?
This was just launched like yesterday or today. So
yeah. It was yesterday or today. I think Noam had forwarded it over to me. So
yeah, man.
We this is there's so much happening on Stacks. You know, like we've been saying, it's institutional grade infrastructure. It's all of the primitives that are needed to allow these larger entities that control significant amount of Bitcoin to bring their Bitcoin into Stacks to earn yield. That's going to provide a tremendous amount of liquidity in the ecosystem and help further along some of the amazing projects that are just developing in the ecosystem. Like, so many cool things happening. It's crazy. It's crazy what we got going on here.
Yeah, they made another blog post the other day that I had covered in a video, kind of, talking about the wormhole integration, Nance and AI, like all of these tools that, will make Stacks and SBTC more productive and, more usable by institutional grade companies. And this is another based one, just kind of covering all of the, other things that weren't touched upon. So this is really good. It's very well formatted, and I'd love to see our content creators, read a little bit into this and get involved.
Yeah, for sure. Actually, shout out to all of our creators that do tune in, watch. Guys, go pick some information in this blog post, post about it. Maybe some of our AI guild guys can get out there and make some, pick a paragraph, make some content on it, throw it out there. That's it's only going to help you putting out good content and practicing for it. And then when there's a bounty out there or something like that, you have more practice, more skill. You know what you're doing. Don't wait until there's a bounty to put out content. There's lots of opportunity to go make content about stuff and just keep making great content, tagging the people that are relevant to that content, and building your skill set and your reputation at the same time. Your following. Can't recommend that enough to the content creators out there, the burgeoning content creators, the AI users. That's what we should be doing right now. That's all I got for today, GP. You got anything else?
Yeah, we've got the weekly Stacking DAO Pokemon tournament taking place here in about an hour at 11 a.m. ET. And we've got a really based activity schedule in both Zest Protocol and Stacking DAO Discords. We take our time to kind of navigate our ecosystem and try to identify the different plays and alpha coming out of our ecosystem together in the weekly screen shares. So the Zest and Stacking DAO Discords are a really good place to join to stay in the know. Constantly trying to do like content workshops and teach others how to format their post and make some really based content. So get activated and get mobilized, man. I'm feeling very, very bullish about where we're at. I really like the narrative that we're running with right now with the institutional grade Bitcoin DeFi rails. These bigger and bigger companies are paying attention, and we have big marketing handles talking about stacks, and people are speculating. People are starting to get that SDX exposure, especially with dual stacking being live, where you can bring your Bitcoin over into the Stacks ecosystem, earn a base build, and then boost your rewards for gaining exposure to SDX. So we're really, really early, really, really based, and really blessed to be here at such a pivotal time in Bitcoin's history.
For sure. Things are going great. It's never up always, right? You got highs and lows, and the universe is wavy. We just ride the wave, my brothers. Oh no!
Also just
waving. It's undulating
and wave, boys. Smile
Ride the
and
wave.
wave.
Let's go.
Smile and wave.
I think Hunter just created a new sign off for us.
Ride the wave and smile and wave. I like it.
Ride the wave and smile and wave with DeOrganized. All right, guys. So Pokemon tournament it's Stacking Down, right? It's Stacking Down Discord, because this guy runs so many Discord channels. You guys don't. It's insane.
This guy is not a human. Yeah, this guy here is not a human. He's half AI, half human.
100%. I don't even know it's the same VP He can't. I don't know.
Yo, this guy is cranking so much, and
it's crazy.
He works like a machine. I so much appreciate this brother here. If you want some motivation,
I can't sleep because I can't possibly get enough to come up compared to this guy. I gotta just do what I can.
If I don't see GP in the morning space or here, I make sure I go on Discord to check, bro. What's up? What's happening?
I check the TL to see if he's been posting, because I'm like, because if he hasn't been, then I'm worried.
What's going on?
Usually I find a post or two in the TL, so I'm like, all right. He's got stuff he's working on. He's busy.
Nah, man, I'm trying to get like y'all are the workhorses of the Stacks ecosystem. You already know it, man. You guys are handling business, and you are in there like swimwear. You are so early that it hurts, and your future is so bright that you need change. You already
hurts.
Like it hurts. I don't know. We'll work on it. All right, guys. An amazing show. I love doing this with you guys every day. By the way, I think it. Sometimes we get too used to we're too focused on the processes to realize what we're actually here to do. Still got to do the processes, they still take time and everything, but there's part of the reason I started doing this. I'll make this quick. Part of the reason I started doing this was to get informed myself. The whole real purpose of DeOrganized was partly so that I can understand what's being built on Stacks, what is being built on Bitcoin, how are people building in crypto, and then it also gave me an opportunity to explore stories and ideas and stuff that was coming out, and then put that and aggregate that information. And sometimes I get so distracted by all the processes, I'm not getting to actually do the other stuff that I set out to do. So we'll keep cranking, but and sometimes it's just a mindset. It's not that I'm just too busy to realize that I'm missing that part. So I just gotta pay attention, and maybe that's a good exercise for all of us to just take stock, pay attention to where we're at, what we're working on that's really important, and maybe some of the things we're doing that aren't necessarily adding the value we thought they were adding, and adjusting our attention accordingly.
Big facts.
I love you guys. I love you guys so much. I will see you guys around the crypto space, around the TL. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day. I am Peace Love Music. We are Wavy Gravy. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your day.
Smile away. Just smile away.
Peace out, guys.
The chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized.
Yeah. The organized media.
The organized media.
The organized media. The hub of the digital gold. You ready? Let's navigate. Look, we done organizing the old to build the new. From the block to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing out the noise in the rain. You want that alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders, yeah, we open for the play. Marketing and partnerships, we leading the way.
Organized media, orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
Yeah. Check at the organized BT, stay locked on the X. We exploiting the potential, moving past the complex. It's a social fire era, but we stay Bitcoin backed. Every insight is a fact, every partnership's a pact. From the websites to the feed, the exposure is real. We the engine of the space, turning the iron wheel. If you're building in the web, then you know where to be. The ultimate hub, yeah, that's the organized media.
More getting exposed at a bridge to the crowd. We talk it, we walk it, we say it out loud. Open for business, the portal is wide. With Bitcoin and stacks, we got nowhere to hide. Shift your energy, power your brand, the best media engine in the whole of the land. The organized media, the orange pillar stands tall. Bitcoin and stacks, yeah, we answering the call. Chill and chill, navigate the space with the best. Put your energy plan to the ultimate test. Real-time updates, the future is now. The organized media, let us show you how.
The organized media. Follow the orange pillar. Stacks, Bitcoin, Web3 insights. We here.
Welcome again to SIP Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Peace Love Music. And we love having these on DeOrganized Media. It is episode number 156, according to Heroes Count from last week being 155. And we have a great show. And by the way, I just want to shout out again. Amazing job on the song, Hero Gamer. Cranking on a bunch of levels all over the place. And again, shout out and congratulations on the win with your Stacks AI Guild project that manifested so many cool assets for our ecosystem, including this new SIP show song. Welcome, Hero. How are you today? Been a great week for the ecosystem.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on? You know what I was thinking, and I want to say this out loud before I forget, because I will forget by the end of the show. But what I do need, I need a 16:9 background image that I can put in our intermission between the end of the morning show and the SIP call on Friday, so that it's a little bit more maybe advertising what's coming up next for just a general like evergreen SIP show image, and then maybe the AI Guild can help us put something together.
Yeah, I mean, we are all in the same place, right? AI Guild, you know the guys. So
Right.
yeah, if you want, I can arrange it, or you can just ask Hannah directly.
Yeah, I can get it done. It's just a matter of I will forget. But
Yeah,
I will.
that's good.
But
I'll keep a note. When do you need it just for SIP, or you mean like maybe it's something that can be replicated for other?
well, the
segments?
series. We could use a series of background images because we have this. The one we use now is just our old generic one that I created a long time ago. When I first started using that gold microphone logo, and it's fine, but it's also not as engaging as maybe some images, and we could probably do better. So any help we can get as far as those graphic assets would be appreciated. But I think specifically something for the intermission between the SIP show, because we have usually at least a 10-minute, if not like today was closer to 20 minutes where we had an intermission, something to put on the screen while the music's playing a little bit, but is not.
Wouldn't you want to animate it though, rather than a still image?
Well, there's pros and cons to that. Animated, but not too long animated, because we only have we can upload more images than we can videos, but we can actually do like, if it's only like 3 to 5 second GIF images, those are kind of the same as a regular image as far as storage and what we can do with it. So,
well, you know what's best, still or animated? One number of seconds.
The best would be something animated, but very short animation. So like,
What kind of seconds? Just specify that.
like 5 seconds.
5 seconds.
5
okay.
seconds, but
Yeah.
animated.
That's we'll get that done for you, sir.
Awesome.
I just
we have a
delegate.
No, I appreciate it, man. I really do, and it'll be win-win, because it'll help promote SIP while we, I'm hoping in this case it would be something that promotes SIP and what's going on. Maybe even reminds people about the forum or something. It doesn't have to be too cluttered, but something a little bit more.
Yeah. So it has like the organized show. It has. That's why we were talking about with who was it? It's GP, like a SIP brand. We need to talk to Foundation about it, but I'm hoping we can do that. But in the meantime, let's just get something together for the pre-show.
Yes, exactly. And I'm going to bring on our guest, a good friend of both of ours. Actually, he was just on doing a segment with us with the Find2Earn Games. We're going to bring on Zenitron because he's developing again. Welcome, Zenitron, to this week's SIP show. You're the feature of SIP 156. SIP call number 156. How are you today, brother?
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here.
Good morning. Good morning. It's still morning where we are anyway. Well, where I am. So Hero, I guess I should have actually gone over. Do we have much? What is on our general agenda for today?
I think just like driving to the forum again, I think we can talk a little bit about yesterday. But main thing I want to talk about today is Zenitron SIP. I think that's the most critical thing to, just to showcase to the community what it's about, and if it has, how do we help in advance, putting our SIP deputies hat on, how do we further this SIP, how do we promote this SIP, and he would be a SIP author, so looking from that perspective, how do we helping, if it has any questions about where to send, where to write, where to post it, like PR, you need to make a PR. There's a GitHub template and stuff. So yeah, we need to just try and help Zenitron as much as possible.
100%. And I do think that there is a lot of potential for this to be to really unlock a number of things we can do in the Stacks ecosystem. As far as the SIP being proposed with encrypted NFTs, I guess we'll just talk briefly about Stackies. Congratulations to the Stacks AI Guild. Several of our participants and contributors, including GPSC, 300, the Stacks AI Guild. Rafa's on our show all the time. Crypto Dude. All of the winners really are participants. Really excited about the outcomes. I think a lot of good people were recognized. Even just in the nominations too, there was a lot of great projects nominated, and it's great to get recognition that way. I think that this was a very successful Stackies relative to last year. Not that last year was bad. It's just I think that there's more excitement now.
Yeah, no, I agree. What do you think, Zenitron?
About what?
Stackies yesterday or the town hall?
I'm not follow the awards, to be honest. I'm not care about the awards, but I'm happy for every person. But I saw I think Peace Love Music obviously should receive the award. And it's
I was really surprised you didn't. I know you were nominated several times, and the DeOrganized media.
But the problem of the awards nowadays, so there is no governance. I mean, the voting process can be botted. That's the first reason it's not objective, and the second problem, if it was awarded by the judge, how they make decisions, we don't know. So the both variants is not objective, so I'm not care about it.
Yeah, and honestly, I appreciate the kind words. I'm not worried about winning. I'm just actually psyched about having been nominated for a number of categories, including with DeOrganized, and I love that. And I don't feel bad. Yeah. I don't feel bad, but it's not there's no money on it. It's just for bragging rights and or just for recognition. And my understanding is, as far as judges, they literally just go by the number of votes. So there isn't any.
And I think the third thing I want to add, it's more important recognition by the community, by the people, by the newcomers and everything. Because when we live in the small town, in the village, and we get recognition and validation from each other every day, it has no much meaning. We need to scale, we need to create the mass adoption, create innovations. And if we every day saying oh, peace, love, you are a very cool person, it motivates a little bit, but we need to move forward.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, I'm pretty confident in myself. I know I'm a cool person, so I don't need the award to tell me that. But I appreciate the kind words, and I understand what you're saying, what you're getting at. Yeah. Also, related to the town hall, tons of just absolute bullishness. welcome to the show, Fabo Hacks. By the way, he's
Yo.
he's asked to join the SIP show on the regular, so I've added him to the calendar, and really excited about having his developer input on the process. Welcome to the show, man.
Good afternoon here in Buenos Aires.
Oh, that's right. You guys are 2 hours ahead of us. I learned that
welcome, Fabo. You might want to put your mic, lower your mic so that you're not breathing into your mic.
Yeah.
We can hear you breathe.
Can you hear me here more?
Yeah, we can hear you. Just position your mic to the mouth, not to your nose.
This auto regulates. This is mic.
Down a little bit. Down a little bit.
Down.
Can you hear me here?
Yeah, we can still hear you. You're good. You're good.
Great. Good. So how you doing, bros?
Excellent, man. Excellent. We were just talking about the Stackies Awards, and we also had that town hall meeting yesterday, which I found to be very bullish. I think there's obviously so many things going on in the Stacks ecosystem. Shipping, we just shipped USDC, native USDC. Some of the things they were talking about for next year, including L1 staking, is very interesting. We touched on that with Rubes a little bit earlier today. The most bullish thing that I took away wasn't a specific thing. It was where Munib was talking about the idea that they need to have a longer roadmap, or that they're aware that they want to have a constant roadmap where they're constantly have things out in the future that they're working towards, and then always be shipping. And always be shipping was the thing that was the most bullish out of so many great things going on in the ecosystem that I'm very excited about. I don't know about you guys, but we got Wormhole coming. We got expanded SBTC functionality and the DeFi ecosystem. There's just so many things going on. And then the endowment, the accelerator, all the dev-oriented things going on for 2026. Future's bright on Stacks, guys, in my opinion. So, Hero, where do you wanna go from here?
I want to hear you guys. What's going on the SIP? I think you are pretty connected and synchronized with the network there. I passed a really good time here with Peace Love Music that I met in person. A lot of hackers that came from the antipode of the world, from the India, evenly from various parts. So amazing experience. Yeah.
That was awesome. Fabo was at the Hacker House, and it was. I wasn't staying there, but I did stop in and kind of basically made it my go-to if I needed something to eat, because they had those chefs there cooking them breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and I could just drop in and I blended in. And I looked like just one of the devs, so they fed me too. But it was a great time. I thought the camaraderie between the devs, everyone kind of working together on things, getting to know each other, was really a very interesting experience that from the outsider perspective.
Yeah, it was so intense that I hadn't noticed this last week that I saw for the last time in my life a guy, because we just lost him. He just died since 7 days ago. It's like he was a comrade of ours here from Korea. We are like engaging with that process.
Sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah. So intense. Yeah, I saw him in the meet and greet, the Stacks event.
Oh, so he was there at the event?
He was there. We were joking around, and he went, and that
was actually an awesome event too. That was Stacks represented very well. Number of events. They had the Hacker House. They did the meet and greet. They put on that Bitcoin Builders Conference. Then we represented well at SheFi, at Multi-Chain Day. What was the other one? I think there was one that was a staking summit. awesome stuff. Really, it was an amazing presence down there. I'm so glad we were able to be part of it. But and super happy to have actually gotten to meet you and get you a little bit more integrated into the community more. I know you killed it with your D grant. Congratulations. You got both milestones submitted. So you actually
so much.
you're the first one that completed your entire submission so far.
Oh, yeah, I'm surprisingly fast. I don't know why, but yeah, I should
Well
pass.
motivated,
Yeah, for sure. It's like I'm researching stacks since 2 years ago, so engaging 1 year fully on it. I got into the hackathon, the November 2024, got the first prize, playing along. My first hackathon really in my life. I was pretty um, amazed by the experience. Yeah, I got here since a year ago in Buenos Aires, meeting a lot of developers. I think they are pretty interested into Bitcoin. They don't know even that you can program on Bitcoin. Yeah, they know about Bitcoin scripting at least, but they know much about stacks or any other layer 2 application really. But evidently, we have a lot to do. I'm doing practically 2 projects in a row. That is VBox and Sumac. I presented Sumac in Casa Minima in the event stacks. I'm pretty interested to also show about what is VBox. This is the first open source app store that got the D grants. I'm really willing to make it happen, because what is happening right now with Samurai Wallet, with the persecutions to developers that are just write privacy codes, is so astonishing. We had to make something about it.
We'll actually do we'll schedule a time to just have you on specifically to spotlight you, walk through your projects as soon as possible, possibly early next week or maybe shortly after the holidays. But we'll definitely you got a couple of things you're working on we can definitely spotlight as well, for sure.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I want to hear you guys tell me that.
Yeah, absolutely. And so right now, Zenitron just proposed a SIP. So we have a new SIP proposal in here. Although, I don't know, Hero, did we want to go through the town hall real quick? I kind of recapped it off my head. Hero.
Sorry, I'm mute. I was muted. Yeah, no, so just want to circle back a little bit. These calls happen sometimes, really important calls for the ecosystem. And I think like having a way to log them so that, if you are not there present, you can go on the forum to check. So I started like writing some of the recaps down. So just want to make people aware like these recap do live on Stacks forum. So you can go out. So I'll just show you guys. So I typically do like a quick tweet, just to like, tell people like what's up on a high level, and hopefully we'll like the details directed to people to the Stacks forum. And one of the main reasons to use Stacks forum is also, you can see my my other tabs. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Just gonna go Windows. Sorry. Yeah. If you could reshare.
Oh, let me, here we go. Whoop, did I not get it? Hold on, there we go.
So Stacks forum is gonna be a really important hub for all the really integrated Stacks community member, because you can post a lot of things on Twitter, but they'll get lost. So even if I post a recap on Twitter, you'll get lost. So so I try to drive people to the Stacks forum for details. So you can see like what happened yesterday. If you were not there, you can go and take a quick read. Each speaker is organized in this way, blah, blah, blah. You can check it out. And all the links are there. So just go and check out this. And other reason is because, for example, during the town hall, I don't know if you remember, like Alex Miller talked about, he posted some updates. He posted in Stacks forum. So you can come here and check out the R&D update. And just like Rena the other last week, she's asking for feedback. And here is where you can, feedback as well. So yeah, just try and join the Stacks forum. It's really easy. You can see Rena's post, Alex's post, my posts, Zenitron's posts, which we'll get into. But I just want to make sure like we keep driving people to Stacks forum. Peace.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is a big part of it. There's definitely been more activity on Stacks forum, by the way, in the last few weeks. I do see it finally starting to pick up. And that's at forum.stacks.org, by the way. Anytime you're looking to get your finger on the pulse of what's new, you go here, you can go to latest, and it actually shows you the most recent posts, and you can just jump into those threads. It's a great way to get exposure for yourself too. People that are participating in the forum, you're engaging, so then people learn your name, they get to know you a little bit better, and you're participating that way. So it's not just supporting the ecosystem by going in there and liking, but comment, engage, read the posts, and give thoughtful responses, and that's a great way to start getting involved in the ecosystem, is the Stacks forum.
Yeah, 100%. I think, like you said, it's almost like a little bit like, showing your true interest in the Stacks community. These you'll get eyes from the entities, employees, or maybe like the grants committees, people you never know. So it's a good way to build your reputation. Don't post something like just random. Post like thoughtful feedback. That's what most of the time the posts here are looking for. They are looking for comments and feedback, whether it's about the grants. Like I remember, I think Claire posted something about the grants some weeks ago down here. You can go and check out. And here is Zenitron, posting his idea proposal and asking, what do you guys think, essentially. So it's a really good way. And AIPTC, I think AIPTC recently has been doing really interesting stuff. Sure. X402, they're really heavy into X402. Here you can get all the links. I basically linked all the resources. So if you're interested in A001, A004, or X402 STK, you don't have to browse through the sea of Twitter to find those links. Some of them are here through the notes.
That is a huge lift, by the way, Hero. Huge
lift.
And
it shows you like how to join the AI BTC working group. And that way you can get involved.
Very cool. Fabo, are you on the Stacks forum yet?
Yeah, super interesting. See, I'm in the Stacks forum since a while, checking out, engaging a little bit. I did a bit of comments there. I kind of understand the ecosystem in that sense because there's much of technical jargon, and anyways, I think I'm part of that. But anyways, I want to dig further. I just speak about what I know.
So yeah, so that's one thing. So yeah, let's get into Zenitron stuff. How about?
Yes, without further ado, the man, the myth, the legend himself, who has developed encrypted, I can't speak today, encrypted NFTs to develop his game, Skullcoin game, which I've been following since the beginning, since it was still on testnet. I love the concept. Obviously, it's evolved into a number of different ways we use to engage the community. Like we play our Find2Earn Games. That was an extension off of that initial concept. But I think it's long overdue that we start working on a standardization for this. So, Zenitron, why don't you tell us about your proposal here?
Hi everyone. Yeah.
GM.
Yeah, hi Zenitron.
hello. My proposal to create standardization for encrypted NFTs, since right now we don't have this one, and this is innovation. It doesn't exist on any other blockchain. Sui blockchain has ideas, but they have no use case. So just to clarify what we are aiming for, we are not trying to put the secret itself fully on chain, on a public chain that's not really private. We want to make the different things. Also, I can screen share to explain it more easy. Yeah.
Sure.
Let me.
So yeah, I'm also working with NFTs as songs NFTs. Super interesting.
Yeah, very interesting concept that he's working on here. Well, let's let him share and walk through.
Let me find this button. Okay, I see it.
That sound is AI, right? It's an AI song.
Yes, this is a song that Hero actually produced. Hero's a music producer now on top of everything else. With Suno. We use Suno.
So smooth.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm screen sharing. Do you see this one?
Yes, sir.
What you currently see? You see like skull.
We're looking at the two green triangles and the sun.
Yeah, okay, so idea is pretty simple. We have like Skullcoin game. Skullcoin as a project is about the Web3 gaming to make sustainable game in Web3 because GameFi is not sustainable right now, and we develop encrypted NFT to make the gaming on chain. Because everyone should understand that Find2Earn is just a new gen of giveaways to create the community. But encrypted NFT is more than this to bring the users on chain. So we played this game in 28 August, and it was very successful. A lot of on-chain transactions for Stacks blockchain. It's important to make a more velocity on chain. So we click play, and for example, we have 3 NFTs. You see, it's just a standard NFTs, 2 with triangle and 1 with this sun. But each NFT, like it says 1 NFT, 1 seed word. What does it mean? Like when you tap on NFT, it's a decrypt the word, and you can trade, upgrade. And so this is seed phrase game. You have to assemble 24 seed words. When I tap on the NFT, it shows you seed word. It means it's a real seed word from seed phrase that exists in Stacks blockchain and in Bitcoin. The goal of the game was to assemble 24 words to unlock seed phrase and to grab the wallet to get the prize. And there was 10 wallets, and each wallet was marked by the icon. I can show you here. There was 10 wallets with different icons, so different Stacks addresses with the different prizes. In my current test wallet, I have like this triangle wallet with the word number 22 and the word number 24, smart. So right now, like how it works, we have encrypted database that connected through Stacks API to NFT. So we validate NFT ownership of the person using our own like system standardization. My C proposed to put cryptographic fingerprint of private content on chain. It's a hash or commitment. Think of it like a sealing a document in the envelope. The content can live off chain as encrypted data, but the chain stores the seal. So nobody can silently swap the secret later. Anyone can verify it's an exact payload that was originally committed to that NFT. And the second thing that define a standard access interface. Right now, every project invents its own unlock API. Obviously, we are the first project who invented encrypted NFTs, but it can be a huge thing if we push this meta together for the whole ecosystem stacks, for the new builders and the whole crypto, like a new meta. Because like right now, every new project will invent its own unlock an API with different endpoints, different checks, different event formats. So wallets, marketplaces, and indexes can support it natively. For example, Gamma marketplace doesn't understand that it's encrypted NFT. It has no like data about it. You can trade those NFT on the Gamma, and we explain to the Gamma, and Gamma like write the text that it's encrypted NFT, but there is no standard in blockchain. So we want an ENFTs, encrypted NFTs trade that makes this plug and play. Wallets can show locked content, markets can index it, and apps can integrate without custom work. Basically, like USB standard for private layers. That's all. That's like simple explanation.
So just to make sure I have it down, the NFT has data associated with it, but that data is not on chain. That data is encrypted off chain.
Right, because we cannot put this data on chain, on the public blockchain like Stacks. And if Munip and the Stacks core team will make the more privacy, will go through ZK like Snark's work to make it possibility to make it fully on chain, we will put it's fully on chain. But ZK development is very difficult. It's like to build a new blockchain.
Right.
But now we can make the more data on chain. Yeah, just continue.
Well, and so that's this. The function though is you have an NFT that can refer to information that only the user can access.
Right.
Only the holder, not the user. Only the holder can access.
Yes.
Very interesting. And it's
so nobody else can access that information apart from the NFT holder, and that data is off chain.
Yes.
What about you? Can you access my data?
Yeah, sure, because I'm like the person who create the game, because it's a game. It's not like, identity or any banking data. So we create like entertainment. And important also, I want to mention, important to understand to any people who want to build any GameFi. In GameFi, in Web3 gaming, the game should be created by the person, by the human. Because if the game will be created by any like machine or AI, it can be solved by AI. That's a problem.
But back to the point Peace Love was talking about, who have access to that off-chain data would be the game creator.
Only the game creator.
Would be the game creator plus the NFT holder, nobody else. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So, okay, one question, Senator. So what the holder, the creator, shares, the commitment, and how the new holder gets the DEX to decrypt the NFT?
So if you trade or send the NFT, we have our own payload, like we just check if this holder, if it's an owner, we check the ownership of NFT and we show this data from our encrypted database. But if we will have like hash commitment for the NFT, it will be like standard on Stacks, like new
NFT. It will be other database where you save all the holders, etc. There's that.
Yeah, right.
Okay, it will depend of that. Okay, got it. I think it's super useful. I was thinking about that 6 months ago. Is about let's say I have a 3D model I want to sell on internet, but I don't want to share really the model. So I have to put that encrypted asset or ID of the asset on IPFS or something like that. I just share a key for the new holder that buys it, right? Let's say that.
Yeah, but I believe this use case can be only for gaming, because like in games, to be honest, people care only about their feeling, only about like social things. They don't care about the privacy so much. I have a lot of experience. Like I invested a lot, like in virtual poker game, for example. It was on Ethereum, poker on Ethereum, and the users, the poker players, they don't care about real on-chain privacy. They just want to play the game.
Yeah. That happens a lot. It's super useful. I think it gets there's a little bit of a friction there with the new database. We have to set up that and so on. I don't know specifically how that can get done. The idea is that it must be decentralized, right? It's like some incentive for someone to hold the keys or
Yeah, so our goal right now here is make just more standardization and more things on chain as much as possible. So the Stacks blockchain is public blockchain, so we cannot make ZK snarks or any privacy fully on chain, but we can make it a lot better than right now, and make it for new builders, because you see this is seed word game, but the game can be absolutely different. It can be like detective stories, it can be any game like in GameFi, so we can make a new like meta for builders. Just innovate and make a creative ideas to make like the games with encrypted NFTs. I very confident that only encrypted NFTs can be sustainable in GameFi. All other games I follow in like Solana Gaming, Sui, blockchain, there is no sustainable games, there is no new meta games at all, and there are a lot of builders, a lot of smart people, and they cannot solve this problem. That's why we develop it.
Super interesting.
Because like, yeah, if you see, do you see my screen right now? I'm showing like the difference.
It says tape. It says the C word. That's what we're looking at right now.
Okay, let me just. I think I have to.
While you're lining that up, I do want to just say, while it's not a perfect solution for what Fabo suggested he could use it for, it still is a layer of a solution. It does provide a layer of isolation. So like in that instance where he has a 3D model he wants to sell, it's not available to the marketplace. Yes, can anyone, once they have an NFT and they've actually like gotten the information, can they then share that information and copy it? They can, but there's no incentive for them to just go share it out for free, and that doesn't stop him from continuing to sell the product through his NFT. So it still does provide a viable model for structuring that, or for engaging in that kind of a transaction and having the ownership of that data on chain via the NFT. And then they have to log into a specific website to decrypt it. And that website is connected to the data, off-chain data encryption. It's not perfect. It's not all the way there. And it does seem to obviously work better for the gaming GameFi right now, but it still does have use. It does provide some functionality beyond that. It's just not the perfect solution yet. You Sharon, you want me to bring up this docs page?
Yeah, you can just open and share. I explain like just a couple sentences.
Okay, let me
Yeah, it's on the right track, I think. I have to
For sure.
check that detail, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you guys see I got the overview on here.
Yeah, just I'm just go very quickly and very simple like explanation. Like
Sure.
first of all, we are living like how to say, like information age. There is a lot of information, white noise, and we are all tired about like reading everything is internet. Yeah, and that's why I just make it as simple as possible. So I explained before, Find2Earn is just for mass adoption and CT crypto Twitter to make engagement, make the community. Yeah. So encrypted NFT is a dual layer. So it's a public art owner only secret. It's a public and secret information. It's like public key and secret key in Bitcoin. We don't talk about Strike. Can you open please encrypted NFT tab on the left?
What am I?
Yeah, just encrypted.
Oh, right here?
Or not. Please open problem and solution. Yeah, so what the problem right now? Like, we have to solve these problems. It's very simple problems. Like, for example, I'm very confident when I say like airdrops, perps, and other things, they will not lead to mass adoption. You can read it very like fast and understand that it's very simple ideas.
So can I ask you a question about this point? I know you are very good in identifying problem. Does this problem exist in Web 2 or is it a Web 3 problem, like crypto problem?
It's a Web 3 problem because I just make a difference between Web 2 and Web 3. Web 3 is a more like economic monetization thing, like it's about the value. When you come to Web 3, you can say like I'm hero gamer, I'm very like good in tech, I understand deeply a lot of things, but in the endpoint, like in subconsciousness, we are all here because it's a new kind of money, it's a new kind of decentralization from fiat. And when the value born, when the real value born, the problems born. So answering your question, this problem exists when money interact, where money like have some activity, and that's why we have to solve this biggest problem.
It's a problem indeed, because I was thinking that it's so needed when you have to sell an asset that needs to be unlocked first and then be to be locked first and then be unlocked. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you open please encrypted NFT tab, the first one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the idea is very simple. Yeah. Why encrypted NFT is important? Because like bots nor AI cannot do anything here. So it's like a, like Bitcoin works as a perfect like technical system. So in the same with incomplete information games. Incomplete information, it means like bot or AI cannot have access to data that it doesn't own. That's the most important thing. That's why we try to invent and push this meta slowly together, step by step, to our Stacks ecosystem and broader.
And I honestly, I think I like the way you broke it down on here, because it does terming it incomplete information. And that is why this is not a problem for Web 2, because everything is centralized on a database on Web 2 and there's nothing on chain for people to take necessarily. But the other side to that is the entire game data might be centrally available, where this actually limits that. So it's bot resistant, AI resistant to some degree as well.
Can you give like an example that can relate to people? Like, this is a problem that they may have encountered in the past that they've been gained. Zenitron?
You asking me? Could you rephrase, please? One.
Yeah. So I'm asking, like, can you like describe an example, a situation where maybe in my past 3 years or 4 years in crypto, an example where this has happened?
What exactly happened?
Like there was a game that was gamed, you know, by the system. People were gaming the system, and I
sure.
was like a victim or something. Or I don't mean me specifically, but you know, somebody in crypto.
Yeah, if you're asking about the gaming, Web3 gaming, there was the biggest game in crypto. The first game was Axie Infinity.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the second game was a Stepan, like you have to buy NFT sneakers. So this was the biggest games that led to mass adoption. So the Axie Infinity was a billion game, yeah, and everyone like in Philippines and around the world played this. And Stepan was the biggest like Solana game, and I strongly believe it pushes Solana ecosystem.
But what did the user have what did they were not using encrypted NFTs, I guess.
Right.
So were the players a victim of like because of that?
Yeah. So the problem. So it was two games, and talking about the problem. We start from Axie Infinity, yeah. So the problem, it was like pyramid scheme because earning and token value, there was negatively impact when the influx of new players declines. So it based on newcomers, and the new players should come, and the economic model is dependent on a constant flow of newcomers. And conclusion, it was like these challenges for Web3 games, we have to develop sustainable economic games. It means like the money that comes into the game should be not depends on the newcomers, because it's a classic pyramid like or the Ponzi scheme. That's how the Axie Infinity worked. The more the players comes, the bigger prices, the bigger income can have the previous participants and players.
Okay, so just a quick recap. In your opinion, it shouldn't come from more and more players to push the token price up.
Right, but not exact like this one. So I just make the very easy example like poker tournament, how the poker tournaments works and why it's sustainable game by humankind. You just pay for the entry, and the entry divide to the prize pool. I think everyone understands. Yeah, this is very simple example. That's how the sustainability of the poker for poker rooms for poker industry works. You just pay for entry, and this money divides between like first, second, third places. That's how sustainable economics work in games. Okay. And the games should start and should end. That's how they make it sustainable also, because there is an eternal game is just a utopia. That's two things for economical is important. So it's different from encrypted NFT, because encrypted NFT is about not economical thing. It's about the thing how can we create the game that will be not solved by AI and the bots because of incomplete information.
But for example, Axie Infinity didn't have bots problem. They had a constant influx of humans. So back then, AI didn't quite exist. So what was the problem? What was it? How is it relevant?
Yeah, because like Axie Infinity was not the tournament-based game, so it's not like you input the mint process, you input the money like an entry, and you have income from the prize pool.
Right.
It was economic by you just buy NFTs, and the game is grow, but the people who was early, they understand the price of those NFT is too much, and they feel that newcomers less and less come, and they start to dump in the prices, selling the NFTs and selling the token.
If I remember correctly, they had like a separate token that you can speculate on the price.
Yeah.
And I think you can buy the players, right? Essentially, you buy the character in the game
Right.
using
like
whatever.
NFTs,
Yeah.
So it's just a classic like the scheme when the early adopters have a lot of money, but the newcomers has less and less. And when the people ends, the price will go down because it's just a market how it works. Yeah, like the demand become the lower and lower. And the second game was NFT. It was Stepan NFT sneakers. It was a very successful game. I played like with my friends, with my family. So idea was very simple. You buy the NFT sneakers, and you have to walk around in real world using GPS on your phone.
Okay.
And it was very smart game. I have to say, the more steps you do every day, the more token you get. But there was a limit for the time limit for walking, running. If you want to expand your time limit to, for example, maximum 2 hours or 4 hours, you have to buy more NFTs, more sneakers. So limit was at 20 sneakers, and it was cost like maybe a couple $1,000s, maybe more. And so the more sneakers, the more energy you can spend. And people start buying the 2 or 3 smartphones to walk like 6 hours per day changing smartphones. But that's not enough. Like you can upgrade your sneakers, and there was a levels like uncommon, green, like classical, like in games, like blue, rares. The better sneaker you get, the more tokens you again, the more tokens you get from the supply. So it's an emission that comes, you printing the money. And when we played, we print from 300 to 500 bucks every day.
Okay, so if we zoom out a little bit, I feel like there are two buckets of categories of current problems that you have observed. One is this economics of the game, which is kind of separate to the encrypted NFT side, or maybe it is. To my understanding, even if they had encrypted NFT attached to their game, because their tokenomics or the economics is not at its core sustainable, encrypted NFT wouldn't have solved their problems anyways. So we kind of looking at two separate problems. One is encrypted NFTs, making it more private, but the other one is actually just the game's mechanism and the game's incentives and economics, but that's totally separate to the NFT. It's not going to be solved by encrypted NFTs. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, almost correct. The last thing, like the last piece of this puzzle is like encrypted NFTs make the games fair for humankind. That's importance of this technology. And if the game fair, it means like economic will works because AI and bots not drain the value from the system. But from economic aspect, what the difference with encrypted NFTs, we create the tournament-based games, like not like games when the emission and supply goes to infinite, because like, you know, I want to say like the phrase like, instead of supply changing to keep the value the same, the supply is predetermined and the value changes as the number of user grows, you know, like the value per coin increases, and it has potential for positive feedback loop. As users increase, the value goes up. So that's the first what Satoshi Nakamoto said, like in Bitcoin talk, that the supply of the token should be like finite. And the problem with the Stepan, like the supply of the token emissions just was infinite. You create the supply like a mining by walking and running. Obviously, there was a Chinese farms. And the problem of X Infinity, that the price of the token, the supply infinite for X Infinity, but the price of the token based on newcomers. It's a two different economical problems, and we have to solve this biggest problem slowly. That's why it takes so long time.
Yeah, it's okay. I think it's just good to categorize the problem so that
sure.
Because your encrypted NFT can be applicable to other places other than games.
Right.
Maybe it can be used by AI. I don't know, AI agent themselves. I don't know, or maybe it could be, I don't know. It could be in DeFi. I don't know. You know.
Yeah, we don't know. You ask very right question, by the way. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. And so a couple of things I do want to make note of. This is a non-consensus breaking, not a hard fork proposal. So it's just for standardization. And, you know, I can see this being, you know, like even with Fabo's example of a potential use case. Obviously GameFi and, you know, like puzzles and gaming and stuff like that is a main use case. Stuff we're doing with like Find2Earn and the Strike project and the Siege Hunt game that we played. That's all cool, you know, all obvious use cases. But I think that there's options for like access NFTs could potentially use this. You know, like a sealed collectibles, like if it's an NFT collectible, like if you're buying packs of something or something like that. Even potentially location-based or time-based reveal stuff in games or in other kind of use cases. Like you have the NFT, it gets you access to a building, but it only gets you access to a building at a specific time based on what you signed up for on your NFT, but that information is not on the NFT.
So thinking out loud piece, the use case is that I'm just thinking back to a user experience. So I can see it because the current landscape of NFT is that as long as I minted it, everybody in the world can see it, right? It's displayed on Gamma, right? So what this is different is once I minted it, public cannot see it. Only me can see it. So the use cases are that if you're doing an NFT mint of some kind for events or for a private mint, maybe you don't want other collectors to see what you have in your wallet. Then you know, you want
they know you've collected something from the collection, but they don't know what you collected.
They don't know what you have exactly, and only you can reveal that picture in your wallet. Nobody else in the world can see it unless I physically show them my computer or my phone to my mom. Hey, I collected this, and that information only preserved among the people that I show to, plus a game creator. But nobody, it's not like on a blockchain where everybody can see that picture. Would that be correct, Netron?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, and absolutely. And there can be use cases we don't even know right now. Like, and it's very interesting that you say like AI agent. What if like encrypted NFT will owned by AI agents and they will interact somehow? But the main thing also,
I mean, for sure, AI agent is just like a hot wallet, right? You can deposit tokens into AI agent like STX or SPTC. They go and trade for you. They earn more into that wallet, or they go and spend it using that wallet via X402 payments. Because you keep using resources, so you keep paying API calls, blah blah blah. So they either spend the money in the as an AI agent employee, or they go out and earn stuff for you. But I would imagine that I think I have seen on Ethereum that the AI agent can also hold NFTs. It's not just fungible tokens. Sure, like it's almost just like a hot wallet, like a smart contract wallet of some kind. It's not restricted just tokens. So yeah, what if the AI agent can trade NFTs on your behalf?
Yeah, right. That's correct. And I want to add, like, what we built, like, for GameFi is important to understand that the layer that you see, like public data, yeah, that layer identify the demand of other person. It means like when you see like triangle like 22 or triangle 24, like I showed before, it means somebody maybe needs those NFT, so it can be tradable on the market, but this person doesn't know about the information inside. And when we played our pilot game in 28 August, it was a very huge excitement for a community, and we have like blow up our chats and people just interact each other in social engagement a lot and say like, okay, please give me the word from the 24 square, I need like square number 15. And a lot of people listen, like they bluff.
Do you know what it reminds me of, Zenitron? I think maybe we have come across this in the real world when we play card games and when we play board games. Sometimes you want to collect certain things, but the other player cannot see you, but they know what type of cards you have, but they don't know exactly what's behind the card, you know?
Yeah, man. That's in complete information games calls like this. Yeah. It's
so for example, you could have a deck of cards. I want to collect all the aces, but you don't know which ace I have, which number I have. But I am trying to collect the aces as much as possible. I think there's a game called Bluff, right? That you say, hey, you put it on the table. I have three hearts. You know, they're all like three hearts. 7 of hearts. I have 3. You put it on the table, but people don't know what's underneath. You are just trying to bluff all.
Yeah, exactly, man. You deeply understand the things, and it take like 15 years in card games for me to build a such thing. So my game, I have game designer obviously also, who helped me a lot, and he just proposed me to make these games outside of crypto. He said like it's a so new thing, like it will have a lot of social engagement, and the social engagement that people so much wants right now. People want just to make so real social engagement, not like they just reading the text and it's a boring thing and everyone just tired, and this is a new thing. Yeah.
I'm thinking of another example. If you as a musician, artist, wants to sell an album that is just releasing, you know, it's like you can just put it on chain, but just release it for the people that buys it, right? You see, evenly, if you can sell tickets in real life and release something for your fans or whatever, you can just do many things with encrypted NFT. Really, you can unlock many of GameFi, MusicFi, etc. I think there's a lot of use cases there. I'm wondering, what about the key management? Can you get into? Can you dig further on that, please?
What do you mean, key management?
Let's say I buy a song for an artist, and then I just have the key for entering. I can share the key with others that wants to listen it.
Yeah, you can share. You can transfer your NFT.
I can transfer the NFT.
Wallet.
Okay, they have access to listen the song. Right. Okay. So there's no rotation keys or something like that. Can you?
No.
There's key management.
Ownership, and if we make standardization more on chain on stacks, that will be a hash like commitment to the NFT like envelope and seal. It will be
Okay,
like
so
that's why I want to push this meta, because like for degens, for the community, it should be some meta. Like Stacks blockchain is so like serious blockchain with a big capital, with the DeFi, with the rails to Bitcoin, and if we have like some like community flagship like and some degen like you know geek stuff like encrypted NFT or what is it like, and people start exploring, yeah, they will like it.
cool.
So do you want more than just games people adopt this? I'm assuming yes.
To be honest, for me, for our project, no, because I don't believe that mass adoption comes from anything than games. But
Okay, fine.
For new developers, yes, we are
Yeah.
open this technology to open for the new developers and make like adoption for the very smart like genius people. They can say like, okay, let's build a new game or let's build a new use case for encrypted NFT. Because remember when there was meta like 3 years ago about the NFTs itself, yeah, we just mean NFTs. It's like a gamble. You want unique NFT, you want to sell it high, you making profile picture. It was a fun. It was again, it's a game and it's like a social engagement. That's what the people want. Like Bitcoin was a game in the beginning between the cyberpunks like Adam Beck, Wei Dai, and Halfini. They just play the game.
Cool.
So yeah, your primary objective is to have more game designers adopt this NFT standard.
Or any person, any builders, because when we talk to games, when I talk that word the games to Stacks core, I think they think game is just for child, yeah, like, and we are building multi-billion economy rails to Bitcoin, but it's not the right position of this like word etymology, yeah. The game it's about the activity and engagement between the people, and you see like the gaming industry is evolve, it's growing every year, because if we talk like this one sentence in philosophical way, we just create a new reality above existing one. That's all.
Yeah, I'm just thinking whether like Crypto Dude, because that's the only other project kind of on Stacks that's doing like proper games, and his Cryptonauts, whether Cryptonauts there's somewhere that can incorporate this.
I am sure that Dude might even be working on some kind of solutions, because I know that they're working on like composable in-game assets that are on chain, and there might be a reason to have some encrypted function in that for sure. But just to kind of make sure that I don't think Zenitron's saying he's only looking for input from people that are designing games on the SIP process. I think he's saying that his focus and what he sees the most, the broadest application of this to be towards gaming, but he's absolutely open to input from people that have other use cases that they can think of that this might be valuable to. And I would say getting input from people coming at it from a different perspective will help us identify things that will be more useful down the line and get a more broadly valuable SIP in the process, or standard in the process.
Yeah. One last question I have is, earlier in the call we mentioned about wallets. So one of the key questions I can think of is, do the wallets need to adopt this in order to display, or is it already compatible like Xverse or Boom? Do they need to do anything? I assume not.
I think it's already compatible.
I think it's not. No.
Yeah.
I'm not sure for 100%. I have to ask my CTO, to be honest. I think it's not.
I mean, if people can see the public information in the wallet, that's okay, right? And
No,
on your website, you can reveal
right
that.
now you can see only the public information. Yeah, you cannot see the
Okay,
encrypted
so
information.
in my Xverse, if I tab on that public NFT, I cannot reveal the private information, I'm guessing.
You can reveal only via our website because we
Okay.
own this encrypted database. Otherwise,
Yeah.
like, it will be fully on-chain.
So my question to you is your vision that the wallets also have a way to reveal the private information, or is your vision more like the game creators themselves just have a way to reveal the private information on their website or via their platform? It doesn't have to involve wallet providers.
Yeah, my vision, if wallet will have this implementation on chain, like for example for stacks, it will be separate like consensus level SIP that could explore like adding additional cryptography primitives to clarity to enable more advanced flows like on-chain verification of encryption consistently proves that will be possible. It's a question more about technology and what stacks want to bring in future. And for other blockchains, maybe like Sui can implement this thing because they have already like two years ago idea on GitHub. They have different like move language, etc. So it's more about the blockchains, not about my opinion, but it's more about the users. If you as a user like want to see this information on your wallet, okay, but right now how it works, we have like mobile adoption for our website. It's very cool, sleek. You can just connect Xverse wallet and you will see this information very easily in our interface. It's very like positive, like I mean cozy interface. We designed it so long time, so we don't see any like reason to see it in your wallet. But if the if people it's all about people experience and UX UI, you know, like Solana is popular because it's based on people what they want.
I guess you can't play the game in the wallet too, so why do you need to reveal that private information
Utopia,
on your Xverse mobile?
You also have a browser in the most wallets have the browser, so you can actually just go to the website you need to access the information.
Yeah,
connect the wallet in the browser in the wallet.
Yeah, that's how the crypto works right now. Yeah, I'm Xverse in Xverse wallet. I'm just open the Xverse browser and just connect there the wallet.
Yeah, the only reason why I originally asked the question is, if it's a completely new standard, it'll be really hard to get the wallet to even show this new NFT. But I think the answer is that no, this is NFT SIP9 compatible NFT, at least the public information wise. So once you minted it, you will see in your wallet. There's no issue with that.
Yeah, I think like standardization of this SIP can like improve that in Ledger wallet it says like that's encrypted NFTs. It will not shows you the private layer of information, but it could be the new category for useful for users. Maybe obviously not in this SIP because we are early, but in future, like it's like the ordinals on whatever. If this if it will goes to mass adoption, if community will like it.
Yeah, I wonder whether now you mentioned ordinals. Maybe ordinals they could have that layer too. I'm just thinking out. Just brainstorm.
Yeah. Ordinals could they have this layer, to be honest, obviously. But ordinals has no like they have no smart contracts, so it will be only one and done. So you can just.
I think it's just like, to me, if I think of the private information is important, but is it important? I think it depends on the use case, because if it's just some random information about it's just a picture or whatever. In your case, I think your application was a cipher word. So that's like really important information. But if other people apply to their game and it's not really like a critical information that could lose monetary value, maybe that private information isn't as a critical point of failure. But in your case, it's really important. So you need it for that information to be held securely and encrypted, right?
Yeah, right. And also, if I want to the new builders and come to Stacks ecosystem using encrypted NFT or any like the whole crypto, yeah, I will say this sentence very like a quote. You have to put information into encrypted NFTs that important for others. Just imagine you mint NFT with information that important for somebody else.
Yes. Hero, by the way, I just want to, or not just Hero, but I guess I just want to suggest that two guys that are building things in this ecosystem are that I think should have input on this are Trip and Monkey and Gary Reiger, because the gated access function, they're both working on different ways on gated access to information. Gated project, Trips Rising Tide, and the ticketing and the events and all that stuff. So I think we need to get those guys' input on this for sure.
Yeah, and Crypto Dude.
And Crypto Dude. Yes, I mean you had already mentioned him, but those are three off the top of my head that I think can provide valuable perspective to this.
I don't know if there's anybody else from DeOrganized 2. Oh, sorry, 3 now. Yeah, DeOrganized Cohort 3. Because I see some games developed.
There are a couple of games. I don't know that they're really NFT based, but maybe it's because they hadn't considered the concept of encrypted information on an NFT. Maybe that even works as far as like a gamer pass that keeps your gamer points or something like that. That you can trade, or trade as like a you don't know what's actually on them kind of stuff. Who knows? There's all sorts of ways. But this has actually been great. We're way over the hour. Appreciate everybody's time. Hero, is there anything else we needed to touch on today? I didn't.
No, that's it. Yeah, just go check out Stacks Forum. Get involved. If you want to jump on the SIP call, just DM me or DM Peace. We're happy to have more people on this call.
For sure. Awesome having Fabo on his first episode. Looking to have some more, man. Great input and great having that technical perspective with for us on these things. Zenitron, did we get into everything that you wanted to talk about here today?
Yeah. I will talk to Hero and others maybe what to do next.
Yes, right on. We can definitely help you through that. This is just the beginning of the process, but this is the first step in the process, is putting your ideas on paper, getting it into the forum, and starting to get some conversation and awareness about what you're proposing so that we can kind of shape it and guide it through to make it an actual SIP and get it into the ecosystem. Zenitron, much love, man. Obviously, we work together on a number of things, and I love what you're working on. I love to see that this is moving into a direction where it's going to be ecosystem wide and benefiting everybody. So great stuff. And thank you, Hero, so much. Hero, I don't know if you noticed, I actually did cancel the show for next week on the calendar because it's Christmas.
Oh, yeah. No, I think next week and the week after we can probably take a break. Everybody just relax, have a nice break.
But we will be back. If we want to do a show on the 2nd, that's the 2nd. I'll be back in work mode by then anyway. So if you want to do one, we can. But if we don't have to, we certainly don't have to. And then we'll be back and hit 2026, which I think is just going to be an amazing year for Stacks, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
for
yes,
sure.
Fabo, I hope you heard what they said in the town hall was really, really good. If not, Stacks Forum there, you can go and take a read.
There's a recap for that
Yeah,
too.
for sure. I'm just reading that there will be needed CK proofs. I was researching also about that. BBMX and Snark Starks and Vinius. That is one of the fastest zero knowledge proofs you can get there. So yeah. And crypto NFTs
Uh,
is a really useful. Sounds really useful. I will look closely what's it about.
And last words from me this year. Also, it's not the last call. There's actually another call, AIBTC next Tuesday at
How's that?
9:30 a.m. ET.
Oh, it's 9:30 now.
Yeah, it's on the Tuesdays now, so they're shifting from Thursdays to Tuesdays.
But they did it. It was 11:30 last week.
11:30. Oh, that's 9:30 a.m. Pacific, so 11:30. No,
Oh,
it's
12:30.
12:30 p.m.
Maybe that's what time it was. That might have been
Yeah,
actually
that
might have
was
been
12:30. Yeah, so tune into that one because we are bringing X2 to Stacks. So
That's
it's
cool.
a really interesting cross section between AI and agents and Bitcoin, SBTC, etc. So hope to get more people on that. Fabo, you're welcome to join as well. It's on X. If you have any idea about X2 or AI or SBTC, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
should
for
definitely
sure.
join in.
Super
Do you-
interested. Yeah, I would like to put a place because I'm going to Chile this 24 and then to Peru and then going back to the Amazon to meet my family. So yeah, I'm gonna be like a little bit off, but I want to keep engaged. For sure, I keep hurdling with the code and the projects I'm doing. I really want to release. As Billy Idol say, is easy to deceive but hard to get released. you know. So
Yeah.
that's the issue. Yeah. Let's
Right
go
on,
play
right
pool.
on. Awesome stuff, man. Yes. Happy holidays to everybody. Maybe we'll see you guys on Tuesday. Zenny, awesome stuff, guys. Get into the forum, read about the SIP, comment about it. Let us know what you think. We need everybody's opinions. You don't have to be a genius or an expert on the subject. Just asking questions is very helpful. Even if you think it's something we already have considered, you never know. So it helps. It absolutely helps. Awesome stuff. I could keep talking forever, but I'm going to shut myself up and wrap the show. Great stuff today, guys. I am Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday. Great SIP show today. Thank you, Fabo, for joining us. Thank you, Hero, for all the work you do in our ecosystem. And guys, stay tuned. I will be momentarily playing the Stacks Africa crew had their meetup today, and I'm going to re-stream their show momentarily so you guys can get great stuff that they're doing over there at Stacks Africa as well. We are a growing ecosystem. And all of you, don't forget to touch some and get some. It's the weekend. Peace out. It is time for SIP Show Friday with yours truly, Peace Love Music, Hero Gamer, and Brendan Hattie Hadfield, GP in the house as well. We're talking Stacks improvement proposal and community innovation. And I do believe we're actually going to have a special guest, Rena Shah from the Stacks Endowment, to let us know what's going on, what's developing, and what we can expect in the short term coming from the Stacks Endowment. Welcome, Hattie. Welcome, Hero. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, super good. Hero, maybe you want to tell us what show number this is, because is this 152 or 153?
Let me double check. I think it's 155.
Wow.
Let's go.
It's a lot.
And we're just getting started.
Yeah, it's been through different phases. But yeah, I'm glad we can make it this long.
Hattie, I don't know if you heard, Zenitron just announced that he's going to be submitting a SIP for encrypted NFTs, for his encrypted NFTs that he created for Skullcoin. He's going to create a SIP to standardize that. At Eric Choi, is head of DevRel at Hero Systems, had suggested to him that he should propose that as a SIP. So we're going to help. I think he's going to come on and talk more about that next week on next week's show.
Yeah, that's awesome. I always told him that was the secret sauce to everything he's doing is the layered NFTs.
Yeah, now it's going to be a SIP. So very good stuff. Hero, what's on our agenda for today?
So the agenda today, I'll tell you, is obviously Reina from Stacks Endowment will be joining us. She'll give us a bit of update about just the Stacks Endowment efforts in general, and a bit of update on DeFi working group as well. She heads up. And just general Stacks forum stuff. Like to maybe make Stacks forum more the forefront of where people should go. And check out the working groups. And we got the Stacksies next week, and we can give a bit of update about AI BTC Guild. They've been doing really good work. So I think in the SIPCO, I think it's a good place to talk about the general overview of like the calls or the working groups, the ecosystem level kind of calls and working group stuff, because they are really important to the general efforts from a governance perspective.
Oh, and we got a word from Trip saying that he is so excited that encrypted NFTs are going the SIP route. Lots of use cases for that functionality, and of course, there really is a ton of use cases for that as well. Also, Freeger SIP should be coming. Do we know when that's? Is that requires a vote because it's consensus breaking, right? So do we know?
Yeah. So that one I don't quite know yet. It's a little bit like not in limbo per se, but it needs better attention. But I think because we are a little bit late into the year, so I think we'll get more attention on that next year. Basically, we'll get the right people to talk about it and the right entities to push a little bit forward on it. And I think, yeah, so that's with that.
All right, so probably sometime in Q1.
I would think so. I think we need to talk to Stacks Foundation a little bit more, or the core engineers. Yeah.
And the other one that's out there right now, Larry SIP, with using Bitcoin addresses for Stacks transactions. I know that takes some participation from the wallet providers. However, in part of we had a representative from the Para protocol, which is wallet infrastructure, and they're building out some functionality similar to Privy and Passkey, and like abstracting away, it's basically one-click sign-on with your email address, and they are looking to right now I think it's EVM and Solana and Cosmos, and then they are looking at adding Bitcoin. It's on their roadmap that they'll be able to do that with Bitcoin soon. And I wonder if that actually makes it easier to function if we have a standard for transacting with Bitcoin addresses, if that actually makes it easy to function at that level, at the infrastructure level, and it maybe doesn't necessarily need the wallet provider's direct input as much. I'm not sure, obviously, how that would go, but she seemed very interested at the fact that we were working on a SIP that would allow us to use Bitcoin transactions for Bitcoin wallet addresses for Stacks transactions. So I wonder if there's a broader infrastructure application there. And we do have Rena Shah in the house. Rena, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning. How's it going?
Great to see you. I hope you're doing well.
We are caffeinated. That's all that matters.
Cheers.
Cheers.
We just made a bingo for Stacks endowment. Peace love. Do you want to share?
Oh, yeah. We made we were doing our AI. All right. Let me.
We're doing our AI bootcamp, and we made a quick little jingle.
Let me hear Stacks. The jingle.
Stacks. Hold on, I gotta turn off the other music. Let me. It's a short jingle. We were just playing around with the tools here, but came out okay. It's more of a segue than
Stacks endowment, SIP 31, opening doors for the Stacks ecosystem.
I love it.
Yeah, it was manifested into existence in about 13 seconds, about as long as it plays. So it's crazy the tools that are available now and what we can do. So what can you tell us? I know that there's a lot that happened this week, and there's only so much you can share, but whatever you can share.
Well, I can share everything. I'm actually teeing up the post to post on stacks.co for the actual treasury update. It's processing, so I'm waiting for it to upload. I was hoping it would upload before I hopped on here, but
that's all right. Now we're it's breaking.
I can't control.
We got it first. That's all right.
You're getting it first, but I am getting ready to post on behalf of the endowment and the inaugural kind of full quorum treasury meeting that occurred this December about what we reviewed, what we approved, and most importantly, what budget was approved for Stacks as a whole for going into 2026.
Awesome.
In the post, I also have.
I already see it.
Pardon?
The post is up.
It's uploading to stacks.co right now, and I can't make it go faster. But
I can already see it. That's what I mean. It's already live.
It's already live, but there is one rendering issue that I'm seeing on stacks.co that it's not tagging the correct author, which is why I haven't tweeted it out for this reason alone. I just want it to render to the correct author. That's it.
Can we screen share it?
You know what? Yeah, hold on.
I got it.
If you want to screen share the blog post. Yeah, no, it's literally getting published. You're hearing it first as I clean up the rendering of the author, but this is the official Treasury Committee update. It's actually based on the actual meeting minutes taken in the meeting. So it's pretty much almost word for word, but we just added more background context rather than having to read the legal language that our lawyers took while doing the official board meetings. So if you scroll down a little bit, basically in the summary, it's a bit of a lengthy blog post, but in the summary, kind of what's in this post is what was reviewed. We met as a full quorum as full SIP 31. As a reminder, the Treasury Committee is 9 people who are appointed from the Appointments Committee, from the community, various members, kind of who represent kind of the voice and feedback of Stacks and make sure community input is heard. The headline 27 million was approved for using next year. With that, there's also 25 million Stacks approved to be deployed directly into working capital like DeFi and such. So we are definitely prioritizing DeFi deployment, engineering, and security, but growth programs as well. If you want to go down a little bit more, so the budget has evolved. Obviously, I need to exercise financial prudence in the macro environment. A 30-cent treasury is very different than a $1 treasury, and so I exercising more extreme caution because it is my responsibility to safeguard the treasury for the community to live for many years and not use it all at once. And so I have the endowment did propose to the Treasury Committee on a scaled back treasury budget for this upcoming year for 2026. For this reason, we have recommended that if macro conditions change by the first meeting of next year or the second, we improve the budget kind of proposal to increase the different areas of spend because that would be better for our community. And then We also put that the endowment and TC will be hosting monthly public office hours. They'll always be on X Spaces. Hopefully DeOrganized will help us stream it a little bit more, but we want to make sure everyone has venues to reach out, obviously to myself as endowment, but the other TC members who represent everyone to make sure that we're hearing your feedback, your concerns. I'm looking at different proposals to reallocate the funding allotments into where the community needs to see it.
Awesome. So
it's a pretty lengthy, but if you want to scroll all the way down, you can actually see the breakdown of the treasure. Like, this is to the point that we are being as transparent as possible, more so than any chains go down. You'll see a pie chart of where the money is going and how it's being spent. Not too many protocols do this, but we actually put out a full breakdown of where the 27 million is being spent, how it's being spent, a pie chart to see exactly the allocations, and then we also put together on the Stacks forum a wish list of, if market conditions improve, we're at $1, $2, $3, what do you want us to invest in? What partnerships should we be seeking? What KOLs should we be bringing? What other kinds of programs should we be launching? So that's kind of all in there. I'd say coming out of the TC kind of December meeting, there are two things that really were important to me to get through the door and make sure that they were pushed and approved. The first is the reboot of the Stacks grants program. So we are rebooting a grants program. I think it's somewhere, I'm trying to think where I put in the blog post. Go up a little bit. The grants program, go up there. Right there, nice. Go up a little bit, well, not the macro environment. That's depressing for everybody. Go up, other way up. Yeah, stop. Okay, cool. There is an emphasis on a rebooted grants program that will be launched January 2026. It should be the second week of January. Program will be live. Applications are ready to roll at that point. But we have 3 types of grants that we're funding. So it'll be the necessary grants for liquidity mining, user acquisition, high impact integrations and feature requests, and then resourcing for audit and security. This is actually a new initiative that we started. Part of the impetus for this is that if the endowment is deploying in DeFi, for example, I need to make sure Zest or Bitflow or Hermetica is well audited, and if they ever have a critical bug, that it's paid for. And so we are putting up community funding forward for our own DeFi protocols so that we can actually be the largest deployer in our own ecosystem. So a little bit different than any other ecosystem, but we fundamentally believe in investing our treasury back to where the community can see it. The second set of grants is your getting started grants. So for anyone to launch a proof of concept or pre-product market fit, we want to make sure that we're supporting new builders, old builders, any new concepts coming into Stacks. So these are you need to do a proof of concept, but you don't have to go through X, Y, and Z hurdles to get the funding. Like, I want to be proactive and work with people so that it's not so difficult. And then the last will be the community selected. We are going to do an extension of D grants. I've actually allocated more funding for a D grant style of program, making sure that besides DeFi and kind of engineering rich initiatives, I want to make sure that we're still supporting the social, cultural, and educational fabric of Stacks, whether it's meme coins, BNS, whatever it may be. I just want to make sure there's funding for that.
Awesome. And I think that I speak for the entire community when I say that this is what a lot of people have been looking for. There's definitely been I respect the community feedback. I think it's fair. I appreciate the criticism. It actually is good for me to see it because I want to make sure that essentially the endowment is the steward of the treasury for Stacks, whether it's for Stacks, the LabsCo, any of the foundational programs that we want to run. At the end of the day, my job is to not only grow the treasury but also reinvest the treasury back in the community where the max amount of funding is redistributed. Yeah, and it's, I mean, these, number one, these are the heavy lift things that need to happen.
Totally. We can't start a flywheel for like Stacks back to a top 10 asset or anything like that without having these table stakes. So even though our treasury is in a difficult macro environment, I still want to make sure I'm investing in areas that are right.
And do you think that since it's kind of part of the conversation, the Fed we are getting away from quantitative tightening. They've actually announced that they're starting easing today. They're going to start buying treasuries today. Do you think that might help the macro situation a bit?
I think it might help. I think we still have a long way to go if you look at the stacks correlation to Bitcoin. So like for any like quant or kind of quant trader, typically in the past, stacks have been strongly correlated to Bitcoin. So in trading, you look at the R coefficient, and we used to be as high as like a 0.86. Right now, stacks has fallen to like a 0.4, 0.35, which is somewhat unheard of to be that decoupled from Bitcoin. And so we fundamentally have a lot of work to do to create different mechanisms that help the kind of stacks asset appreciate and or have the stacks supply be controlled. And so that's where I think we truly need to focus. And I can understand that some of the initiatives that are being rolled out of using STX to unlock the staking capacity of Bitcoin, kind of how dual staking is modeled, to making sure that stacks is first and forefront alongside SBTC to make sure that kind of macro tightening of the R coefficient becomes wider and wider to where it should be back to 0.8. So like I do have to give engineering and products some props on like really thinking about token economics and kind of reevaluating that, you know, just staking SBTC is not enough. What we want is to make sure that the STX asset and it kind of lifts the ecosystem as well.
Sure. And I honestly I'm a huge fan of dual stacking. I think it was well designed. I think it's, you know, my experience at DevConnect, at manning some of the stacks booth and having some of the conversations that explaining both, there's not enough people that understand even just basic proof of transfer and how stacks ties to Bitcoin. And when you explain that to them, you can see the light bulb go off. You know, they have a light bulb moment, especially at DevConnect where it was a lot of devs, you know, because they're the people that are building. And so everyone, if you can build on Bitcoin, of course you want to, right? Stacks has that opportunity here now. And there's so many other things happening too on top of dual stacking. SBTC, just SBTC being open, you know, you peg it out, you can do it pretty much permissionlessly. The design for the bridge is super cool with it, you know, requiring that signature. And then all the devs that are building stuff, the Hacker House devs, Rafa with what he's building out, Crypto Dude, Trippin' Monkey, the DevRel guy, like there's so much dev activity, all the stuff going on in D grants. We got Wallet Connect. We got wormhole functionality coming.
We have Circle in like a week from now going live. I know the test contracts have been audited, tested. A lot of work has gone in to actually take a USDC asset live.
That's right. Native USDC on stacks. It's just shipping and delivering one after the other. It's only a matter of time before the price action.
I think we're in the, if you don't have a stacks position, this should be the best entry point you might likely get. And
ever.
That's that.
Relative to the price of Bitcoin, it's the best entry point ever.
And it's like when you think about what stacks can unlock from a staking kind of component and all of that, like the returns continue to compound. And so like that's what we hope that with the initiatives towards dual staking and those types of activities, we're really bringing in more activity. And then if you actually scroll up, I included in the blog post, sorry that you're getting the live, barely posted just like 10 minutes prior post, go up and put an area of strategic priorities from what the Treasury Committee actually wanted to see. So keep going. Oh, sweet. Perfect. Core areas of focus. So there's a ton of areas that the Treasury Committee has sought feedback of where they want to see stacks go and kind of improve on. So making sure that we finish out the final legs of SBTC really serving Bitcoiners. So self-custodial minting, payments, and privacy. Alpha alert on that one. I know it's going to be shared at the town hall next week, but privacy-like features are being R&D'd at the moment with stacks. So something that we've always felt that if you ever wanted to do a Bitcoin transaction, there should be a means to make it private. And SBTC is taking up the mantle on some of this R&D. On the staking side, making sure that you can earn a yield both on Bitcoin on the L1 and stacks on the L2 and combining it, kind of where dual staking is already going. But I'd say the most important area that the TC wanted me to make sure that we were kind of prioritizing is growth. So deepening liquidity, deepening incentives to bring new users or existing users back into stacks, and curating more products that are easier for people to actually use in stacks. So vaults were a keen interest. I know Hermetica is getting ready for their upcoming launch in the next some time. And so really making sure that we're focusing on those. From a partnerships perspective, we have Wormhole going live, but actually fiat on-ramps is a priority. It is difficult to buy stacks unless you're KYC on exchange, or to buy SBTC unless you're KYC'd. So making sure that we're making it simpler for people to come with, I have dollars, I just want stacks, and make that from a native wallet standpoint. And then for institutions, because we do need to have institutional money coming in, making sure we've prioritized the right set of custodians so they can actually deploy in DeFi. We are lucky that we have a few institutions who use Stacks homegrown products like a Signa and such, but we want to make sure that they're using the Fortify or the Fireblocks or the Utilis standard so that we know that their funds can safely come into Stacks. We did add cross-chain wallets. We love our Stacks wallets, but we need a bigger, broader distribution funnel. So wish lists like Phantom or MetaMask, or like the big wallets, to make sure that they support Stacks is in there. And then we candidly and keenly added TGE support, so SIP10 support for exchanges, so that all of our DeFi protocols who are waiting to TGE, because TGE on exchange is extremely costly and a very difficult endeavor, that the standards are already there. So when they've hit their marks, they're ready to go to an OKX or a Bybit and go, we're ready to TGE, and they have no technical blockers.
Awesome. Now I can start asking Diego again, when TGE. He hates that question.
I'm sure he does.
I'm just kidding. I won't even really ask him, but it's funny to say.
I'll say this piece has a lot of information, and my goal as the endowment is to be as transparent as I possibly can, by all means. So I did see some community feedback on making sure that they're getting the accurate and most up-to-date reports, and that is my goal. The only reason why I delay a few days from writing the blog post from when the meeting ends is I want to make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth and wrote the wrong thing out there.
Yeah, no, and a couple of days is not a big deal, and
we're aiming that the week the meeting ends, the following week the post goes out, and the meeting ended the following week. This week the post goes out.
Yeah, and that's a reasonable expectation. I don't think that it needs to be like instantaneous. The consumer's getting less patient because we're getting just trained to more instant gratification, ever more instant. So
I'd rather put together something that's thoughtful and comprehensive and will check the boxes so that you can not only see like just the facts, but the rationale behind it, because context is important. And I feel like in an area of like information overload or instant information, you miss context. And so we are really cautious to make sure that context is there. Of it would be silly for me to put out a budget proposal without acknowledging that market conditions have changed.
Right, and it would be silly for people not to expect that too, right? We know that the price is down significantly from
the dumps, yo. I mean, you can just say it.
Well, it is what it is. And honestly, I think that adds to a little bit of the lack of patience in the marketplace. People get frustrated when the price action is. I'm not worried about it because I wasn't selling anyway. It's an accumulated opportunity.
People get frustrated, but they sometimes they maybe lose sight that Stacks has gone through bear markets before, and every time in a bear market, we end up doing new product R&D or launching something that we never thought we would be able to launch. Like in the previous bear market is where the Nakamoto upgrades came, so that we're off of 10-minute block times.
And we're only a year into that, by the way. It's only been a year since we've had fast blocks.
We're now on block times that are rivaling other chains. We're now having SBTC assets so you can put Bitcoin on chain. So like I I kind of sometimes like the bear market periods to help like reset, like really what do we want an on-chain economy to look like, and did we build the right products, and are we actually going to hit product market fit or not?
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that we didn't touch on here.
Go for it.
All of this is great. The component that we need a little bit more of is, because I think that the biggest issue right now is lack of awareness outside of the ecosystem. Like that's the feedback I got, or the takeaway I got from Buenos Aires.
Totally.
There, tell people what we have: fast transactions on Bitcoin, sub 5 second transactions, Bitcoin DeFi, a robust Bitcoin DeFi ecosystem. People are excited. Just we don't have enough people knowing about it. So
in the marketing area of the budget, it's addressed there. There's been funding set aside for global brand campaigns. There's been funding for when a new CMO is hired, that they have the playroom that they need to get stacks out there. Actually, there's also a area, I can't remember exactly where it is in the blog post, of a CMO advisory group. We actually, as Alex Miller is hiring a CMO for Stacks Labs, he is seeking community members to help onboard the CMO. So like the community will actually get the opportunity hand in hand with the CMO. So like this is really important to us, and yes.
And that's 22% of the market, of the budget is your networking, growth, marketing, and BD.
Marketing, BD, and growth.
Yeah, and that's honestly, I think that's aside from making sure that the tech is, there's the bootstrap funding for the liquidity bootstrapping for the DeFi platforms and protocols, and the security, making sure that the devs are supported and we're putting enough effort into security. In my opinion, next is the marketing and growth and business development, which is there's a lot going on there. For sure. I don't want to undersell. Like, I don't want to suggest that it hasn't been going.
Totally understandable. Like I'd say like the budget proposal is put of, this is the first year of running a foundation and labs go together. So there is a little bit more upfront on ops for one time to get it booted. But for next year, I would expect these to taper off, like that budget to be lower, so that more is allocated towards growth, marketing, working capital. So it ebbs and flows. This is a living budget. So let's say we're able to optimize even further and reduce budget from the operations side, then that budget will automatically be reallocated to growth. So
and to that point, yeah, that's great. Great to hear everything. And Reina, to your point, there's a way for people to feedback like what they wish to see, right? And I saw that the form on the blog, and
yes, yeah. I put it out. I'm gonna have people redirect always to Stacks forum, because not gonna lie, Twitter threads are a little bit messy for me to follow, but I want people to put feedback always on Stacks forum, on our monthly open office hours. Everything will always be done on X Spaces, kind of streamed with DeOrganized. Hopefully that's okay. I'm putting that out there, but the intention is to make sure everything is public and we are working in public.
Awesome.
Yeah, so it's really important, I think, going forward. Like, if you really want to have your opinion or views really properly logged, don't just like, in addition to making a post on X, you should really bring that suggestion to Stacks forum, I think.
Stacks forum is the best place, because then I can see the upvotes, I can see the community feedback. You're not limited by weird character limits or anything. You can put any analysis, and I'll say I look at the forum every maybe 2-3 days. So like I'm looking out to see who's posting what and being thoughtful, because I want to make sure those ideas are warranted, merited, and at the end of the day, actually funded.
Yeah. Peace, do you want to just scroll to that form just to show people where it is?
Go down just a little bit. There should be a link to the forum post. I'm trying to see.
More simple.
Go up a little bit. There we go. So I posted last night on the forum we have a wish list that's running and needs feedback from areas. So you know how much I care about putting context, but if you go up just a little bit, so I've started a wish list. I have KOL expansion, brand distribution. I want to see Phantom and Fireblocks and Tether and Cash App and Hyperliquid in our ecosystem. These are my ideas and other TC members, but
oh yeah, and when can I buy stacks on Robinhood is really.
Oh man, I've been tweeting to Robinhood for like a year.
I'm putting it out there. Like, I want moonshot ideas. I want partnerships that will unlock audiences and liquidity, and I want everyone's input.
Awesome. No, we need all of these. We definitely
need all of these. Alpha alerts. Some of these are already in the works.
Let's go.
Yep.
Nice.
Just because macro conditions are in our favor doesn't mean that we're not willing to put in the work.
No, honestly, I think it seems like we almost work. I think it seems like we work harder when the macro conditions are like they are.
Yeah, there's no retiring off to a yacht. That's never going to happen. That's not the Stacks MO.
No. And like I say,
we're here to build.
We often talk about just keep chipping away. And I actually, something I do, in real life, I'm a realtor, and I have my broker is an old school guy, and he's in one of his encouraging, you just keep chipping away, you keep putting your work in, and you'll break that rock sooner or later. And then we've iterated that too. And then once you break that rock, there's another rock to break. You're just going to keep breaking rocks for the rest of your life. So you might as well just keep chipping away.
We're putting our best foot forward and doing whatever we can for the community. And I hope that the community works with me and is kind of I treat the community honestly like my board in that way, that I'm taking your feedback, I'm taking your suggestions. I might ask questions to make sure we're getting the best ROI for our treasury, but that's what I have to do for financial prudence. But at the end of the day, I want to see it where the ecosystem can use it.
So we need to get more community involved in these threads. You need more feedback.
Threads, and then I will have the monthly office hours put up on the Stacks ecosystem calendar with the X-Space links. Like, we're super public about everything we do.
Awesome. That's great. Great stuff.
Yeah, I saw in the post there will be a monthly call. Is that right?
There will be monthly office hours. I just need to work with you, Hero Gamer, and Peace Love to make sure I'm hitting the right time, that I can kind of hit the most community members at once. Other TC members would be joining as well. So if you guys forgot who is on the Treasury Committee, Manib, Alex Miller, Mitchell. Then you have Dylan as your DeFi kind of angle. You have Jonathan from Signal 21, covering data analytics and such. You have Lewis from Ryder. We have Andrea from Bitcoin Frontier Fund. And then the last remaining seat has not been filled, and that will be for the CIO hire to come.
And the legend of Stacks Legends, Jack Binswitch.
Yes. I know it. I have to give the best for last. Duh.
So no CIO yet.
No, in the post I've put how we're prioritizing a CIO role. We've been going through interviews left and right. Let's just say that the interview process is deep in. We were trying to make sure that we're prioritizing a CIO who actually understands trading markets. So they need to understand of how to do a looped leverage loan on Zest. That's what I care about. I want to make sure they're one of us.
Yes, for sure. That's a reasonable requirement in my
They need to be able to do looped leverage loans, but they also need to learn how to do they need to be able to do complex derivatives with me. So for example, our treasury, for the short-term treasury, the goal is to fund all of the OPEX, but the long-term goals of the treasury is actually to generate enough income that we don't sell our treasury, or we don't, that's the goal, right? So to generate income on Stacks, the best way that we could possibly do this is actually to sell options. So puts and calls on both sides, underwriting call options, so that if we have a price target, that's where the puts would be executed. If there is market bleeding and let's say the price is falling, we're actually buying back tokens, and we're the buyer of last resorts to make sure the token price doesn't fall.
That's right. So when are you going to apply for CIO?
I will not be eligible to be the CIO. I prefer being full staff for the endowment. The CIO is a different type of hire because he must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, has to be
because you're
resident there.
representing the foundation in our treasury, you must live in the Cayman Islands.
Oh, and you didn't like the real estate options down there?
I'm on the split time of the Cayman, so for context, I'm in Cayman half a month already.
Wow, really?
I go to the Cayman. I work with our Cayman Foundation directors. We execute all of our decisions on island to make sure that we're keeping our treasury tax optimized.
Awesome. That's
we're putting in everything to make sure that this treasury lasts.
Oh yeah, we need that for sure. And I would actually venture to say that a CIO in the short term is probably even more important than a CMO, because
I think both roles are important. A good CIO will be able to understand macro conditions in trade and kind of manage supply, where a CMO will broaden the distribution funnel. You need both.
You need both, but right now managing the funds is probably paramount.
Well, we have a good investment policy and management policy that was approved by the Treasury Committee. So we're taking some areas of respectful conservatism and some areas of degen because we can.
I love it. That's actually, and it reflects the ecosystem too. We're very, I would say that there's a lot of very intelligent people in Stacks, and a lot of people that obviously we are very closely aligned with the general Bitcoin ethos, decentralization, permissionless, open source, and all of that. And also definitely a degen flair. So love to hear that that's being reflected.
It's being reflected somewhere in the blog post. There's like a treasury strategy outlined on how we do options, how we do loans. There is most ecosystems I'll say are not as transparent about this, but I wanted to make sure it was put forward for the community. So we have how we do options, how we sell, if we sell, how we have a commitment to not stake. So the endowment does not stake the treasury. Reasoning for that is I don't think it's fair for the community to not get the maximum rewards, and so therefore the endowment does not stake.
Understandable. We were actually we talked around that concept a little for during the before when the vote was live, and even beforehand when
the community weighed in, and we made sure, and that's how it went into the vote.
Right. To be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion either way. I understand both sides of it, but I'm glad that the community's satisfied with the outcome.
The only area that the endowment stakes on is staking delegations to pay the validators who are validating the essential services for being an SBTC signer, but that's it. So our staking delegations are quite small. They're limited to a slot.
Awesome. We have about, and I don't know how much time you have. We have about 15 minutes in what we designated for the segment, but it's my show. We can go as long as I want. Well, but I don't want to commit you. I don't want to overcommit you.
I'm going to hang out and say, I'm still publishing a blog post and I'm still writing the Twitter thread, but it will be out there.
Awesome stuff. I just wanted to give everyone else a chance because I've been monopolizing the conversation. Rena, do you know GP? Do you know Hattie?
We know everybody. They're all hanging out. They're the buds.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear all the alpha and seeing some of the things that we're going to be doing with SBTC is really exciting. Seeing the privacy and payments for SBTC got me very excited. So
you can expect Manib to give the overview during the town hall. This is his R&D baby. He has been gunning for this as a long time Bitcoiner to bring it back so that Stacks is the missing layer.
That's awesome. I can't wait to hear more. I know that I saw Munib make a post about privacy and layer 2, kind of alluding to something, right? And to see this new updated blog post kind of doubling down, saying, yes, this is a direction that we're going to be, focusing on is very, very exciting, because I think that it's an interesting use case for SBTC. So can't wait to hear more about that. I think it's going to be a bullish 2026. I feel like, with quantitative easing starting today and maybe the macro environment looks a little bit better for us, and things start to turn around a little bit. I don't think that anybody was expecting to have this opportunity down here where we're at right now, but it very much is an opportunity. So let's get bullish, guys. Have some of these bullish vibes on the timeline again. And I love how it's very community oriented, this blog post, and explaining, hey, this is what the community wanted and asked for, and this is the way that we're going to approach it is very necessary. So awesome. What very, very well thought out and put together post here that you have.
Thank you very much. And this won't be this is not like the last post. This is the first post. So for transparency, the treasury will be reported on a half annual. I'm still trying to figure out if I can get proper dashboards in place to actually have an on-chain view of the treasury. So that is something I'm trying to build out. I have some devs helping me build that out, but the goal is sometime within next year, this is going to be a fairly transparent on-chain treasury that people can see the read receipts.
I would definitely reach out to Trip and Monkey to help build out that platform, because I'm sure he already has one.
I'm using some of the ecosystems tools right now, but right now it's for me to see how I'm going to connect some of the trading APIs and things, because those are subject to other kind of rules and regulations. So I'm trying to navigate it accordingly and make sure that I'm following Cayman law.
Awesome.
But we're doing the thing.
Hattie.
Hey,
Quiet.
Aaron, thank you very much for coming on today. I think it's been an amazing start. The transparency will bleed through, and I think people will see that, and it's incredible. I think you've touched on a few opportunity gaps that we have in the ecosystem. So I really love that. And you've given a lot of space for people to think about how we can grow the ecosystem. I have one question, which is maybe off topic or maybe is on topic for this.
Sure.
But maybe for everyone who's listening is, can you give a description of what the difference between the endowment is and the foundation? Because we have two different...
Go up on the blog post. I got you. It's covered at the first section of the blog post, but the endowment is the foundation. So hold up. Go down, just a little bit more. Keep going, and pause. Okay, great. So in the blog post, I put exactly how the entities are set up. So the way you should think about is the endowment is the foundation. It is a Cayman Island foundation, and that's the mothership where all the money is. That's how you should think about that. The endowment staff is myself. We're hiring a CIO, and we have Cayman directors. Because the endowment needs community support, buy-in, and input, there is the Treasury Committee, who is kind of like our advisory board, and they provide us the quarterly board meetings of what they want to see, how they want to see funds spent, and they essentially approve our budget going into the following year. The Labsco, where Alex Miller is the CEO, is wholly owned by the endowment. So it really is one org. It's just a foundation of Labsco. The Labsco is our subsidiary. So there is no more, which entity does this? It's all streamlined as one.
Perfect. Thank you for putting that. I just wanted
to welcome. No, it's
you to put it in your own words as well.
Necessary to point it out for Stacks that we've done things super decentralized, and that's been amazing to do. But obviously there are efficiency challenges, and so we did choose the route of the labs and foundation are all in one entity. Literally the only difference is I am just staff at endowment, or everybody else is staff at labs. That's it.
Perfect. And then the follow-on from that would be, as we sit here and we talk about SIPs and we talk about governance in the ecosystem, where does governance fit in?
Stacks Foundation with Mitchell will be continuing to carry out governance, as that's their operating charter. They will make sure the SIP process is followed and governance is carried out. So you can think of it as one kind of main entity that is doing all the production, development, blockchain engineering, marketing, BD, and kind of the treasury all in one. Basically, between myself and Alex, we're doing all of those components. And then Mitchell and Claire and the folks at Foundation are making sure governance is carried out. Because I think it would be remiss to put all of that in one organization. Governance should be a separate body because that is clear. You
Correct.
wouldn't want to commingle that.
Correct. The same as any organization, you'd have a separation to ensure that you have checks and balances.
Exactly, and that's partially why when the Treasury Committee was appointed by the folks like Joe from Lunar Crush, who got to be a part of it, and Tycho, they were really well balanced on making sure they had one person from the LAPSCO, which was Alex, one person representing governance, which is Mitchell, the other 5 slots all going to the community, and the last one really going to whoever is funding the Treasury, which should be a CIO. So it's a fairly well-balanced approach, just getting as many ecosystem voices and representation there. And remember, the TC is a kind of a board appointment. So like whenever there needs to be changes, that can be made.
Perfect. Thank you for laying that out for us. I just wanted to make sure that everyone got it from yourself. So
Totally, I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, great question, Hattie, because I know that that's like on the panel here, we probably had a general understanding of that, but a lot of the community probably didn't. So I think it's good to.
Yeah, I definitely owe the community a little bit more like blog posting around these things and such. I'm learning how to post on stacks.co because, hey, I've never got to do it before. This is fun.
No, and we do. I mean, more is better. And there's been a lot of
more is more.
More is more. So it's there's lots of opportunity to grow still, right? And I think Stacks is doing some tremendous things. I am a huge fan of the endowment. I love how it's been broken down. I was involved in the initial Hattie and Hero and GP. All of us were actually involved in the initial meetings that led to the appointments committee. We were all part of that group. It's open. It's available. If you want to be involved in Stacks, you can be. All you have to do is actually participate.
Exactly.
So it's
yeah, that's how I got you in peace, right?
That's
in
right.
The early days.
Right. If it wasn't for Hero doing the spaces for D Grants Cohort 2, I would never have gotten to know. I would never have onboarded and integrated into the ecosystem to the extent.
Good morning, everybody. GM, happy 2026, Kenny. Happy 2026 this is our first live stream of the new year. That's right. A lot's happened in the past 2 months of 2025, and a lot should be happening in the next few months for 2026 for Stacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for the new year. I know you wanted to kind of maybe recap some of the events and some of the activations that we've had with Talent Protocol.
Yeah, we've been did a sort of a test run campaign with them in December. I'm gonna try to pull up some numbers there so we can talk about that a little bit. But yeah, Talent Protocol, for anybody that's not aware, they do builder campaigns, and so they've got a pretty good size audience already. They do a lot of stuff on other chains. They have a pretty popular ongoing base challenge that they get a lot of activity for. And basically what it is you come up with different challenges, which are really just, different things that you want people to do in Stacks. So for example, we had a Clarity V4 challenge where we wanted people to build stuff that had the new Clarity 4 functions built in. And what they do is they'll actually monitor both GitHub and on-chain data in order to basically give those builders points and then give them rewards for how active they were. And then the reason I liked Talent Protocol specifically is they will monitor both the builder activity and then the actual usage on what those builders are doing. And that was really why I wanted to check out what they were doing, because they'll score builders not just on them coding, which is not a huge signal anymore with AI coding. It's so easy to spin up something minimal. And so I liked them because they actually will monitor the builds themselves and the activity on GitHub. That is part of it still. But then they'll also monitor things like contract deployments and then actual transactions on those contracts. So that was why I really like them, is they take all of that stuff into account when they assign their builder scores. And so we ended up getting, let me see if I can pull these up real quick. Several hundred developers building on it with this one, which was pretty cool. And the thing that was really cool is because we were kind of able to integrate with their existing community, and they have people like, you know, Wallet Connect and Base and all these other pretty large protocols and communities in their system already, we were kind of able to tap into that a lot and bring over some of those developers into the Stacks ecosystem. So like, for example, with Wallet Connect, because Stacks is compatible with Wallet Connect now, one of the challenges we ran was a Wallet Connect challenge. We ended up getting several hundred people participating in that, but we ended up getting like thousands of transactions, like wallet transaction or contract transactions as a result of that. Because it's pretty easy to integrate with Wallet Connect, but now we have a ton of apps out there that now integrate with Stacks that didn't before. And so just a cool way to kind of introduce some new builders into Stacks. That was really the main goal of this, was two things. Was one, to give a place for just a fun little challenge for our existing builders to be able to participate in something. The competitions always go super well, and Talent Protocol has like a leaderboard, and so you can see who like the top 10 builders of the week are, depending on the challenge, which is always really fun. So there's kind of a twofold goal of giving something fun for our existing builders to do, but then also bringing some new eyes into the Stacks ecosystem via Talent Protocol as well. So we're going through and kind of seeing in a more fine-grained way what the results of that were, but as the initial results we were pretty happy with. So for what we were trying to do, we think it was a good campaign, and so got quite a bit of activity on those challenges, which is extra cool because it was really just kind of like a small test run for what we were doing for the challenges, and we were pretty happy with it. So that's what we did in December.
I can see right here in the thread, week 1 was all about Clarity 4, using the new functions in Clarity 4. Week 2 was using chain hooks or chain hooks 2, yeah. And then week 3 was about using the new Wallet Connect configuration with Stacks.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. And then, so what can builders expect for the next challenges?
We don't know for sure exactly what the next challenges will look like. We're still kind of figuring those out. But as of right now, we're kind of planning on having this be a recurring thing that we run with Talent. We're figuring out the details still of exactly what that's going to look like, though. But awesome. once we get that figured out, we'll be sure to make those announcements.
Awesome. And then for any developers that are kind of like maybe a little bit confused, so this is also separate from what we do in DoorHacks, correct?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, this is totally different. So Talent Protocol is like a separate entity that we're partnering with, and they're the ones that are actually facilitating this and running it using their custom systems and everything. And this is really like it's a pretty broad like a category. So like the challenge categories are really just use this thing, but you can do whatever you want with it. And then it's really just about how you want to get that built and how you want to get users to it and get transactions to it. Whereas the DoorHacks challenge, those are run by us using the DoorHacks platform, and they're usually we've got two kinds that we run there. One is the smaller, what we call builder challenges, and those are pretty like specific. Like everybody compete to build this one thing, and we're going to pick the winner of it. And then we also use DoorHacks to run our larger, more typical, what you'd think of like a hackathon, where it's again pretty broad, but it's people submitting something specific that they built, and they're judged on like the quality of that build and how well it adheres to different judging criteria. The Talent Protocol builder campaigns, the way that they work is a lot more like broad and ongoing. And it's really just like who built the most while also getting the most usage to it gets to be on that leaderboard every week.
Gotcha. And then another question that's more broad, and I think this could be good insight for not only other developers in our community, but also other developer DevRels or developer advocates, you have a lot of experience working with these builder programs and external builder programs to help us with these activations and virtual hack programs and challenges. In general, like, how do you, or what has been your experience with, I guess, discerning which program is good or not? And because it seems like every year there's this new builder program partner that we can work with and whatnot. And so I'm just wondering, yeah, how do you discern between all of these different programs? And I guess, how have you seen the evolution of this developer programming landscape evolve over the past few years?
Yeah, I think there's several things that go into it. So I'm always initially hesitant with just like straight up build to earn programs because they don't tend to go anywhere long term. And we've even had some mixed results with hackathons in the past where we would host a hackathon and we'd get some really cool submissions, but nothing would ever come of them. And so the last several years has really kind of been a period of figuring out like what kinds of these programs actually work and what kinds of programs more specifically will help us to retain the most number of those developers in the long term. And so part of the reason we chose Talent Protocol, there was probably really two reasons, maybe three. One was, like I told you, they don't just go based on build, they go based on actual usage. Another reason was that it's an ongoing thing. It's not just like a one-off, we're going to get a bunch of stuff built into your project and then you're on your own, then you're out. It's an ongoing thing, so it gives people continuous challenges and competitions to get involved in. And then the other thing too was they handle all of the logistics for us, which is really, really nice. And so that's kind of another consideration is like with these programs, if we're one of the first decision that we need to make is, are we going to host it ourselves or are we going to partner with another organization to run it? And if we're going to partner with somebody else, then it really needs to be worth it as far as like, are they going to be able to do a lot of the heavy lifting for us and like actually provide support for the developers and, manage a lot of that stuff for us. So that's definitely part of it. But the biggest thing that I've noticed that needs to be like navigated effectively is how the program is being incentivized. And I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with incentivized programs to get developers in. Like I don't think that's bad by itself, is to offer some incentive for a developer to come in and build something cool. I think that's pretty normal. The danger that comes in it though is that obviously just by nature that's going to attract people that are primarily interested in the incentive and not interested in stacks whatsoever. And so the challenge is really, how can we do two things? One, how can we set up the incentives to be structured in a way where people have to show that they're actually interested in building on stacks first? That can be challenging, but it's something that I've attempted to do with programs like Ascent. It's also something that kind of is like you can see in a program like a retroactive grant, that kind of stuff. And then also, so for like hackathons, we've been really talking recently about putting just as much, if not more, effort into the follow-up opportunities and programs and process for a hackathon than the actual hackathon itself. And the reason is because if somebody comes in and submits a great hackathon project, we want them to continue working on that. Like that's really the entire point of a hackathon. It's not for the hackathon itself, it's for the follow-up effects of what happens after the hackathon. And so it really comes down to like, we have the hackathon event itself or the builder challenge or whatever it is, but then what opportunities are available for developers afterwards? And like, to be frank, I think a lot of those were relatively lacking in the past. And so that's one thing that I'm really excited about with the endowment spinning up, is that there's going to be a lot more, different grants and programs and opportunities for developers to come in and start with something like a Talent Protocol challenge or a Dora Hacks challenge or Ascent or whatever. Use that to get their initial MVP built, get some initial traction, and then take that and then go to the next step with it, whether it's a grant or anything else. The other thing too that we're working on right now is sort of like a playbook for early stage builders to be able to take an MVP that they built and actually start growing it and turning it into a real product. I think that's another big gap that existed before that we're trying to fill right now. But really, I do think the key is retention. That's what it really comes down to is the program that we're working with, are they able to provide some good retention for us, or is it set up in a way where we can effectively have some retention built in place afterwards? So like for the hacker house we ran in Argentina, for example, one of the reasons I really liked that one is because the only people that were invited to it were people that had already built an MVP in another challenge or program that we had been running. And so it was a really cool way to bring in some of those builders and give them the opportunity to continue building on it. And so stuff like that, I think, really has to be intentionally done.
And to be fair and objective, the follow-up is always the hardest. I think that's where just in general, a lot of developer relations teams and a lot of marketing teams struggle at too. That's where a lot of the personal relationship building comes into play, which I think you've done a really good job at. But that's always the hardest. And to go back to your point in terms of incentive, well, yeah, I guess to be honest, that's a lot of what crypto is, right? Just incentives of bringing people in, whether it be like airdrops or, giveaways or, different amounts of grants and whatnot.
Yeah. And there's pros and cons to it. Like it's not necessarily my favorite aspect of crypto, to be honest, is that it's such like a common widespread thing to give incentives for builders. I think it can poison ecosystems if it's done wrong. Luckily, a ton of my job and your job is done for us by the Stacks community because they are so genuinely interested in what new builders are working on. It is awesome.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Like, to see how much some of the people from the Hacker House have been reached out to by community members just to help and see what they're doing and working on and showing interest in it is huge. Like, I think people really underestimate how much, if you are a new builder and you start working on something, the first problem to solve is, are you actually working on something that's genuinely useful and needed? But if you are, the community does so much for you. Just they're so willing and open to talk to new builders and get them on their Twitter spaces and get them in DM groups with other builders or whatever it might be. The community is just that, like I say it a lot, and it's not just like a platitude. Like I genuinely really love the Stacks community and how much they support new builders. It is amazing because I think that by itself does a ton for retention.
That's a very strong moat for Stacks, and this is something
it really is.
This is what people don't see in other ecosystems too. Like a lot of our builders in our communities are not only builders and developers, but also developer advocates just like us.
Right. Yeah, it's really cool to see. So that's that by itself is a huge plus for Stacks specifically, I think, is if you can get over that first hurdle, which is just figuring out what to build and building it based on like actual need. Once you get past that, obviously I'm oversimplifying here and there's a ton that goes into building a successful product, but my point is just for getting eyeballs on it and getting attention to it and like getting you resources for what your next steps are, the community is amazing for that kind of stuff.
Curious, has there been other, I guess, quote unquote developer or dev role models or other developer advocates that you've seen that have kind of been an inspiration for what we're already doing in our ecosystem?
Yeah, there's a few. I would say Natter is a big one. I think most people are probably familiar with him. He's at Eigenlayer now, I think. I've been following him for several years now, and I really like the way that he handles things, both with the way that he was a huge inspiration for me when I first got started as far as like how to create good content. His tutorials were a big part of how I got started building on Ethereum back when I was working on Solidity and Ethereum stuff. So he was a big inspiration for me as far as content goes. And really liked a lot of the stuff that they've done for early founders, which I think there's some crossover there with DevRel, especially when you talk about indie builders and everything. And then I have to give a lot of credit to Solana as well. Their DevRel work is great. They do a really good job with like creating interesting programs and engagements and opportunities for developers and everything. So I've definitely looked a lot at what they do too.
I would say, yeah, that's both of those are really good. I've also been following Nader, and I've also been noticing a lot of the content that Solana has put out. But hey, to be fair, I think our content's getting up there too. So
I think so too. Also, their DevRel team's just slightly bigger than ours.
yeah, that's true.
So
That's true. They do have a bigger DevRel team and probably a bigger resource pool than us, but we're a small, scrappy team, so
we are.
We make do with what we have. But yeah, to move on, and thanks for that, Kenny. To move on, let's go over some of the updates in the Stacks documentation. We have this new latest updates page in the Stacks docs, so anything new that we add in our documentation or anything that needs to be called out regarding our tools can all be found in this page right here. And then so recently in the past month, there's been updates regarding signer and node releases, upgrades to the node and signers, the new USDCX, obviously that has came out, but we have there is an actual USDCX section in our documentation where you can go and learn about the whole how the whole system works, and specifically how it works on the stack side. And for those who wants to get more information from the main builders behind this service, we do have the lead developer coming on the DevRel show next week to talk about this. And then we also have a list of the important contracts that are all part of the entire bridging process from Ethereum into Stacks. But yeah, as the actual bridging process grows and starts supporting more different networks, those corresponding contracts will appear here as well. And then one other new thing recently that we added in the Stacks documentation is a few different or more base URLs for using the RPC API endpoints. So for example,
oh, nice. This is nice having it on multiple pages too, instead of one massive, gigantic page.
Exactly. So right now on the left side in the drop down, it's broken up by, I guess, actions or different segments of what you're looking for. These RPC API endpoints, they're all referring to a Stacks node. So if you're running a Stacks node, these are the entirety of all of the different endpoints that you can call. And then this is, I guess, for anyone listening that's new, this is different from Hero API service, which is a hosted API service, which you can use with your Hero API key. And that obviously delivers and provides more information and some more features for fetching data from the Stacks network. But you can also use this too. A lot of these endpoints are essentially also on the Hero docs, but you can also come here as well. And what's cool now is that you can toggle between the different networks or the networks in Stacks. So for example, this URL, localhost 2443, this is referring to if you're running an actual local Stacks node. Or you can also use this endpoint if you're running DevNet via Clarinet. And then now we also have the ability to toggle between mainnet and testnet. So if you come here in this container over here, click on test it, an API playground will pop up. And then you can, choose the different networks that you want to fetch your APIs on. And, well, not for this one. This one actually needs a parameter, but yeah, for let's try this one over here, which is a simple fetch call for the status of the Stacks node. Yeah, over here. So if you're running a Stacks node locally, you can just leave the URL the way it is. But if you want to just test it out on mainnet or testnet, click on send and boom. Yep, it'll return the results over here on the right side. And on the left side too, if you want to also pass in any path or query parameters, you can. You can also pass in your API key, for example. But it's all very interactive and here in the Stacks docs. And again, like I said before, you can find the same thing in the Hero docs as well. But the really cool thing is that using this local host URL right here, sure, you can use it if you're running a local Stacks node, which, you know, more people can. But you can also use this endpoint if you're running a local DevNet in your Clarinet project.
Oh yeah, cool. Nice. Awesome.
Yep, and then soon we should be, which already for the most part, it's already open to contributions via the GitHub repo for this documentation. But we're going to be bringing over some more example contracts and some more example snippets that we're going to be showcasing in the documentation as in like a quote unquote cookbook section. And then we're going to be opening that up for contributions from the community. And so any builder can come submit like a new code snippet or a new guide, for example. And we'll also byline the authorship in the guide as well, just for contribution credits for that person.
Is that going to live in here in the build section, or is that going to be a new one?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I guess we can open it up right now.
Yeah.
Perhaps it would be better in the reference section, because right now in the reference section, there is already a drop down for example contracts, which will be built out more with more sample contracts. So I'm thinking maybe somewhere in the reference navigation we can have also a cookbook section somewhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, so.
Cool. Awesome. That'll be good.
Yeah. I know there's quite a few developers that, you know, have a lot of good sample code snippets living in different resources, right? Either in their own repo or either share like on Discord or whatever, or even on the forum. And I think just having it all centralized in the Stacks documentation would just be a lot easier for not only people to find it, new developers to find it, but also for all of the LLMs and AI agents and for SEOs to pick it up.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that'll be really good. Excited about that. Yeah, I like crowdsourcing stuff like that from the community. There's so much cool stuff out there that developers are working on.
But yeah, that was all that we had today, I think. Shout out to Tony building on his X42 Stacks implementation.
Yeah.
I've been seeing a lot of cross synergies between Tony and AI BTC. They're cooking up something really cool.
That's awesome. That's cool. I'm excited to see what all that's going to be.
And
that's going to be good.
Tony was at the Stacks Hacker House in November, and he was also a participant in like a Dora hacks right beforehand. But he was never a Stacks builder even before that, right? He's entirely a new developer.
I think so. He's been doing a lot of. He's a previous founder, and he's done a ton of stuff in the past. But I think this is his first build on Stacks specifically. I think.
Yeah,
which is pretty cool.
He's been the past month basically. He's been on a tear. Like everybody in the Stacks community has noticed him.
Yeah, which is awesome. Yeah, that's the other thing too for new builders watching that are like, how do I get started and all this other stuff. Look at what Tony did. Found a use case that was extremely timely and relevant and missing on Stacks. That's step number one. Something that is showing proven traction somewhere else, but that is missing on Stacks. That's always a good starting point. And then start building it, build a working version for people to test out, and then just start talking to everybody about it and showing them. And look at there you go. That's the three-step playbook.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about having him and Jason coming up on the show today, but
yeah, that'd be cool. We could do that for one of them. Have them both up here together.
Oh yeah. But no, I'm thankful that you. So shout out to you and Ileana also for identifying him and inviting him to the Hacker House, because he's been a huge asset for the Stacks Builder community.
Yeah, it's been great. And the Stacks Latam team also, because pretty sure that's the hackathon he was from. So they identified him first. They get the credit.
Awesome. All right, cool. Well, yeah, that's all I had. Any lasting statements, Kenny?
No, I think that's it. This was a nice, easy intro into 2026. I'm excited to have one of the developers on for USDCX next week. That'll be interesting because I'm not super familiar with what's going on under the hood with that. So I'm looking forward to that one.
Likewise. Cool. All right. Well, for now, we'll stop it here and signing off, and then we'll see everyone next week, same time, and with a special guest coming on to talk about the USDCX bridge.
Cool. See you, everybody. Happy New Year.
There is a new Stacks blog here at stacks.co/blog, and I wanted to do a little reading and check out what is going on in this blog post. Stacks is institutional grade primitives that unlock Bitcoin's economy. So let's get straight into it and read a little bit about what is taking place in the Stacks ecosystem. So for most of Bitcoin's history, institutional adoption followed one path: buy, custody, hold. In 2025, this expanded as corporations added Bitcoin to their balance sheets. Asset managers launched regulated products. Governments discussed strategic reserves. Bitcoin crossed the institutional legitimacy threshold. Yet most of that capital still remains idle, not because institutions lack conviction, but because Bitcoin historically lacked the operational requirements institutions need to deploy capital reasonably. As outlined in our recent piece on Stacks infrastructure readiness, deployable capital depends on regulated access, enterprise-grade execution, custody, and independent validation. These are primitives that investment committees require before capital can move. Stacks brings institutional-grade primitives that turn Bitcoin from a passive balance sheet holding into deployable capital. These are not the same retail DeFi tools with institutional branding layered on. They are purpose-built integrations that align with how institutions already invest, custody assets, manage risk, and pass diligence. Here's a glimpse into what's live on Stacks today. Starting off with regulated market access with 21 shares. So 21 shares, the world's first and largest ETP issuer, provides regulated investment products that give institutions exposure to the Stacks ecosystem through existing securities frameworks. These products allow institutions to gain Stacks exposure without directly interacting with wallets, smart contracts, or on-chain infrastructure. As a result, Stacks exposure can flow through regulated brokerage, custody, and reporting systems already approved by institutional compliance teams. To address the challenge of earning regulated Bitcoin native yield, 21 shares staking ATP for Stacks captures and reinvests staking rewards directly into the ETP, enhancing performance with a compliant structure. Stacks offers the first integrated solution for building decentralized application and deploying smart contracts secured directly by Bitcoin, transforming Bitcoin into a versatile base layer similar to Ethereum but with unmatched security and decentralization. And that's from 21 shares, a STX investment thesis. Next up, we've got the benchmark exposure via Grayscale. So institutions require standardized reference points. Grayscale, known for being the first to launch a Bitcoin trust, that is GBTC, for institutions, is the largest digital asset focused investment platform globally. Grayscale provides trust-based products that give institutions standardized exposure with established reporting and disclosures. Grayscale's Stacks Trust, ticker STCK, trading publicly on the OTCQB market makes Stacks exposure comparable to other digital asset investments already used in institutional portfolios. Among investable tokens, STX could benefit from the Bitcoin Renaissance. Among Bitcoin scaling solutions, Stacks is the oldest project and has the second highest number of active developers after the Lightning Network. And that is from Michael Zhao, a Grayscale researcher. Next up, we've got secure execution with Fortify. So most institutions cannot interact directly with smart contracts due to operational risk constraints. Fortify, a SOC 2 Type 2 compliant execution platform audited by Ernst & Young, enables institutions to interact with Stacks-based protocols without managing private keys or execution transactions from internal systems. Capital deployment occurs through controlled, auditable environments aligned with institutional risk and approval processes. Through its MPC wallet, institutions can deploy Bitcoin into SBTC-based protocols on Stacks while maintaining institutional execution standards. At Fortify, we're excited to continue making Bitcoin DeFi safe and accessible for institutions. Our commitment to SBTC represents a key step in supporting the growth of institutional adoption within the Bitcoin ecosystem. Together, we're providing secure, scalable solutions that empower institutional investors to engage with the rapidly evolving Bitcoin DeFi space and unlock its full potential. And that is from Josh Schwartz, the CEO and co-founder of Fortify. Next up, we've got enterprise staking via Figment. Figment operates institutional-grade staking infrastructure on Stacks. Its leading portfolio of over $15 billion in assets from global institutions can now participate in earning network-level yield without running validator infrastructure or maintaining internal operation teams. Figment supports the Bitcoin economy through its enterprise-grade stacking solutions for Stacks, giving institutions access to secure Bitcoin yield. SBTC has the potential to become a foundational layer of the Bitcoin economy, currently being built on Stacks. We are proud to support the Stacks ecosystem and its institutional token holders as an SBTC signer and stacking node operator on the protocol. That is from Clayton Menzel, Director of Protocol Strategy at Figment. Always-on operations from Blockdaemon. So Blockdaemon, a leading institutional staking provider securing over $110 billion in assets for 400 plus institutions, provides managed node infrastructure for the Stacks network. Its services include high availability operations, monitoring, and redundancy designed to meet institutional reliability standards. Blockdaemon also offers private white label Stacks validators for institutions seeking customized infrastructure to earn Bitcoin yield on the leading Bitcoin layer 2. Blockdaemon is proud to be named as one of Stacks Foundation's newest signers. Together, we aim to drive innovation within the Bitcoin L2 category by leveraging our strong infrastructure as well as the years of experience we have in the space. That is from Gaten Thabat, Head of Protocol and Foundation Partnerships at Blockdaemon. Independent validation by asymmetric research. So asymmetric research provides independent security and protocol analysis of Stacks and its core mechanisms. Its research is used by institutions to support internal diligence, risk assessment, and investment decision-making. Stacks is one of the 9 Grade A ecosystems currently covered by asymmetric research, contributing to institutional requirements for third-party validation. Asymmetric research is proud to participate in the Stacks ecosystem as it pioneers trust-minimized, decentralized assets like SBTC. That is from Jonathan Claudius, Chief Executive Officer at Asymmetric Research. Next up, we've got enterprise custody with Copper. Copper.co provides MPC-based custody and collateral management services aligned with institutional operation workflows, including secure asset storage, collateral movement, and settlement support. Recognized multiple times by HFM as the best digital asset custodian, Copper enables institutions to hold and deploy assets on Stacks while maintaining internal controls and segregation of duties. Our integration of Stacks not only empowers institutional clients to safely custody and trade a variety of tokens on the Stacks blockchain, but also enables stacking, which has been met with immediate enthusiasm. And that is from Dmitry Tokarev, CEO at Copper. Why all this matters, right? So institutional capital doesn't move on conviction alone. It moves when infrastructure is ready. While Bitcoin is widely accepted as a store of value, most capital remains idle due to regulatory, operational, and execution constraints. Stacks is already solving these constraints. Regulated access, standardized investment products, secure execution, enterprise staking, independent research, and institutional custody are live today, enabling institutions to deploy Bitcoin capital in a compliant, auditable way. This shifts Bitcoin from a passive balance sheet asset into a productive capital without compromising the security assumptions that underpin Bitcoin itself. So this blog post is based. I also saw another blog post posted recently that kind of covered all of the new integrations and innovations in our ecosystem. This is another reason why institutional grade Bitcoin DeFi is happening here in the Stacks ecosystem. There is a lot to look forward to this year. 2026 is a very, very bullish year, and our core developers continue to ship. It has been ship it season for many, many years, and that has not changed. It is still ship it season right now in 2026. Got SBTC, 100% Bitcoin finality, and a decentralized, permissionless, trustless, borderless society being built right here on Bitcoin. This is the way. We are bullish and bringing you the news and covering all the latest topics with DeOrganized BTC. Be sure to give that handle a follow on X. Get into the Zest and Stacking DAO Discords. We have a based activity schedule for everybody to participate in, and let's have some fun. Let's get activated and mobilized, and have a really, really bullish year for Stacks. You guys have a blessed rest of your day, and I hope that high frequencies follow you and that love surrounds you. And no matter what you're going through, keep your head up and stay strong and HODL on. I'll catch you on the flip side, guys.
Let's go. Hello, how you doing, my friends? I turned all my lights off. Like I was done with the show for today. What's up, everybody? It's Peace, Love, Music back with another episode of the Stacks Improvement and Innovation Show brought to you by DeOrganized. We've got a great episode today. We are going to be talking more about Clarity 4 and the addition of WebAuthn, native WebAuthn, and passkey functionality for Clarity 4 upgrade. We got a bunch of OGs here, and let's get into it. We have, I don't see Hero. I always bring on Hero first. Let's bring on, I got Hattie. Hattie, how you doing today?
Hey, how you doing?
What's up? We got GPSD in the house. Blockface is going to chat with us in the conversation here. Bryce looking nice. What's up, man? How you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing well. How's it going?
Good, good. Eric's in the house. Eric, I really liked, we actually picked up your conversation yesterday. We were actually, I hope you don't mind, we were screen share streaming while you guys were, was that yesterday or the day before?
Oh, nice. Okay.
So yeah, it was an awesome conversation. We thought it was great content for us, and it now segues nicely kind of into this conversation too. So
Good stuff there.
Appreciate
We
it.
got Gary Reiger in the house. Gary saying he may not be able to participate much, but any contribution we get from you, sir, we greatly appreciate. And here is Hero, our Hero. How you doing today, Hero? You with us? Hero might be having some technical difficulties. Oh, there he is.
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up? Here.
What's happening? How you doing today, Hero?
I like it. Yeah, great. Thanks for coming up. But is Rocky a good person?
Hero, you're kind of like sounds like you got some kind of like phasing issue. You're coming in and out.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's all right. He's going to take a walk. Is Rafa? I heard he was. I heard he was coming on. He was on the list. We actually send him the link directly here. Cool. Would definitely love to have his. Since he was the one that made the post, submit. Suggesting adding this.
Yeah, definitely.
So, Hero's completely gone. All right. Well, I was normally how I segue into this is to ask Hero what his agenda is exactly, and I don't have that. That's okay. I know that we're here to talk about Clarity 4 again. By the way, thank you guys for joining us. Always appreciate the time, and these conversations are great. I think they really are helpful for the ecosystem in general, the broader community, to get an idea of some of the technical things going on in this space. We are going to be talking about Clarity 4 today, and specifically the topic of WebAuth and passkey, native WebAuth and passkey functionality added to the Clarity 4 upgrade. Who wants to go first to talk about that? Who's Brace? You're the author of Clarity 4, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm the author of the SIP. This specific item really just came from the community. Like you said before, Rafa was the big one pushing it. So I would not call myself an expert at all in this, but I wrote the SIP and I'm implementing it. But I'm really excited to hear how people might use this thing, because there's like basically all kinds of, as I started looking into it, I realized how many use cases there are for these other kinds of signatures, basically.
So from a very non-technical fundamental position, I can kind of go into how, so our roadmap for DeOrganized, we have a really cool, MVP. Here's Rafa too. That's great.
Oh,
so
nice.
I'll make this quick. So we have a really great website, beta version, like MVP, that Trippin Monkey built out for us using his Rising Tide protocol. It's creator centric. We're looking to go into our V2, and a lot of the content, even the use case, like it's going to be like you said, your user account is tied to your Stacks wallet. So you're engaging as a user with signature transactions only predominantly. There will be engagement for transactions, sending crypto, engaging with NFTs and that sort of thing. There's an identity piece, obviously, and then engaging with your audience as a creator and other tools. But there's not a lot of financial stuff involved. And it also can appeal to non-native users in some of the functionality and tools we're going to be providing. So in my understanding, we'll be able to use that. We'll be able to use the embedded wallet option for people that are onboarding that aren't really crypto native, but are familiar with passkey functionality.
So we can, and we're not becoming the a custodian for them. They still have the wallet exists on our platform, but it's their wallet. They got everything in their pass key. Their pass key access is on their machine. It's a little safer than the enclave functionality. And I'm speaking over my head there. Like the TEE, from what I've heard from people that know better than me, it's a little bit more secure than a TEE option like Privy, which is still an option in the marketplace. It's still a functional option, but it's a little bit more secure, but still easy onboard, much easier onboarding process. It abstracts away obviously the seed phrase and having to have a wallet app and engaging that way. You can just go to my app. You have a wallet there. That wallet has your stuff in it. But you're still custodian your wallet. So it's just a much easier onboarding for non-crypto native users is what it seems like to me. I don't know what the other options are. And Rafa's here, so we can actually have him speak to that. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Hey, peace, love, hey, everybody. Nice to see everybody on stage. Blackface, Brees, Eric. I see you're really fit, Eric. GP, Hattie, and Hero. How's everyone?
Rafa, the last time Eric came on here, he made me jealous. He was rocking his Fact Fun tee.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, maybe I should go grab mine.
Absolutely. Actually, there's more t-shirts coming from Nobody Famous, so fingers crossed we'll have one for everyone who needs it imperatively.
Let's go. So, Rafa, why don't you tell us a little bit about why you proposed WebAuthn? What do you see it as? What do you see it as? What's the value you think it brings to Clarity 4?
Yeah, great question. Peace, love. The short answer is, how do you onboard your mom? Is it going to be with an email? Is it going to be with your normal seed phrase that you have to write down or engrave somewhere and then hide and then lose your money? Is it going to be through a third party? And knowing my mom, the best way for her, like sometimes she even forgets her own passwords, but she never forgets the passkey of her phone or being able to scan her face. So back in February, I started looking into this, prompted by Freeger, and I stumbled around essentially Stacks not supporting that encryption algorithm to be able to securely store that passkey inside of the device secured enclave. And then I started binging on videos by the ex-co-founder of Ledger and how he had tried to jailbreak some of these devices and sort of describe the the bad and the good, the bad and the ugly around passkeys. And I really thought that this could essentially, me as a builder, I'm able to, I'm not going to lie, squeeze everybody out. I'm able to go from the app directly to the users from their device. And that is huge. It removes any sort of need to integrate any sort of third party or that doesn't have any open source code or the complexity around managing the seed phrase itself and the wallets and all these things that I would still have to learn. Well, here I can just simply use that passkey, which is supported by all of our devices today. You can pay with your credit card. More than 1 billion users have actually tried the passkey system. So that's essentially it. The goal is to onboard my mom, and she's going to be able to scan her passkey really easily, and in the background she'll have a decentralized Stacks wallet governed by her device.
Love it.
It sounds obvious. It also kind of, because one of the other solutions there would be custodial wallet, where they're logging in with a log on and the wallet exists on your app entirely, and you're storing their keys, and now that's obviously a lot more risk to
to the provider at that point. You know, you don't want to be a custodial provider if you can avoid it. You know, that's kind of like the opposite. So it still allows self-custody, but you get the
absolutely. That is a great point.
In the wallet, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that is really key, because we've seen, like, through the years, you know, finance has become very regulated. You know, there's all sorts of rules not to be essentially a custodian. Like, you have to go through all sorts of, you know, AML, KYC. It's very, very, it's technically very difficult to comply with these rules. And here, the user owns their own key. They're not trusting a third party, even though, you know, perhaps somebody in the panel can describe some of these third-party solutions. But for me, as a native crypto, I think that this is sort of like two paradigms colliding, and we're enabling sort of normies to become one of us, in the sense that they will own their own key. I would potentially see this as more like of a hot wallet to start with, because there could be some issues at the edge if you synchronize your device and your passkey goes to another device. But apart from that, this is really secured. Like, it's stored inside of the enclave of the device, and Brice and Eric or anyone who wants to add on into the security assumption and so on. But from my understanding, this is really world class.
So, Bryce, Eric, you guys have anything based on what we've been talking about? What's your guys' opinions, and or what can you guys add?
Hey, Rafa, can you? Yeah, so I haven't done too much research into this signature algorithm. I have like a high-level overview of like kind of how SecP, well, it's called SecP 256R1, which is kind of like an improved or enhanced government version of SecP 256K1. That's what it seems like. But can you walk through the flow of what you were envisioning of how to onboard your mom, and how this new signature algorithm in Clarity fits into that whole flow process?
Yeah, so from a user's perspective, not too technical, I'd say, you know, today you can compare this with other apps. Like Pump Fund has a good app, and the onboarding process is really good. You can buy crypto with, you know, Apple Pay, for example, and just one click away from having crypto in the system. Here it would be similar, I guess. The user signs into the app. It can be, you know, a mobile app. Usually users love that, but it can even be a web app, which means that you don't even need the permissions that you usually do with, you know, iOS and Google Store. And when you sign up with your passkey, essentially the passkey is stored, the public passkey is stored inside of the contract itself. So the contract is being deployed in the background. People like AIBTC are doing something similar, where they deploy an AI agent contract principal, which is providing the user some sort of levers on how to parameter what can be done inside that smart wallet, and also gives the agent another sort of user principal, but this time managed by the AIBTC team, can essentially assist the user on their behalf. But long story short, you connect yourself on the app. It deploys a smart contract wallet, a Stacks contract principal with your passkey, public key inside of it. Every time you sign with your passkey, it verifies inside the code, thanks to all the wonderful work that the core engineers and Brice are doing. And Stacks now can read that, okay, yeah, this signature corresponds to the private key using the public key, and then using simple Clarity code, it can do whatever you imagine it can do, which, for example, is just transferring an amount of Stacks, an amount of stablecoin, USDA, USDH, an amount of wrapped Bitcoin such as SBTC. And that's how you onboard your mom. You could invite her in a way. Like you could invite her to connect and you've already prepaid an amount of Bitcoin. Or you could pair the service with an on-ramp service like Apple Pay or something else. And if they support Stacks or Stacks Asset, then your mom can simply use her credit card, and then it debits the fiat and credits her smart contract wallet on Stacks with SBTC. And then from now on, that smart contract can even be represented as a credit card itself inside of her Apple Pay. And in the same way, she goes to the store and she pays with her Apple Pay credit card. Now she can pay with her Stacks smart wallet credit card, so to speak.
So can this be done with Privy or Turnkey already, like with all this Apple Pay and all this stuff? Is the difference I'm trying to understand? Is the difference that it's more secure because it's native support, so you don't have to rely on a third party? So essentially, we can create our own native Privy, so to speak. We don't need to trust a third party's. I believe they are closed source code. They are not open source. So many of the things you're trusting them to handle. So by having Clarity 4 and native support, we can essentially create our own native Privy service. Would that be correct to say? It's not like it cannot be done today, Apple Pay via Privy, but it's that by having a native support, we are removing several layers of trust assumptions. Therefore, when you onboard your mom with Privy Apple Pay or Stacks created Privy native, it is much more secure using our own native Privy. Would that be sort of accurate?
I feel like I'm stealing the stage here, guys, but feel free to answer. But my short answer is yes. Like, you can read on Clarity, okay, this is your smart contract, it's humanly readable. This is my public key corresponding to my passkey, and my private key is stored inside my device. So I'm not depending on any third party to sort of store that private key and using MPC or using different mechanisms. I'm just trusting myself. So it comes with pros and cons. And
if I may just reword in a way that average people can understand, I think it's like basically you're giving your password away to somebody else, and you have to trust that person to handle that password in whatever their secure implementation is, but that password is still handled by somebody else, not you, not your own device. So if we have native support, that password is in your device, it's not touched by a third third party, right?
Perhaps you can compare it with emails. Like when email came out, it was very peer-to-peer, and then you have like these big providers that started giving away all sorts of storage and benefits, and now almost everyone used them. But I'm curious what Brice and Eric and others in the on stage here think about it. But yes, for me it's cleaner. Like it's more elegant. It's more directly to the user. It would still remain a hot wallet in the sense that, yeah, you would want more robust mechanisms that already exist for larger amounts, such as just like a multi-sig or your normal Stacks derivation path and so on, or even Bitcoin.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I brought Rocky here and Blockface is Rocky has experiences in other ecosystems using some of those solutions, and other ecosystems have smart contract wallets and etc. So I would love if Rocky can share his experience on how he onboarded his friend. Rocky, if you're there.
Hey,
his
can you guys hear me?
His mom, not his friend. The goal is the mom, because the UX is so freaking good, because your friend can be onboarded to Stacks almost today. It doesn't. We don't know if that will stick around, but if you're able to onboard your mom,
Hold on.
Everybody.
Your mom is the goal, because that's obviously if your mom can do it, everyone can do it. But your friends are actually going to be more engaged users than your mom, and it is easier to onboard them with this method, or any less friction onboarding method is good right now. You need to onboard.
I challenge anyone in this panel to onboard their mom as soon as we have Passkey integrated into Stacks. And I think that if they onboard it to whichever app, I think that app has a good chance to onboard the masses.
Definitely a good analogy. But but it's broader than that. It really is.
Let's hear from Rocky. I want to hear his experience. Just give a bit outside perspective, from outside the Stacks ecosystem perspective.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Check. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm loving everything, you guys are saying. Hey, Rafa. I know you're a big fan of passkeys, so we're trying to get it done. But last night, Mohan on our team and Blockface and I just playing around with Turnkey and doing a simple demo and playing it out. So we successfully sent one STX from my personal wallet to the new Turnkey wallet. So it's on mainnet. We'll show off some demo videos later on. But to answer the question directly on, what is the experience like on other blockchains, on other applications that we played around with. We had the chance probably 6, maybe 8 months ago to work with the ARC team from the Solana side. And so around 8 months ago, there was that crazy AI agents hype, agents on chain, right? All the AI tokens were really taking off, right? And so they commissioned us. They were like, okay, there's so many other projects out there. How do we have an edge, right? And so we looked into just normal AI automation Web 2 products, right, that were out there already. And we made a safe bet on N8N. And then N8N is pretty much all over YouTube now, right? A lot of people compare them to what OpenAI ChatGPT came out recently this last week on their agent builder, right? And so we kind of did some competitor analysis and dissecting, and we figured that they were using React Flow as their way to do agent drag and drop node based builder UI experiences, right? And so we paired that experience with their Rust based sort of automation to back end, right? Very performant. They're looking to cater to enterprise and sort of looking for domain expertise, right? But they were like, okay, we're doing this whole AI agent thing, on-chain agent thing, but how do we actually onboard people who are already using tools like Zapier and N8N who don't really want to worry about seed phrases, right? They lose that. They lose access to their automation or their bot wallet, right? They don't want to worry about that kind of stuff, right? They just want to experiment and figure out what this on-chain agent thing, how does it even work, right? And so the partners at ARC, they were looking into Privy. And so we looked into Privy and we did the build and integrated Privy with them, with the flow builder. And it worked out really, really smooth. Aiden on our team, he had a great DX developer experience working with that, and documentations were clear, and we got it working and delivered it on time, and everything went really smoothly. Be able to just spin something up without having to worry about the seed phrases and wallet creation. So
one question for you, Rocky, maybe. Using that solution, do users have to worry about gas fee management?
Yeah, so from so a little bit on my background, if you haven't heard me talk on Spaces before, but I've been working in e-commerce for 11 plus years, right? And one of the things that typically drops the user is any kind of shipping. No one wants to play shipping when they shop. They don't like seeing fees, right? Sometimes even if you start enabling taxes into your calculations on e-commerce, you'll see a drop in conversions as well, right? And so my take there from a consumer perspective, from a user perspective, is that if there was any way for you to subsidize the gas, it's most likely going to improve your conversions from a user perspective, right? So maybe just bake that into the costs, of your overall product, right, from the e-commerce store side, and then configure some kind of like stipend or some kind of spend in the wallet where let's say it's like, oh, if you transact a total like $1 worth of gas, it's free, right? So it's not free forever, but just to get them through the door to try out your product, to buy your product. And then once you figure that they're a loyal customer, right, and you're able to capture what in e-commerce you call like AOV, or like average order value, right? So it's like they're buying more, you're getting more margin, right? You're making money off of this customer long term, right? Then you can kind of like subsidize maybe some more gas if that's in sort of your margin calculations, right? These are all like revenue number type things, but if you're able to do that for the users, it's way better for conversions versus showing that little bit of gas in the checkout.
That was it. You know who we haven't heard from yet? 2 people, actually. 3 people. Well, I was going to say this guy right here, Blockface. I'd love to hear what you have to say in compliment to Rocky.
I feel like Web3 is about to catch up with Web2 with this experience. I have the benefit of having seen the demo that Rocky's going to share in a bit, but you have your phone, you click login, it says you want to use passkey. I click on passkey and I scan. If I'm on my MacBook, I scan my fingerprint, and then I see my Stacks wallet that's compatible on the mainnet. And I've never experienced that before, but my overall feeling is that from 2009 and 2025, we've been catering to innovators and early adopters. And right now we're crossing the chasm into the early majority. Now, the early majority are different than the innovators and early adopters, because innovators and early adopters use technology because it's cool. But who we want to market to now, right, according to the Stacks roadmap, are people that use things because they're usable and useful. So useful is one thing, like generating yield. Usable is it ergonomic for your mom? Your mom is the conversation topic today, right? What a surprise, talking about your mom on a serious subject like today, but it's true. And so how do we match the experience your mom is used to in Web 2 and Web 3? I see that future, having seen what Turnkey can do with the just tap. It's almost like thumb-driven design. And soon the thumb's going to go away with the glasses and things like that, with voice becoming the interface. But I see with Turnkey almost looking like a more powerful privy in a way, by the way they use their... I'm still figuring out this real granular detail between trusted execution environments and enclaves. That's still something I'm looking at, but to be able to thumb tap login, finger scan passkey, this embedded wallet feature where the wallet falls away into the background and the user focuses on their one task per screen. I think that's where Web3 has its Web2 moment, where we were, because people have, if your mom has trouble with one password, now we're asking her what, to do another 20 passwords? Yeah, that's a great experience. Thanks, Mom. So I think for all of those reasons, things like Turnkey are bringing Web3 payment experiences to Web2 quality, which is really what we need to onboard people like, that's right, your mom. Thank you.
I think the real honest question is, do we want our moms in the same industry that we work in?
Not this one. The one we're building.
We want it to be. We want the industry to be abstracted away, so mom doesn't know anything about it.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Mom is going to trust their sons in terms of how to be onboarded and their UX. If the UX is bad, there's nothing that the son can do for mom to be onboarded. But if UX is good, then that's great. So I think like mom will not care. Like it depends where she's located on the world, right? If she's in a Western country, there's no censorship and so on, because there's a question by Hattie in the chat. But turnkey is great too. The only difference is, again, the seed phrase, like the passcode, the password is managed through a sophisticated way by a third party instead of being stored in the enclave of the device. So we have to also think of recovery mechanisms. Perhaps your recovery mechanism can be your friends, and I think Ryder is doing a great job. Shout out to Louise and Marvin Jensen, who's a gigastar in Stacks, and they do it via your friends. And you could imagine the same mechanism where if you lose your passkey inside your device, maybe inside a smart contract, there's a way for other people who you've who you designated to, be able for you to find a path towards recovering your keys. And I think that's that I can see. Rather than the email. And then have you tried recovering your account with Twitter? Or I think the topic also Hattie is bringing is censorship in other countries, and how sometimes they censor IP addresses, and probably FactFun is not available in Nigeria, and people need to use a VPN or something. And Telegram was censored, and if it is probably still censored in Iran and in Russia, and the way they do it is they rotate the IP address to allow for these users to still be able to access the service, which gives them a voice and free speech. And Bitcoin in and of itself, how do you censor it from a government's perspective? Do you censor it, or do you embrace it? Because everybody is kind of embracing it. So in terms of your mom, as a son, I would advise her to, I'm obviously biased, but I would advise her to have it in her enclave, and then it gives her more power. Like if she's being censored or if she's being threatened, maybe she can count on her own friends to recover her keys, and she feels more sovereign in a way, and it makes her a part of it. Like she is able to taste it, and at the same time have that UX that flows, that is easy, with which she's familiar every day. Every day, is she typing her email password, or is she just scanning her passkey? Likelihood she's scanning her passkey.
So, question for Bryce on this. In going ahead and implementing this new signature algorithm called SecP 256R1, are there any, I guess for lack of a better word, overhead implications for adding the signature in the Clarity code base? And would this open the doors for adding more different signature algorithms in Clarity later on?
Yeah, sure. So the first question, like overhead, no, I don't think it really adds anything. Like obviously there's some cost when you actually use this thing to verify a signature, but it should be on the same level as the SecP 256K one support that we have now. And actually the as part of this change, so the library that Stacks Core uses right now to do the K1 verification does not support the R1 curves. So as part of this implementation, I'm bringing in a new library from Rust Crypto, this is now going to be a native Rust library, whereas the previous one was a wrapped C library. So this native Rust library is actually probably safer than the wrapped C version. And we'll use that for both the old K1 signatures and these new R1 signatures. So, but yeah, and then as far as future curves or encryption models go, I guess this is just kind of like one more time practicing adding something. So I would imagine the next thing we add would be some like resistant crypto. What's the word I'm looking for? Prepared for the future when we're when these algorithms might get cracked by some some device that is being built right now. So anytime like practicing adding these things is always good. And to kind of just to clarify the details of it, all that's actually happening in Clarity is just one new function is being added that can take in one of these signatures from your passkey or your YubiKey or whatever, and just validate that it came from a public key that you want to check against. And everything else that Rafa and Rocky and Blockface are talking about is now able to be built around that because of this new key verification function. So it's actually really simple what's being added into Clarity itself.
Just to build on Eric's question, I think in the forum Marvin had a similar question, so I just want maybe to read it to you. He says it would be cool if Clarity had generic ECDSA functions with the ability to set ECC parameters yourself. So I don't know what that means exactly in details, but it seems that he had to choose like SCCP 256 R1 or K1 instead for a writer because of the fact that Stacks didn't support essentially P256.
So I'll try to answer. I'm no cryptography expert.
ECC is elliptic curve cryptography, I imagine, huh?
Yeah, that's
okay,
right.
Good.
And my gut reaction would be that like we could give too much. If you give too much rope to the developers, you could choose bad parameters and end up with insecure signatures. So that's sometimes it's better to limit what can be done so that you're kind of forced into these known standards. So the K1 is obviously what's used in Bitcoin. R1 is what's used in all these other places, and what at least used to be recommended by various governments. So it's probably best, unless you really know what you're doing, to stick with those kind of known selected curves.
So the one that, so just to just understand what you're saying, the one that we selected or you guys selected is a pretty battle tested curve.
Oh yeah. So the one that's been in Stacks from the beginning, the SEC P256 K1 is what's used in Bitcoin, and then this new one that we're adding, the R1, is like everybody's been describing. It's used in passkeys and YubiKeys and hardware security modules. All these different things use this one. So they're both very well battle tested. And the library that we chose was carefully validated, and we ensured that we're choosing something that's been heavily reviewed and used.
That's awesome. I think that's really, I'm really glad to hear that. Why don't we show a bit of demo? So now let's visualize what the future could be. Blockbase, show us how it's done, how to onboard your mom.
I shall defer to the official, unofficial experience design officer for Stacks. Rocky, go ahead.
Yeah, let me see if I can share my screen here.
There you
All
go.
right.
You're up.
Take a look at my very beautiful landing page that we threw together. Please do not go to this website. This is all testing purposes only. So let's see if we can actually create. I just created a new wallet while we were talking here, but let's create a new one, right? So we just kind of go in. This little pop-up shows up, right? Assuming we don't have a login yet with passkey, let's just go sign up with passkey. This little thing will pop up.
So I don't even need to enter my email. I just create.
No, if you have your phone and it supports passkey, you can save it directly to your password manager, right? So I'm on an iPhone. It's checking my phone right now. Then it spins up a wallet. And there you go.
Wow.
What kind of phone does your mom have, Hero? I'm curious, because she definitely is not on her laptop every day, but on her phone likely.
She has, I think Samsung, so probably supports fingerprint and Face ID.
Yeah. So right now it doesn't have like an actual like Stacks wallet yet, right? So at least in this UI, you can always program it where, you know, maybe if you create like a user profile on your application, it could create the wallet for you. But in this case, just going to make a new wallet, and then you get a wallet address. There's a QR code if you want to, you know, send me some STX and test it out. But in this case, you can also withdraw it by pasting in your recipient Stacks address. The amount we'll probably have to include some support for SBTC next.
So that's probably like potentially like you can withdraw to an Xverse wallet where you actually have your more secure seed phrase wallet, right?
Yeah, if you want to send the money out to another wallet that maybe the seed was generated sort of more manually, if you wanted to, I'm not going to click on it, but you can actually click on this export wallet and it'll give you your seed phrase. And I actually tried it out last night. So the wallet that's created in here is just like any other Stacks wallet, right? So you can go to your Leather wallet, your Xverse wallet, punch in your seed phrase, and it'll load the same information in your other wallets as well. So you can use them both at the same time. So for example, let me log out of this one, right? And I want to log back in. So I want to log back in to another account, the first account, the first, I call it the Turnkey Test 1 wallet. That was the first one we created last night as part of the test. Let's load that up. And so here you go. That is the one Stacks that I sent myself from my Xverse wallet to this address.
So to create a wallet takes 2 taps. One, passkey. Second tap is to create that wallet from fresh.
Yeah, and you can probably program to, and maybe Bryce, you can confirm that, but I imagine you could just spin up a already made sort of Stacks wallet with the user experience if you want to take out that extra click to create the wallet as well.
And this one you can send your one. This is on testnet or mainnet? Mainnet, right?
This is on mainnet. I tested
so
this
you
with
can
Leather.
send this one STX to somewhere else right now.
Sure, you want me to send this to you?
Yeah,
I just sent. How do you have to refresh the screen to see if?
Let's see.
I just sent you an STX.
I don't know. I may have to relog or something.
It could be the system's a little slow this morning. We got.
So I wonder whether there's a world where you can just tap passkey to log in, and already there's a bit of gas fee for you to use.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So I have not looked into Turnkey at all. Can you explain a bit like what's happening? Where is this secret phrase stored here in this model?
It's just using the standard template that was in the docs for Turnkey.
Okay. So we'll just have
to I think for more context, so Turnkey, they have like their own entire infrastructure for lack of a better word, securing users' keys, right? But they don't necessarily have access to those keys. The guest that came on the live stream yesterday, he kind of went a bit more into how it works.
Okay.
But it's also like leveraging keys, trusted executable environments. But essentially, in this example, what Rocky is showing is that the private key that the passkey is associated with is securely stored somehow and in some way. I don't know if it's like it's definitely not stored in its raw format, but it's always associated with that passkey associated with the user. And Turnkey, like they don't have the ability to access that particular key as well. So
Eric, I think just to build on that, usually I haven't read Turnkey, but usually they use this multi-party computation where the several entities are required to be able to reconstitute that seed phrase. I'm sure you guys know MPC, like the multi-party computation. Usually, like some of these providers, they use that technology to
So I did a bit of ChatGPT. Turnkey apparently is the key is shared and encrypted. Turnkey's infrastructure holds one part, the user or enterprise holds the other. Full key material never exists in one place. So it sounds a little bit like a threshold signatures type of approach, it seems. So it is multiple people. But whereas Privy, it's stored in a local device, secure storage, such as secure enclave, but Privy can store an encrypted shared or recovery share in its backend to allow async between devices. So actually I had this question to Boom Wallet because they are doing some implementation already, and they do come across this issue of if you want to have more than one device, because it's secured locally, like I can't just log into my browser with the same like login. Like I have to create a new one. It's just not the same login experience as Web2 because I can use my Gmail login, on any device, it'll work. But if you store your key locally, you can't do that. So you almost have to store it somewhere in the cloud so that all the different devices can access that in order to have a Web2-like experience. So I think that's the trade-off. If you store it locally versus like Turnkey, perhaps their method is more on the cloud somewhere, or like shared, but on the cloud.
Yeah. And then so the alternative, which I think maybe is what you're pointing to, Rafa, is that the wallet itself is actually a smart contract, and in order to spend, you're signing with your passkey and then sending these R1 signatures into the contract and validating them.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I'm not entirely sure whether for a wallet we want to be able to have that smoothness, like meaning like synchronize across devices and so on. Sometimes you want your data to be more attached to a device. As long as you have a recovery mechanism, and I think that the Rider approach is a great one. I don't necessarily see, a wallet in the same way as an email or something I can synchronize everywhere, because it's money in the end. So this gives me the impression of really controlling it. And don't want to be pedantic, but you'll be able to deploy your wallet with your passkey, because sort of the app provider will deploy that contract for you right away. And they can just send some gas fees. They can just take care of the gas fees as well as part of the service. And you are still sovereign. If you want to move out of that service provider to another one, you'll be able to do so. You're still the one who governs what happens in your wallet contract principle. Yeah, for me, it sounds like Rocky. Whenever you're ready to upgrade, let's talk and make it happen. I'm just joking. I think it's still a great solution, and they are having a ton of success. But it's just my philosophy is more try and give the user that sovereignty in a smoothest way, or at least having the option. And that's just an entry point, by the way. And you said, like, do we want our mothers to be onboarded to our industry? My answer is categorically yes, Eric, because I want my mother to understand Bitcoin. I want her to be able to get some Bitcoin really quickly. Currently, it's trendy, right? Because finally, governments are starting to chase it, etc. So I think to provide that service, like use your credit card and gift card Bitcoin to someone who will really own it, is a little product that I think could gain some momentum. But I do see that your approach is really, really clever in just targeting people who are already there, who are already using, and this is more far-fetched. But you could imagine, onboard VCs as well, using, two authentication processes, so they can also double sign with their passkeys in a multisig. just to throw an example.
Yeah, what about Blockface commercial, from the commercial side? How much did, just to give people a bit of context, how much did Turnkey raise, and also who bought Privy?
So this was an interesting thing. We were looking at the maybe the key, there's a turnkey hackathon happening on Door Hacks. I think I first heard about it through Rocky.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know it's the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that hunters come running and keeps them alive. Scouring the planet.
What's happening, my friends? It's your old pal Peace Love Music. Thank you for tuning in to DeOrganized Media. We have a special guest joining us today. We have Dan Trevino and Suresh Singh from Boom Wallet. They are joining us on their launch. I should say boom.money. The platform is boom.money, and you can go there. If you are a creator or merchant looking to activate your platform in the Bitcoin economy, boom.money is the place to go. Without further ado, I'm going to bring on our good friends, Dan and Rash.
Morning.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Rash. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great.
I'm doing good. Good. It's night here, so it's what, 7 o'clock here right now?
It's afternoon here, but it's still morning. And Dan's. Oh no, it's actually afternoon for Dan too, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So it's just the generic good morning, crypto greeting, GM guys. So what's new in the world of building the creator and merchant economy on chain?
Well, about last April, May, we started spitballing the concept of how we were going to make onboarding as easy as possible, and BNS has always been part of our kind of core feature set. We're using BNS identities as like core identity with some extra checks, of course. But back in May, I believe it was, we asked people who had existing BTC names if they wanted to pre-register a name for .boom.btc. And we had, 400 registrations, 400 people pre-register their names so that they can reserve their existing names with our new naming system. So the time has come for those to actually be reserved, put out. We have reserved the .boom BNS name. So after this show, this afternoon, we'll be sending out all the reservations for the people who pre-registered. You should see a .boom name in your inbox this afternoon, tonight. And that's kind of our first step of onboarding into the app. We also have a registration for names that maybe you didn't pre-register for before. So with our pre-registration, you could only reserve names that you already owned, right? But we're opening up the registration for other names as well. As users onboard, they are required to get a name, pick a name during onboarding, just like any other kind of platform that you might sign into. You get a username when you sign in. This is a zero cost, zero friction onboarding into BNS. There are premium names that if users want to go and register, they can do that. But in terms of like onboarding for users who are not on Boom or don't have a BNS name already, you can go in, create a new account, and select a username, 5 characters or more, and you're done. No cost, no friction. Just go pick a name and you're in. If you can, of course, always choose to use an existing name if you have one. So a lot of our users already have BTC names or .id names or .stacks, and there's various ones, right? You can always continue to use that, and when you onboard it with an existing name, that's what you'll see as the primary, and you can just keep on going into the homepage. Because we'll go out and find your name and just welcome you and push you onto the homepage. But then if you choose to go and, like I said, register a different name, you can always do that as well. So that's the main thing. This is kind of a tipping point into onboarding into the app for us. We're making the kind of beta version available. This is going to be a streamlined version with the wallet and the naming. But the other features which you've seen, Peace Love, like the marketplace, will just be added once we finish kind of the smoothing out of the payment flow in those areas.
So the launch is predominantly just getting user accounts set up, kind of thing, for now.
Exactly.
Launching your BNS, getting your Boom BNS set up. So I'm going to have an email. I believe I registered. I think I probably tried to do it like multiple times.
I saw your name in there.
I'm sure it's in there. Actually, I think we confirmed that a couple weeks back, Rash, when we were playing around with it. I believe we did.
But once you check your you check your wallet right now.
If I could,
it's not there right now.
It's not there yet. I'll get an email.
Is that a lag?
No, it'll just show up in your system.
Okay, cool.
It'll show up in your wallet. It's a regular BNS V2 username.
Yeah.
There are some things that we restrict in terms of like we're trying to focus these on being like real usernames, and so with the intention of like creating this trust economy, right? This back and forth trust system within a Bitcoin economy. And so like we've done some things like we're not allowing the numbers 0 and 1 in the names. We're normalizing all the usernames to be lowercase. And so there's some things that we do. I think we talked before about some of the typography that we're using to make sure that names are not confusable easily. So there's like we're limiting the username to 16 characters. But other than that, I mean, it's pretty open to whatever you want. Sorry, my screen's blanking here.
Your screen's blanking. You can't see what we're doing. Oh, you're getting a skipping on. I think Restream's been having issues.
No, it's not Restream. It's my whole setup.
You're having some technical difficulties. So this is going live. This is going to be live today.
Yeah, I was going to push out the names this morning, but we wanted to like at least give some notice to some of the people out there, so that like if there's questions going on in different communities, that at least maybe hopefully 1 or 2 people know what's going on and can say, oh yeah, that's we saw that on DeOrganized. They announced it. They're going to be sending out the names that were pre-registered.
You guys have a Discord, right? Or do we not have it? Who has a Discord? I might be in it.
Yeah.
If I'm not in it, I need you guys to send me the link to it so I can join.
I think you joined it like a couple of months ago.
I might have. I just can't. I just can't keep track of it. I can't get into everything anymore. If only there was an app that would aggregate all of that stuff for me, and I could just go into one.
Well,
one app.
Have you tried Beeper?
Beeper?
Yeah.
No, I haven't. Should I try Beeper?
I mean, it's semi-useful for me sometimes. It's kind of cool. I'm getting off topic here, but in our research about chat systems and security and privacy and everything, I ran across Beeper. Beeper's actually using Matrix as a backend and then using bridges to all the different social sites. So you can bridge in WhatsApp, you can bridge in Discord and all these other things, but you get the single interface, kind of like Pigeon on Linux way back in the old days. I'm sure there were others. I think something Buddy or something like that on Windows.
Definitely
but Beeper's kind of cool.
Yeah, I will definitely have to check that out because I need something that would just make it easier for me to track everything I'm trying to track. I'm tracking too many things is really what it boils down to. I know we talked, I know we had there's a Telegram group actually, and I think it evolved into the Discord at one point a while back, but I just can't get into everything. But you guys do have a Discord channel as well, so people that are interested can. I'm sure it's discoverable in Discord. People can actually just search for Boom, or is it boom.money in there?
It's just Boom, I think.
Just Boom.
I'll just paste it to you.
Yeah, paste it to me, and I can distribute it around too. I can actually always go get one from Discord.
It's also linked on our Twitter profile, I believe. Still, right, Fresh?
Right, and that's at Boom.
Yeah.
_ wallets.
Correct.
Wallet. Boom _ wallet.
Here's the link right here, actually.
Yep.
Okay, so people looking to get onboarded, they can go to boom.money. It's still a wait list. They have to get approved through the wait list. It's not completely open yet.
We'll update that link in a couple of days, like tomorrow or tonight or Friday. That'll point to the app, which is just going to be app.boom.money. That's not available yet, but that'll be pointing directly to the app.
Okay, cool. So if they go to boom.money, it'll point them to the app.
There will be a link to the app, yes. So boom.money continues to be the home.
So right now, like
app.boom.money is the app.
Right, but that's still not quite launched as of this moment.
Correct.
Okay. There's a lot of people that are itchy for this to start to be ready to go live. I'm not trying to say.
Us included.
Yeah, we want, to be honest with you, the conversation drifted towards early. I'm excited about smart shops and playing around with that kind of stuff and the social aspect and how that's going to turn out. And I know this stuff is all going to evolve. It's not going to all be live and ready to go right away. And there's going to be, it's still kind of an alpha launch almost. So I totally understand that. I don't have over expectations, but I'm excited about where it's going. But then another thing we talked about, and 300 mentioned it, GP mentioned it. We're all excited about the potentiality for an NFT launch pad, and that's a little bit further down the line, or is that going to be relatively soon too?
That's ready. That's ready.
That's ready.
Yeah. So, but
we haven't done
the launch when the.
Sorry, go ahead, Resh. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Your Royal Highness.
Like Dan said, so we haven't done marketing on the app. We wanted to. So when you launch a product, you can go to a Boom shop. Then you get a full experience of it. We don't want to be disjointed per se, as is, to be honest. That's why once the app is launched, this will go live straight away as well. I think Dan is trying to connect the payment functions between the chat functionality and the shop functionality and all at the present moment, which is working. I know this sounds like people say like, my God, how long did you guys take to just launch even a .boom name? I can tell you one thing. It's now. I'll share generally. We've been back and forth even through story here. Even the naming system in terms of do we allow numbers, do we not allow numbers, how do we place them, all these small things that people fall into errors of mischievous individuals or must have malicious intentions. Like you put MURNEEB. You know, we mentioned previously, a person who's not careful or just say, "Oh, that's Munib," you know,
right,
or something like that. So we were very careful in terms of the design. So that has all now been fixed. So when you see later, it's important for people onboarding initially who might not have the 2 stacks to buy .BTC. Now they go on Boom, they'll get an experience. Oh, I register, I can get a .boom. If it's 5 characters and above, 3 and 4 characters the cost attached to it.
Is that a permanent registration?
Yes.
It's a permanent registration on those. Yes. So it's free and it doesn't need to be renewed.
Correct.
Cool. No. Very cool.
So that's the reason for the choice.
Yeah, I just was wondering if the do those work with have you guys worked with Crypto Dude to get that functional with BoostX, the BNS? Because the BoostX works with BNS, but I think it's only right now the .btc and .stx names, if I'm not mistaken. Would be really cool because we issue people new BNS names sometimes when it's like a new person that wins Find2Earn, and we want to distribute those via BNS. So via BoostX. So we'll give them BNS names. So I wonder if there's a way to incorporate that into Boom, where we'll sponsor them. You know, they sign up with Boom. They don't need a free BNS, a .stx or a .btc because they can get a Boom BNS and participate in BoostX.
Yeah, Boom BNS works just like other BNS V2 systems. Shout out to Setpato and Setzeus for helping us through get a bunch of the BNS V2 stuff set up. Those guys at Strata Labs. So shout out to them. But it works just like other BNS V2 systems in that they're NFTs that you can pass to an address. So if you wanted to go get a name for somebody, and then save it and then just send it to them, like you could do that just by transferring an NFT.
Very cool.
Or
so you can
register additional app for onboarding.
You can I actually register additional Boom domains at cost? Like, is there a cost?
There's no cost for 5 characters or more. If you want a 3-character name or a 4-character name or something like Satoshi, there's a cost for those.
Is it 1 per address?
No.
Okay, so I can mint as many as I want if I think that I have a good idea. I can do a number of different DeOrganized whatever or stuff like that if I wanted to. Or I could go and just mint one that's their X handle but .boom, send it to them, and then I say put this in your display name, and now they're putting whatever .boom in their X handle, in their not X handle but in their display name on X. That would actually be a win-win for you guys and for BoostX.
How does that work if they don't have a Stacks address?
If they would have to have a Stacks address. So they would have to have a Stacks wallet. So they'd have to have a Stacks address they'd have to have a Stacks address for us to send them a BNS in any event.
Right. So if they already have that, then what you said is perfectly fine. If they don't have something already, like I said, you can send them through the onboarding. It's like 5 steps, and the name is free. You can just say, hey, go click here, go through the onboarding.
Oh, and if I send them through the onboarding, it'll create a wallet for them if they don't have one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, that's a better process anyway.
And
literally less than 10 seconds.
The caveat, like we're again, our focus here is really on creating that community, and so we're not doing things like bulk name registrations or anything like that. So to answer your question, like you can create as many names as you want, but you'll have to create a new account for each name, because we're not doing. So I mean, what I told you was you can have as many names in one account as you can, and that is true, but we're not allowing registration of like 30 names in one account.
So I would have to create an account, and then I could send them all to one account if I wanted to.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I gotcha. So I would have to have an account or without one in it to
or just
actually have a.
Send your people.
It would be better to send. It would be better to send them the boom all around. Less work for me, more exposure, like more onboard activity for you. So that's the process.
Right, and again, it's like we understand some people are going to want to go out and collect specific names, and that's fine. Like I said, our main focus really is on creating that kind of community, and so while we don't, dislike the what's the word I'm looking for here?
Hoarding?
Speculation. We're trying to like make sure that like people are legit actually using the names, and we'll obviously have a marketplace for names too if you do want to sell your name. So that's one of the reasons we had done the pre-registration, because like DeOrganized media.btc or it's DeOrganized.btc, I think y'all have, right?
DeOrganized.btc, yeah.
Right. So like what we wanted to do is make sure that you had the opportunity to go out and get that ahead of time, so that somebody doesn't go in or register it for you and then try and sell it back to you or something like that.
Right. No, I get it. And honestly, it makes sense to do it that way. Not that there's anything wrong with speculating, but it makes it, you want max good experiences for each individual person that's onboarding. And so you need to leave some of that stuff open for people so that they're not getting discouraged and having a hard time finding any name they want to use. Because then you're losing users.
Mike 1 through 99 gone on the first day.
Right. Yeah, that's smart thinking, smart planning.
So the way when it's really intuitive how Dan built it, to be honest. I'm not going to spoil the surprise. So much of a surprise, but it's a great user experience that as you type a name, let's say Steven, if I type STPEGN, as you type it, also like Steven. So you can see, and if let's select a name that's 3 characters like Dan, it'll say, okay, Dan will cost you this much. If you type in Raish, it costs you a certain amount.
It's an easy process to search. It's a low friction process for searching for names you might be interested in, which is also a smart design, because again, like if I try something and I have to wait for a page to load, give me a response, then I got to go back and try it again or something like that. That's also a like the UX is the biggest piece right now. That's exactly what you need to do.
Hey, sorry, my side is lagging badly. I can hear you guys on time, but so I'm going to mute myself.
It does seem like you have like probably a good 10-second delay or so, like somewhere 5 or 10 seconds. But now that we've established that, I think I'll just be mindful of it, and if it cuts me off mid-sentence, that's not a problem. Probably a good thing. So what do you guys, so what's next for you guys? Like you're gonna email or notify people today in the platform. You're gonna be live within the next couple of days on the app. That'll be later today, or you say in the next couple of days?
So the pre-registered names will start hitting your wallets this afternoon and tonight. So there were 400 of them. That'll be done tonight, and then tomorrow we'll email people when we open up the kind of onboarding into the naming system.
Very cool. So these are ready to go, and excited. So you said the shops aren't going to be quite functional yet, or
I haven't turned them on because I want to improve the payment flow in the shops. The wallet functionality will be there. The like I said, the name registration will be there. I just want to tweak the payment flow experience.
Yeah, sure. No,
We've got multiple payment flows, right? Like if you're buying stuff that's on chain NFTs, that's pretty simple. We don't have to worry about current price, drifts or
issues.
Sorry, or settlement issues, right? So those things are easy. That part of it is easy. The more complex part is just like creating a basically our own payment intent system like Stripe on the back end, which we've done, but I still want to smooth out the kind of UX for getting into, like, you click on something that you want to buy, here's the price, you have 5 minutes to purchase this or whatever, or 3 minutes to purchase this, and you create your transaction and go. But we also need to be able to track those things, like this payment was created by this person at this time, just for more support kind of things, right? Like we have the transactions that are on chain, all of that, but to simplify things, if we have like a separate order ID kind of, or in this case, a payment intent ID, that we can actually look at and find out, like, yeah, this was associated with this transaction and it succeeded, but purchase didn't go through. Where's our system failing, or where's the gap, right?
Yeah, no, that's totally understandable. Totally understandable. But I'll be able to start funding my wallet sometime later today or tomorrow. When I gotta go sell a house after this, which is unfortunate but true. Hopefully sell a house, I should say. But I love what you guys are doing. I'm excited to get into it. I really can't wait. I know it's going to take a little bit of time before the whole functionality comes online, but I really do see this being a nice addition to the ecosystem for on the creator builder side of things, and even like on the community side, audience building kind of thing. I think it's going to be a nice tool in the toolbox.
One thing I think I should clear up, what Resh said earlier, that there's like we need to connect the NFT minting tool, which already exists, into the store listings. I think there might be like a mental leap there, because right now everybody's used to going to Gamma or OpenSea, and you mint something, and you want to list, you want to create a mint, you create the mint, and it's there, right? Magic Eden, whatever it is, it shows up like they are an NFT marketplace, right? And so you create a mint, and it shows up in their marketplace right there. We're doing the same thing, except we're not. Our NFT tool is not the marketplace. It's just strictly more of a creator tool, right? And the marketplace is actually in the app. So that's where I think like most people might not understand why there's a disconnect between those two.
So the marketplace is in the app, and it's up to and it's in control of the user.
Yeah, in control.
Like I have NFTs. I mint those NFTs. Those NFTs are now my project. I can display them for sale in a shop or in a marketplace, but I have control over how that displays, what's being sold, and all of that.
To some extent, like we don't have the full shop user interface done yet. Like right now, it's a listing of products, and that's where we're starting. So you can choose to list it on our marketplace or not, right? So you can go out and mint whatever you want. the listing into the shop is completely voluntary, right? But if you choose to do that, it's an easy integration. You just click list this in the shop, and we create the listings for you as part of the mint, right?
Right, and that's, I mean, I would imagine that's what most people are going to do.
Right.
I
Maybe.
would.
Yeah, I think most people, they want to list them somewhere. But if you want to mint something for yourself and your friends, like 10 things, and you're just gonna send them to your own wallet and send them to your friends, you can totally do that too, right? You don't have to list anything. So, but like I said, the minting of large amounts of NFTs. Now, individual NFTs is a different thing. That's in app. But if you want to mint 5,000 or 3,000 NFTs, that's a completely separate app. So we've kind of separated it out, so we're not handling a bunch of different things in one place.
That makes sense, because it's different resources for different things.
Well, we're not trying to be just an NFT marketplace, right? And so that it's enough complexity to integrate the other stuff, to be honest.
Sure. No, I totally get it. I totally get it.
I mean,
so do you go ahead, Rash?
So just to, I mean, this subject might go into mainly for BNS, but for example, you shared earlier, somebody will listen to DeOrganized media, and you might say, I'm going to give really active listeners a badge that they can carry on that particular account as a pride. You'll be able to do that because we developed something very similar to soulbound token that you find in Ethereum. You can do that on Boom as well. You know, we push the limit as much as possible that we can do this. So you might want to say, like, for example, not 300 in Nigeria. He wants to onboard students. What's the name for it? I'm so sad, mistakenly say his project's name. BlockFi? No, not BlockFi.
It's
I just had it in my head.
B blocks, or is that a different one? No, that was there's too many of them right now. That's why it's not Stacks Tribe. His was, I forget. It was something blocks or block something. I don't remember, but I know what you're talking about. Though it's got a community and a bunch of people that contributed and stuff like that. So you were looking to create some kind of a reward token or a
reward.
Badge.
So he wants to onboard students from that program. So when he wants to give them a token, off topic, to be honest, please, we'll discuss the next part on this particular token. But the element of discussion over here was the .boom naming system. We'll definitely recommend anybody who's interested, go out there and get one. It's free, 5 characters and above. It's useful, even though you're not sure what you're going to do with it yet on the Boom platform. Just grab one. We'll also
Yeah, you're having a little bit of lag here. So every so often you freeze up, but then I know that usually it'll just kind of like catch up and speed up and catch up back up to you, but it's a little choppy for us here, so we're not getting the full message. But I understand what you're saying, though. It's there's a lot of options with the launch tool. There are a lot of things you can do with it. Like with badges or with I think what you're using it is like people pass a certain level of class, they get a token or a soulbound token that shows that they've achieved a certain level, and that kind of almost creates like it's a status symbol, so to speak. It's a badge of honor, and or also a way to kind of prove provenance, and you guys have the tools there to help creators build those out for their audience or their users or whatever. So we're looking at the names are launching today. App will be live very soon. Marketplace coming online very shortly, but still kind of a couple of user interface things to work out. And then the NFT launch, the NFT launch tool will also be live when the app goes live.
It's live right now. We just haven't been marketing it. I'll actually leave maybe I'll just add it to the navigation to the for desktop. If you visit the app on desktop, I'll add the navigation there. That way you can just go directly to the NFT mint page or NFT mint tool.
Tool, nice, awesome stuff. So you guys will probably make some announcements from the X handle. So that's again boom_wallet on X. You guys can also link to the Discord there. Join the Discord, and it's boom.money. There is a wait list. You can drop your email in there today, but later on today, early tomorrow, that wait list will no longer be active, and you're just going to you'll have a link directly to the app. You won't need the wait list anymore. And I'm excited for that moment, guys. I really am. I've been waiting for a little while to try this out. I did play around with it with the rest the other day. It was a super fun time. I'm excited about it, and looking forward to more updates as things develop and you guys iterate more cool functionality on Boom.
Hey, thanks for all your support.
Yeah, I love it, guys. I really do. I think that what you guys are doing, you guys are a tremendous asset to the ecosystem with what you're contributing. How you guys include, you reach out, you include people in the community. So there's a lot of community influence. You're trying to build something that's going to be reflective of what the community is looking for. You're trying to make something useful and usable, and these things take time. You're putting the effort in. I don't want you guys to think I'm busting balls when I'm talking about how long something takes.
I don't think you should apologize for that either. I mean, we make choices, and I am definitely guilty of being more of a, I don't want to say perfectionist, but being more of a I can do this better kind of thing. Let me try again. Or not try again, but it's like, what's the right pattern for all these different pieces? I can get into all the development side of it, like making these storage choices, architectural patterns, like all these different choices are a choice. And sometimes I do one and it works, but I'm like, this doesn't work as well as I'd like it to, so I redo. So, I mean, the criticism is 100% justified. But you know what? I'm hoping that next year we're looking back at this and we're just laughing at how long it took for no reason. And we've got.
Here's the thing, Dan. I don't think it was for no reason.
Well, I mean, for whatever the reason, I don't have to apologize, but and nobody has to apologize for the criticism either. I think it's just it is what it is. And like I said, hopefully by next year we're looking at this looking back at this and just laughing and be like, it's been a great year. That's all I care about.
I think
for context, for context, this is 2026 when Dan says next year. Doesn't mean 2027.
All right, guys. Much love. Any last words before we wrap it up?
Not for me, Resh.
No, just any feedback you have in terms of your experience or when you get your Boom in your wallet or when your process of getting one. Tell us in terms of how you find experience, to be honest. Is there anything you like, you disliked? Yeah.
I think one of the things
that's not just for you guys. Aren't talking to me. You're talking to everybody right now. All of you guys watching.
And just let us know.
You can play around with this. Is there is there actually going to be a feedback, a very prominent feedback tab on the front page or in the app?
Define prominent.
like obvious and will, maybe looks like pretty girls on there or something will like me if I touch it. I don't know. It's something to get feedback.
That's a good suggestion. I had a feedback button, but it's like it was buried in a side panel. Yeah, we should make that like a first-class citizen, because we definitely we need it, right? Especially
right.
new. And one of the things I think new users for any app tend to automatically blame themselves. So I'll also say, if something breaks, it's us. Let us know. It's probably not you. Don't be afraid to tell us something broke.
Right. It's all valuable feedback. Like, you like it, you don't like it, something could be better. You don't understand it, you don't know. We want to help. So do not be shy. It's tremendously valuable. You're a valuable asset to the community if you provide feedback. We need more of that.
And I'll say up front, we're trying to do something different from your everyday crypto wallets and stores. So we're trying to build something slightly different. So there might be some mental overhead, some cognitive overhead that we were introducing that maybe we shouldn't be, right? So like, this button doesn't make any sense here, or what the hell, or I can't find the wallet. How do I even send it something, right? Like, if those are your questions, like, let us know.
Right. There's no bad feedback, and we'll really like you if you provide some feedback to us. The more feedback you provide, the more we'll like you. Not that we don't like you, but we'll like you more. Awesome stuff, guys. I'm excited. I love doing these things with you guys. Looking forward to having you guys on soon and often as things iterate. Doing some live demos on here with or without you guys too. I'm sure we'll start cutting it up once the app's live. We'll play with it on the morning show, and me and GP and Hunter will be goofy about it, and it'll be a fun time, and people will see what it's like. So looking forward to playing with it. Did you have one more?
Thanks to everybody who pre-registered their names. Look for those.
Right on. All right, guys, that's a wrap. And stay tuned for more from boom.money. Again, that's boom.money. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Resh. Much love, you guys. Looking forward to more from you. And y'all have a blessed rest of your evening. And we'll get back with some more pre-recorded content for you guys, keeping you informed on what's been happening in our amazing ecosystem. Thanks, guys.
Sip call spinning up, Friday in a frame, screens glow softly, builders by name, governance talk, not a call.
Time for the sip show, guys. Before I bring on our host, Hero Gamer, I just want to let everybody know that this song that you're listening to right now, this funky joint right here, was produced by Hero Gamer for this show specifically. I think you guys need to know that. Give Hero some props, because this is a fine tune, by the way. And without ado, there might be a little conversation, so I'll drive it down. We'll bring on the man himself. What's up, Hero? How you doing today, man?
Yo, what's up?
What's going on?
What's going on?
Happy Sip Friday.
Yeah, happy Sip Friday. I don't know. Sip, it just keeps popping up, on your mouth, on my mouth. It's always sipping.
There's always, you know what? It's because we're in an ecosystem that's constantly growing and iterating. There's a lot of big brains working on a lot of big solutions to some real world problems here.
So that might be why it keeps popping up.
Yeah. Anybody else joining, or just us?
I'm not sure if GP's with us or not. I know he's in the studio, but I'm not sure if he's at his computer actually. But it might just be you and me. I asked Orange. Hattie said he's got some stuff he's tied up with, so might be just the two of us. But that's we'll make it work. We'll make it work. I know. I think GP will probably be joining us as well.
Cool. So, yeah, welcome everybody to the weekly SIP call. I had a quick look up today. How many calls has there been since I sort of started? So we are actually roughly, I don't want to say exact, but roughly on episode 150.
Wow, that's almost 3 years, bro.
Yeah, so 2 years ago, I posted like the notes. It was 49, and it's 2 years plus. So I think it's been 122 weeks since. So probably maximum up to 122 episodes edition. But I don't think we did 122.
No, there are definitely a couple of weeks. Not many.
Not many.
No,
Not
every
many.
so often we skipped.
But I'm just going to conservatively say we added 101. So 101 plus 49 is 150. You know, I think it's probably fair. Probably more, you know, but who cares?
Probably more, but yeah, that's I don't count how many episodes of DeOrganized we've done either, because it's just so many at this point. Like, why count? But
yeah.
But we've done. I mean, the SIP call is a staple, and honestly, it's the whole reason why I understand that SIP exists is because you were doing those weekly calls way back when, you know, and so it's
I think some things are worth continuing. Some things are not. Like, you know, if it was for lesser, let's say, critical stuff, and if we didn't care about governance as much, or if it was just about like some minor things that don't reoccur, I probably wouldn't say it's worth having. So I was having a conversation with the foundation about SIP calls, like just for the past couple of weeks. And I think we'll land on the same page that I think it's worth continuing having. So we're gonna continue that. So that's really good. Like, foundation is gonna, you know, continuing to focus on governance, and you know, whoever wants to hold the calls to call can host the calls. But in the meantime, you know, I think I'm probably like in pretty good position to continue that, and I enjoy doing it. I enjoy talking to you, enjoy talking to Hattie, and anybody. Actually, Orange is one of the new guys. I love to get him more involved, but just anybody like that, like the not younger piece, the earlier piece in your journey, you know, that's what I love to get more of. But anyways, and one of the so actually I'll stop there.
Well, I'll say this. I think we do have a growing group of people that are becoming more contributory to the calls, and I think we should probably maybe even try to reach out to a few more people in the ecosystem and just say, hey, you want to come, you know, because you know, Dan joins us every so often, and Rosar joins us every so often, and we've got Bryce on a couple of times. We're starting to get more regular with the SIP authors coming on. We've had Frieger, we've had Larry, you know, so it's growing. It's definitely growing. It's a movement now, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think there's a good conversation to be had with the foundation about future engagements, and that's related to what I will talk about next, about my the shift of my role, because foundation is now stepping in to really almost like oversee the whole operation of governance. So it won't just be me be talking to about all this great suggestion. Will involve the foundation more closely. So I think, on the whole, that's a good thing because it's in their incentive to really make the experience really good, and like you said, get more contributors.
Right. Well, they also the foundation has a unique perspective on governance and SIP, from their position. So it's going to bring a different perspective than we get from the community and from you and Patty and the people that contribute.
Yeah, for sure. And that brings me to that brings me to probably like we're gonna make the SIPCO a little bit more organized again. I think we always been fairly organized, but I'm gonna bring more agenda into the mix, better documentation into the mix, and recaps. I actually used to write the recaps of each code and then post them to GitHub. But the challenge is, as you know, nobody goes to GitHub to read. But the information is there, so I'm gonna try again, revive that, but in Stacks forum.
Well, you're right. We could post it to both.
Yes, exactly. But I think forum probably the first point of contact. And
yeah, that makes sense. Like they put the stack snacks in there, and then you can get in a cool conversation about those things too. So that makes sense, I think.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try and do that. So on today's call, let's talk about like a few things I want to bring up. SIP 33 just concluded the votes. Second item is the stuff that I proposed in improving the SIP process. And the other topic I want to bring up is just a bit of explanation of my role shift, so that you know what you're working with, piece. And then we can talk about how we will be able to collaborate with Foundation in the future, a little bit more closely on things that in my purview and outside of my purview, let's say.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. So first thing first, SIP 33 has concluded. I don't know if you can bring up the post from Stacks Foundation of the voting results.
Yeah. Let me find that. Hold on. I was going to bring up I have the vote screen ready, but let me actually.
Actually, yeah. I mean, maybe with the tweet, I have it here. If you want, I can screen share.
Yeah, share it, please.
Okay. I'll just share my window. Can you see?
Yes, sir.
Can you see?
Yep.
Cool. So yeah, here. Where was that? Oh yeah, here. So good news. SIP 33 has been approved. We still need to double check the results, but the result we're talking about like 5 SCX here and there, minor differences. We want to just nail that down so that the result is basically undistributed accurate. So that tends to happen on every SIP vote, because we're using a new platform working with Block Survey team on the ballot vote. So we're gonna just double check that. And what I will do next is I will post the results into just like any consensus fork. I actually write up the result into the SIP. That has always been what I did. Like you can see here, this is SIP 31. Can you see?
Yep.
Yeah, so every SIP, consensus voting SIP, I do post something like this into the SIP itself, so that when you're reading the SIP 31, you can always understand who signed off, which cap signed off, and the specification of the SIP and the result of the SIP, so that we can basically just have a well documented thing to say this has been thoroughly passed, let's say.
That's so that gets added afterwards.
Yes. I just sort of manually go into the SIP and submit like a PR or a suggestion and get this added in, and make sure there's like a script attached to it so that anybody can go and check and verify, basically. So if you look at here, there's like a little script file, zip file for SIP31 on the left here. Here, I'll zoom in. So in each folder, maybe SIP28 will have it, or let's say 21. You can see this is the SIP text, but there's like various other attachments, and one of which will be the script zip file. So I'm trying to get that down and nailed so that just like the documentation loose end will be tidied up. So that's what I actually part of my responsibilities piece. I don't know who is doing that in the future, but for this one, I'll do it. Peace. Hello.
Sorry, I'm here, but I actually had somehow I clicked on the video in the X channel so you were hearing yourself on a slight delay, I think, maybe.
Okay.
Mouse tracker. My cursor keeps periodically freezing on me, so.
Oh, good. Any question? And just to confirm, SIP34 is to activate the same time as SIP33. So we voted on SIP33 and SIP34 at the same time. And here is another doc for SIP34. I don't know if you have any question about any of this.
I don't have any questions on it. I'm pretty aware of it. We reported on it and drove as much vote activity as we could through here. I will say this. I think that the new vote platform is really good. It's very easy to use. It has a lot of information on there. It's much more intuitive, and then obviously it also gets over that issue we brought up, about a year ago with you have to vote twice if you have stacking versus unstacked and all that stuff. So a lot of the friction has been removed from the process. It was super easy to vote.
I mean, we removed that in the previous platform, but I think you probably don't get as much details like this one does.
Right. Well, it wasn't tracking, like you couldn't see now you can actually see how the vote's going throughout the process.
Yeah. I think historically it has been a conversation about how about if we just don't, so that people don't feel like, if in the US election is so leaning towards one way, you might think, oh, as a citizen, I'm not like influential enough to do anything about it, so you don't go out to vote. Right. So that was the philosophical intention behind not showing. But now this time we tried showing. It doesn't seem to have made any material differences. Maybe we are probably just overthinking the psychology part behind it.
Right. If people are there to vote, they're going to probably vote. And it also does give us a prop to kind of shout out when we're promoting the vote and the process and everything too. So I think I like having it.
Yeah. I think now, having experience, like seeing like these transactions, let's say, displayed, and it's kind of interesting information. I think it's perfectly fine to keep trialing, having more display data, personally. But I think that's something that, again, Foundation will probably need to pick up on a overall strategy level to see how we're going to deal with that next time.
Right on.
Right on. So yeah, that's just the first thing because I don't think we've talked about it publicly about the results yet. So yeah, let's just get that out. And the second one, I just want to draw people's attention to it in case you haven't heard of it before. It's the proposal. Maybe there's too many SIPs in the name, but essentially is to improve the SIP process as it is today. And there is a GitHub link that you can read more about it. So my call to action is, if you're a SIP author, do chime in. If you have been a SIP author, or if you have been a CAB member, do chime in. So please, you too. I think your governance CAB will be pretty key in this, because you guys will need to approve it. People can suggest stuff, but I think with the SIP process, one of the consideration must be governance CAB.
Sure, of course, definitely. And so, is there a timeline you're hoping to have this process for? Obviously, the sooner the better.
No, I don't think it's sooner the better. I think let's say the latest deadline would be by the next fork. We want to have this ready so that we can implement this process for the next fork.
And that's Freegers, right?
Yeah, I would say the closest would be Freegers. You're right. Unless like somehow other things the core have in mind, which I don't know about. But as far as I know, I think Freeger is probably the closer one to finish in line. So we need to get that conversation back up. I don't know, again, who will be officially handling the conversation to get the SIP almost like conversation going. Maybe it's me, maybe it's somebody at the foundation. Maybe it's somebody not at the foundation and not me. I don't know. So I think we just need to have a little bit more clarity as to the ownership of somebody like what I used to do to make sure all the SIP authors are supported and up to date, and be able to have their SIP keep advancing their SIP, basically, especially if it's coming from a community, because we have SIPs that are coming from the core, but then we also have SIP coming from the community like Freegers and Larry.
Right. So if it's, I think that this process is important, that to codify some of these details, just to make it more obvious and more apparent what the process is, what the steps are, who needs to do what when. Like one of the instances we had with SIP 31 was it kind of went to a vote before all the cabs had actually completed their approvals. Now they all approved, so it all came through, but it was slightly disjointed. And part of that's because right now there's no specific time frame from when a SIP gets proposed to when it gets presented to the cabs versus when it goes to a vote.
Yeah, no, there's no strict, like, let's say, time frame. And because it's looseness, that it can be exacerbated as and when, and that is, or can be perceived as a slight sort of, like, not flaw, but something that could always be something that will make things inconsistent when it comes to SIP to SIP. So I agree with you, and you are perfectly in a good position to reflect that along with other people to see whether we reach a consensus. Like, is this a good thing to actually specify to a degree of detail? In my opinion, I think it's worth it just to say this is the minimum And I did write in there, actually, if you actually look, I did like give like an initial idea of the timeline what we're talking about. I think it was here. Yeah, so like cap review must be like 2 weeks minimum period.
Right, which is a ample time and a reasonable amount of time. I don't think it's too long. I think it's just right, because sometimes it takes us a couple of days for us to even notice that there was a conversation going on in our chat, so giving us to 2 weeks to kind of coordinate, review it, have our internal dialogue, and then reply, I think is exactly perfect.
Yeah. And I think I said something along the line here, if you read the SIP carefully, what I wrote. Minimum wait time before public vote to allow comprehensive discussion, resolution of comments. If all comments have been addressed after cap review, it could be agreed to host a public vote earlier. However, it should not be expected, let's say.
It should. You have it. It should be expected there.
Oh, right. Sorry. I need to change that.
Yeah, I think you intended it.
That's what I meant. Should not be expected.
Yes. But I think that
you get what I'm trying to say, right? I'm not saying like it has to be like dead 2 weeks, or something like that. But
if the cab comes back in a week, you don't have to wait 2 weeks for them to come back.
Exactly. If there's no issues, why wait?
Right. And so, but that would also, but I think a 6-week period and before it goes to a public vote also makes sense, because it gives people enough time to become aware, see what other people have responded. The reality is nobody's sitting in the GitHub or the forum just waiting to respond and have conversations about these things. They got to find it.
Yeah.
So I think you need the time. A month and a half is reasonable to me.
Yeah, actually, I'm just gonna change the text right now because
might as well.
So I'm just showing people how to do it. So I go to my GitHub. This is under Eurogamer, and I go to my little folder, which is called like a fork. I have a copy of the SIP repo basically, and I go in there directly to make changes.
So you fork the GitHub, the SIP repository, and put it into your own.
Yes. So
you can work on it without actually working on it, without making any changes. Otherwise, like directly without like approval.
I don't have the permission to make changes to the. It hasn't been added into the main SIP repo yet. Yeah. Everything that you saw in the previous page was still in my little hub. I'm still in my little hub.
Oh, so this isn't actually in the Stacks.gov GitHub.
Yes. No, this is just.
It's just on the forum and in your own GitHub.
It's essentially in my little place. But you can find it as a PR on here. I submitted whatever. I don't know why they named it pull request, but anyway, I submitted there. It's visible there, and actually, maybe this is a tell that I can show you why. What I mean, like it's still in my thing. It says Hero Gamer wants to merge, blah blah blah, into Stacks.gov.main, but it's from my place.
Okay, so you submit, so you have those commits on yours.
On mine.
And then you submit that to be added, and then they have to, whoever's managing the GitHub for the Stacks.gov main, will review that and then add it, assuming that they approve it, which is just a matter of time.
Essentially. Yeah, that's exactly it.
So when you change it on yours,
they also because that's still linking to yours. It changes with what they have. So that update adding the typo, it's just a typo correction, really.
It's almost like it's there, but it's not in it yet. You can see it, but it's not inside zip repo yet.
Right, but you're connected there because you've made the proposal to add it.
Yes, exactly. It's almost just like a proposal, and it's just sitting on the table, but it's not in the file storage yet. It's not in the constitution yet. Let's say it's a proposal that's been surfaced to the parliament. Let's say, and I have the documentation in my little cabinet. And whenever the parliament make any suggestions, I'll update my cabinet file in my own little hub. And then once I make all the solve all the comments, the people who manages the constitution will say, okay, this is ready. Put it into the constitution file cabinet. Cool.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah, so I updated this. You can now see it should not be expected here in the, you refer that to as the main, I guess. So yeah, sorry. I know it's confusing, but I'm trying.
It's because you have to be a little bit. None of them can be hard rules because you don't want it to be impossible for an emergency SIP to get pushed through because of the rules.
I mean, just to clarify for you and for anyone else, emergency SIPs, the codes don't, and this is just a constitution text. Let's say it's not like let's say the constitution is wanting to make, let's say, give everybody $100, right? In fact, it's just an idea, and it's being written into constitution. But it takes humans to execute that, i.e. the codes. The codes don't live here.
Right.
If you want to implement an emergency SIP to fix something, the codes is not here. This is just a specification. Like when Fridger writes this, the implementation details or the codes are not here. This is just a specification to say, how we should go about it.
Right. It's how we're going to do what we're going to do.
Yes.
But what you're actually going to do is actually like the code that's being adopted and changed and updated and all that is not in the SIP.
Yeah, it almost I propose like a new function or trait or whatever, depending on the SIP. And then what happens is the code developer will actually take that and almost like write a whole bunch of codes in the actual software itself, the Node software upgrade, That's the releases. Those are the things that people actually install on their computer. They don't install this document on their computer. They install a Node sort of software on their computer, right?
Right.
I had the same question. I used to think they were both the same, but slowly I come to realize they were different. So it's a good question.
Well, and it makes a lot of sense that it would need to be like one part's governance. SIP is governance, and the other part is the execution phase.
Yeah. So this is the actual GitHub place. So you can see, like, for example, this one, SEP. This is a native passkey thing that was specified in the SIP, but actually the Stacks core have its own issue or PR to actually execute the details of it. So this is actually a separate place they work in. People like Bryce and Jude.
Actually, right. This is where the devs actually go to do the dev.
Yeah. Yes, the actual devy stuff. We can talk about ideas, but ideas is only one thing. To actually get into the software itself, it's a whole separate game that needs testings, that needs different kind of eyes on it, like reviewer, you know. There's like recover, like all these different kind of detail functions that doesn't get talked about in such great details, but they are actually. This is why, like, the code developer need their time to do stuff. It's not just write a SIP and then the node software somehow knows, oh, we got a SIP and just implement it. No, some people need to do the legwork to actually write the code and test the code to make sure it's safe. Why? Because you're securing money on this software.
Right.
So this is the GitHub at the top. Stacks network, Stacks core, etc. But anyway, I digress. Just to make sure everybody knows, the Stacks forum. This is up there. Please just chime in if you have any idea or any suggestions. All suggestion welcome. This is not a technical SIP, so but it's about how the process should be.
Right. Well, that's important for the community and anyone that's going to make a SIP proposal to be able to plan a little bit. It helps the planning process.
Yeah, that's true. I know you raised about SIP deputies. I haven't got around to updating the text, or if we should even. Do you still think we should?
I mean, I don't know what their plan is.
Yeah, that's the trouble. I don't know their plans too, so it's a little bit hard for me to make official suggestion, because now we don't even write in SIP resident or coordinator in. So the most official guys are SIP editors, CAP members, and the coordination and marketing side is somewhat like out of the SIP 31 document.
Yeah, I like the idea of having SIP deputies. I'd like to ask, some of the authors maybe what their opinions are. I think it's helpful to have someone there to represent it on the community side.
I had a thought, like maybe we should make the SIP deputies be part of the SIP editors group, so that they are, even though they are called SIP deputy, but they sit in the SIP editors working group or just group.
Well, and that would make it a little bit more functional for the role, because then you're directly talking to the editors and the authors.
Yes.
And then you're visible to them as well. So it's more apparent to them that you're there and have a role and what your role is.
Yeah.
So I think that, I think having it there and having it a specific defined role would be useful. Yes. Assuming that they want to do that, assuming that that's ultimately what they decide.
It's almost like SIP editors, let's say assistants or coordinator assistant that they can leverage. So somebody like me can also be part of the SIP editors group and be deployed to help the SIP authors, and you the same. So essentially, like, we kind of decentralizing my role. Previously, like, I handled all the coordination, and actually one of the things that I also need to achieve for the foundation is to document how the SIP coordination works for the SIP calls and maybe the SIP deputies, so that if I go missing, that function process still happens.
You're not allowed to go missing, sir.
Yes. But yeah, like it's still functional, So that documentation part, I think we also probably need, or at least foundation would like to see that at the, that would be one of my deliveries, to make sure A is documented, B, we have backup to me which you guys are doing a great job. So, but whether it's somebody from the foundation who can do the zip codes or zip coordination, or is it community who can do the zip code or zip coordination, I think that's yet to be determined, but we can determine the general process there too, and have candidates back up. Just like if a zip editor goes missing, we have somebody who can still run it. Or if if Jason suddenly goes too busy, we also have other member who can step up.
Right. No, it makes sense. It really does.
So it's almost like, just from a foundation perspective, they just want to make the overall process cleaner, more well documented. The experience doesn't break down if somebody just not there. So I think it's part of their overall strategy to ensure the governance is it's more polished, let's say.
Yeah, makes sense. It makes sense. And it does make us look a little bit more organized too, having this all here, because I mean, we've come a long way with SIP in the last year, Hero.
I think so. With your help,
a year ago, the questions were, how do I propose a SIP? What am I supposed to do? And the answers were, I don't know. So it was, it's clear now. If somebody wants to propose a SIP, we know where to send them.
Yes. I mean, I think it's useful. Maybe for Bitcoin, maybe for the having a bit process, like to know exactly how. Maybe it's not good. I don't know. But I think in our world, it's probably worth having.
Well, it's a different world. It is a different world than Bitcoin proper.
And actually, I do want to share with you, and because you know more about this process, I want to make sure you know that there is a conversation happening about the bit process. They're also updating the process. So I would actually encourage you or anybody else. Actually, I'm just going to post it on forum, maybe just to take maybe there's some little inspiration we can take here and there, and it's being actively discussed here. Whether it's like details like dates, I don't know, like little things like, they're just proposing little word changes here and there. It's not like challenging, but it's just something that they also talk about, that if we align ourselves, it could potentially make the interoperability easier from a developer coming here perspective. I think it's worth sort of aligning ourselves to Bitcoin a little bit. So anyways, that's
definitely looks like it's you're going to put this in the forum?
Yes, but the problem is they have also like a few different threads going on regarding this. Let me check if I already posted. Oh, I have not. Yeah, okay, I'll post it.
Cool. So, the last thing on your agenda, you're going to kind of update us on what your role is going to be moving forward.
Yeah. So it's open discussion. So I'll bring up my side. If you have any topic you want to bring up, so I will continue to do the zip codes, at least for the time being. But it will be like more, let's say, detailed, so that every week I will go and post on the forum something like what Brandon posted about the town hall. It's almost like a recap.
Perfect.
So if you think about foundation perspective, they just want more access to information, and so that everything is transparent and documented. So I'll just do what I used to do, basically, which I will actually show you what I used to do. This is issues on the SIP, right? And weekly meeting agenda. you can actually see we started from zip code 0, right? 2022. There was a recording even. And I would post the agenda. I would post like links, some meeting notes, I think. I don't know if some notes from the call. And then all the way down. I used to post them every week. But yeah, I didn't seem to drive more people there. So I kind of kept it like super simple, just like the title of the call and some basic summary, basically. So I'm gonna bring that back a little bit so that we have better governance or SIP related information on Stacks forum.
Nice, I like it. You're able to like track what, you know, all of these transcripts from these shows and discussions.
Yes.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I think this is, you know, level 1, right? I mean, at least information is there. Currently, we don't have that information. It's just lives on
Just
stream.
dude, and turn it into an episode of something and make it entertaining to watch is what we need there. Like a little.
Can you say that again? Your idea?
Yeah, just a brief TLDR video of all of these discussions in an like with animated Hero Gamer. That'd be cool.
Okay. I mean, I'm welcoming all the idea. I didn't think about a brief TLDR video. So
Yeah.
almost like a brief SIP or governance video.
Yeah, that way people can like listen in and hear what we discussed. Like, hey, we discussed this, this, and this during this week's call. You should definitely.
How many minutes would, or maybe let's say not even minutes, how many seconds?
Yeah, I think a quick like 30 to 45 second, maybe minute, the longest, right, would be good to have with this. That way they can see your avatar talking a little bit, like saying what, or it doesn't even have to be animated like that. It could just be like this bullet point, this bullet point, this bullet point, just a visual TLDR. That way when people, and it has like a voiceover on it, that way they're also getting an audio cue saying, okay, this, and this, and a visual cue. And then that way they can go in and do more due diligence after if they're interested in the TLDR.
Would you have some sort of a good like North Star that would look like? And I'll just like sort of take a look and see how I can construct it in a way that's similar or just like.
Yeah. I'll try to find something where it's like a TLDR of like a little avatar saying we talked about that. Like I'll try to find a good example to send to you.
Yeah. If you have any, I get the idea in my mind already, but it would be good like visually to visualize it. So yeah, I would imagine like you will have bullet points on a big text like on the video, and me talking in the background, like almost like a quick breakdown of what happened this town hall, or quick breakdown of what happened in this.
And it doesn't even have to be you like talking. If you use like different tools, like, you know, I know that 11 Labs does.
What I'm going to suggest is figure out a way to do it with as little effort as possible to produce, and make a short clip that drives people to the forum. The forum can also link to the full-length video in YouTube once we have that. It'll take me probably a couple days, maybe after the live stream, to segment out that clip. But that's something we're also going to go back and do, is cut out all of the SIP call segments over the last several weeks and make those individuals, create a playlist for that, so that all of those calls are actually available to go look at easily, rather than going and pouring through the whole Friday episode and whatnot too. GP, you're going to be here, right? I'm going to do a quick restart. My trackpad's not working properly, and
I'm here,
like messing things up here. So I'm going to do a quick restart. You guys should stay live.
Yeah, I'm right here, man. I'm in this discussion. I'm trying to figure it out. So restart, it is needed. I'm right here.
Yeah, I like that idea, GP. I'll see if Foundation before I go ahead do a lot about it, just to make sure that they also agree like it's gonna take a bit of time, that it's worth investing the time into. Maybe I'll do like a prototype or some kind. See what. Originally, I was just thinking about doing like a TLDR tweet text based, but maybe that's not like.
You should be able to like plug it into some type of LLM workflow and then get it created. There's some type of workflow there. I was using Google AI Studio for a little bit to animate some of so I'll use GIMP and just storyboard the elements. Like say I wanted a character that's speaking and like explaining some bullet points that are popping up on the screen. I would have that character right there and then just the scene in the background. And then that way you can give that reference image directly to whatever you're using to animate. You know,
what was it that you used?
GIMP. So it's just a general image manipulation program that's free.
Oh yeah, I know GIMP.
It's GIMP. GIMP is it's like free Photoshop. Like we spoke about GIMP.
Yeah, but what were you saying about the other one that put the words over it?
So AI Google Studio. So you can use like if you needed text, you could go to Text Studio. And Text Studio, you're able to...
yes, that thing. Yeah, I remember actually. Hannah showed us.
Yeah. So these are some of the tools that I use, and the I was using it, showing people how to use in the Zest workshops and stuff. So use that to make your bullet points, and then you just have the whatever visual animator AI animate it. Give the text a little bit of flair. Maybe they pop up at different intervals, or whatever style you deem fit. So it's pretty cool. I like animating that way.
It's really effective and costs only like a little bit of credit.
Exactly. With AI Studio now you have to have access to their API key, so I don't think they have any free gens anymore, even though I have 15 emails. I can't go. I've used all my free gens up. So, time to get a subscription. But it's really just VO3. VO3 is what they're using. You use Gemini.
Is Peace back?
I think so. Maybe. Might not be on camera, but he is.
I'm back.
Cool. So one thing is, overall, from a foundation's perspective, and the work that I will continue to help them, is to make the governance stuff more transparent, more public, more engaged, more informed, and aware, basically. And the next thing would be there's a lot of working groups that are also sort of a little bit hidden, the information wise. So we all know they host like Clarity Working Group. There's like a marketing as well. There's probably a working group. We need to check with the Stacks Lab people how they dealing with that, but almost like bring that in line with the approach that recently been taken, making the information of the town hall recap more visible, bringing in line with the SIP call recap more visible. I understand, like in terms of agendas and all that kind of discussion stuff, probably a little bit out of my purview, I would say. I think as far as at least surfacing the information wise, I'll probably be going into some of those calls, like make sure and taking notes and posting notes. That's also like another part of what I will support the Sachs Foundation on, from making the working group information more transparent and discoverable perspective.
No, I like that. To be honest with you here, I think now that we're streaming all day, and I know most of these are kind of public meetings. Obviously, if it's not a public meeting, that's a different story. Mm-hmm. But like the community working group, we tried to do it in the Discord.
Oh yeah, I was there. Yeah,
that's right. You were there. And there was some issue. I'm not sure exactly what the issue was, and maybe we can get it in there. The whole goal was to just make it more available to the public and create more awareness.
Yeah.
I think maybe doing it in the
in a Google Meet, which is still accessible to everybody. And then I could always screen share it and share that live during, I can stream those sessions live so that now there's a permanent video segment of those conversations. If again, this is if it's meant to be a public meeting. I know some of the meetings are not public, like the DeFi working group might have some private meetings where they need to talk about some things outside of the immediate purview to get some.
Okay.
Anything that's public, we can stream. We're streaming all day anyway, so we can actually screen share that stuff, and then make segments out of it so that it's available content down the line too. If they're interested in us doing that.
Yeah. So because SIPCO and governance stuff are pretty much fully transparent. I don't think we almost never had a meeting private, right? So I can imagine some calls being public, but I guess it's almost up to the individual working group to decide that, right?
Right. And I mean, whatever they want to do, we'll work with. That's if they want to do it, we can cover it. If they don't want to, that's fine. We're not looking. It's not like a take it or leave it, all or nothing kind of thing. And if they don't want to, even if it's public and they prefer us not do that, that's fine too. Although I would imagine it would be a value add without any real negative implication there.
Yeah. So I currently take Granola. I don't know if you guys use it.
What is it?
Granola.
Granola. It's called Granola. It takes.
Yeah.
Is it? Is it an AI note taker? Like
It's basically like a listening AI tool.
Well,
but like you have like Google Meet, you have like Firefly, they jump into as a bot, but you don't have that on X. You have to use a different tool. So I just use a listening tool on my computer that's AI. It's able to give me the notes like on any platform.
So anything that you're in, it's recording and gives you the notes, which is better than like Otter, which sends to a Google Meet, but it has to be let in, and then it might only have a half an hour. And all. So Granola it's local on your device, basically.
Yes. What I was asking sort of that is your clips. How can I get the transcript from this SIPCO easily?
You should be able to. So what happens is I can't clip it off until the stream's done going live. And so once we end the stream later today, probably won't get to it till tomorrow or so. Where at some point I'll be once the clip's done, I go into Google YouTube Studio. I find it. I make a clip of the segment. Now it's its own video. I'll give it a title and add it to a playlist. It should have a transcript then.
I wonder whether there's a way for me to, when you end the stream, I just go and take it into somewhere else to get a transcript.
Actually, I think if I make you a contributor to the YouTube account, you can probably go in and actually go in and make the clips for me. Not that I'm asking you to do that.
Maybe it's just a part of my job to do my job.
The SIP clipper, the official SIP clipper.
The official SIP clipper is dude.
I mean, I need to post on to my forum post anyway. Like, here is the link to the SIPCO, the full episode, starting at X.
How fast are you looking to turn around to get that forum post out there? Like, if
I was thinking today, but I can add things later on. It doesn't matter. I can still post. I'm already taking notes with AI now anyway, so I can make my text-based posts and then add the broadcast.
Just be added to another post below in the forum, or you can even edit that post probably and add it too if you wanted to.
Oh, I cannot edit. Yeah, I have the access to edit on my own posts.
Right. So yeah, I mean, we can try to make sure that the turnaround is as rapid as possible, but it won't be until at the very least, it's not. We can't clip it until it's done broadcast.
Yes, yeah, I got you. Just understand the logistics. Okay, no problem. Yeah. But anyway, that's all I wanted to talk about today. Do you have anything else you want to bring up?
I don't. I know that there's a lot going on. We could definitely talk about a lot of stuff, but we covered, the two main things that are sticking out to me right now that we didn't talk about today, that are SIP related, that people should be getting involved in the conversations more if they can, if they have any input on them, is Larry's SIP and Freeger's SIP. I don't think we need to go into deep detail on it right now. Yeah. We can maybe plan for that maybe next Friday. Although next Friday I might be GP
in Argentina,
right? Well, my flight doesn't go out until a couple hours from now, so I technically could do it. But it's better for me to be packed and have all my in order for me to pack, I can't run the show.
Focus. Yes.
You can tune in and listen in.
I'll tune in. Right. I might even do it from my phone.
Yeah, I need to work out with Stacks Foundation, who is actually be like more actively engaged with getting the SIP advance, because I'm not sure if they want to handle it, or is it still like in the meantime me and then change it into the future. There's still a few kinks to work out in terms of ownership of responsibilities, basically.
The SIP needs a mascot. The SIPs need a mascot.
like an animal?
He's a cup. He's like a teacup.
Oh,
fancy.
Okay.
You take a sip.
With a pinky
How
pointed
about
out?
a hummingbird?
You gotta put the pinky out too.
How about hummingbird?
How does a hummingbird?
I saw like so many hummingbirds yesterday. It's ridiculous.
Taking a sip from a feeder. I like that.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So we're getting somewhere.
Okay, cool. I won't take too much of your time. Just to say thank you guys for keep hosting this. We'll continue to host it in the meantime. There's a little bit shift in my responsibilities, but I'll keep working with the governance cap people and the foundation, so that everybody knows what's up.
Yeah, and honestly, Hero, I just want to reiterate again, we appreciate. I know it's a good opportunity, and I think we're doing a good job covering this on DeOrganized here. But I want to appreciate, we appreciate the opportunity to have this content, to host these events, to get, especially the big ones when we have the full panel and Bryce is on, Off is on, and Larry.
For me, that's the most constructive ad as a group that we can do.
Yes.
Having the SIP author, I think that's when we truly shine, in my opinion. Like if I had to take one of the most sort of useful stuff out of our effort, would be some of those good calls. Therefore, I'll be documenting a little bit, like maybe what are the good practices to making those calls happen. I mean, it's not like there's no science to that or something like that. It's not like super rocket science or anything like that, but just having the right people on it, like reaching out to them and stuff like that. Yeah, for sure. I think it's a really useful tool that we can do as a community. And quite often the SIP author, they didn't think about some of the stuff that was brought up, and the SIP gets better, refined, improved. That's the whole point.
The SIP gets better. The community gets a little bit of exposure to it. We have some evergreen content about it, which we're going to do a little bit more with curating that now too. So, I mean, I can't see any negative side to doing it, and lots of benefits.
Yeah, great job you guys are doing. So I'm looking forward to your Argentina stream. Peace.
Well, yeah, we'll be. So I'll probably be doing more like
pop in,
and maybe less live interview. I don't know I have no idea how good my connectivity is going to be able to do live streaming for like interviews. So I might just plan on doing them like do the interview and then edit it, go back to my room, edit it, upload it. Then I can actually join the stream from there and stuff like that. It's just, I would love to go walk around and live stream everything, but my experience from Vegas was that's not super functional on location.
Cool, but it's a step in the right direction.
We will have there will be lots of content. We're going to be at Hacker House. We're going to be at the Bitcoin Builders Conference event that Stacks is helping host. There's a bunch of other stuff. SheFi. There's a Stacks meet and greet. Bunch of cool stuff going on. So I'm excited.
Actually, by the way, one thing when you are there, I'm pretty sure Blockface will talk to you about UDC and Stacks AI Guild. But next Monday, are you two free to join our community space AI Guild? And we'll hash out a little bit about the actual event date in December. Because I think Blockface has some ideas. Just want to make sure like the media coverage.
We got added to a Telegram channel yesterday too. So that's yes, but I should be available for 3 p.m. on Monday.
It will be like maybe 1 or 2 p.m. because 3 p.m. is getting late in their time. I just want to make sure more people can be involved. So
okay,
we're
trying to move that to 1 o'clock on the regular. I think that would be better for you guys too, to be honest. I think that would be a better time slot. Later on Monday is tough because people
there used to be something on Monday 1 p.m., but I don't see it on your calendar anymore.
Yeah, me and 3 were gonna do reaction content at 1 on 3 on Mondays, but I think that doing the SIP call and then rolling into that might be really cool.
No, SIP call will still be on Friday. I'm talking about the Monday AI Guild community space.
Oh yeah. So we would already have. Oh yeah. So what if we did a show, an AI show?
Yeah, we can do an AI show if you want.
With the DEX Guild
instead of the community space.
I think that would be cool.
We could definitely do that. Like do the space, then roll into a show.
Yeah, for sure. We could do.
We'll discuss it more on Monday.
Yeah.
But what time is let's say for the moment community call on space on Monday, and we can discuss that. What time is good? 1 or 2 p.m. ET.
What's better for you?
Oh no,
we'll work with whatever you need, Hero.
Okay,
we'll build it in the sky.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say just like maybe 1 p.m. because I don't see anybody taking that slot. So people from the African continent probably have like fresher brains because I feel
it's not way after dinner. It's not. They're not falling asleep. It's not bedtime yet.
Yes,
unless they're old like me. That's just about.
And I'll get Blockface on. We can talk about sort of the social broadcasting side running up to the event and on the day of the event, and then you guys can talk more and catch up in Argentina.
Perfect.
Cool. All right, I'll send you guys some invite. But yeah, cool. That's all. And actually, good news on the Stacks AI Guild front. We managed to get AI credits, or will be getting AI credit for 300.
Nice.
Let's go.
So yeah, we I don't know if you heard GP.
No, I haven't.
Eric.
Xing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Hero.
Yeah, we were doing a live stream, I don't know, the other day, Xing, and 300 basically showed what he can do. And I was like, okay, so why don't we make some good stuff for you, Xing, and you help support content creators AI credits like 300, so T can make stuff for you and for other people. So hopefully we'll have like us like, I mean, it doesn't cost like huge amount, but I think that will be the biggest unlock to 300.
Let's go.
It's a valuable credit that he doesn't have to spend his own money on.
Yes,
and it's sponsored by X Inc.'s Eric.
Oh,
and we'll have even more awesome content coming out of 300, as an ecosystem.
Let's go, dude. Congrats, man, to the Stacks AI Guild, and also congrats to X-Link and Eric for this collab, man, because this is the beginning. This is what it is, like, sponsoring our creators that are out here grinding and trying to provide value, right? is important. So big shout out to Xlink and the Stacks AI Guild. Huge.
Yeah, he will just buy a certain amount of credit, right? And then hopefully it'll last him for a while. So one of my goals now, I realized for the end of the year, would be to get Nosferatus and Bolipix, something similar. So yeah, hopefully we'll find some other sponsors, and it's good for the sponsor. 300 created some crazy shit, like just looks so professional, like videos and images with X Inks outfit already. It's insane without him getting the sponsorship, and he's already making those stuff. And I think that's one of the reasons why Eric would trust him to do it, because Eric has already seen what can be done, and now he's willing to sponsor that.
By the way, hoodies from Xink are based, very, very comfortable, and kept me warm in the cold last night. I'd tell you that much.
It
And
makes me look a little less chubby than I
it
am.
is, man. And you got the deep pockets too, right? And then you got the one pocket, dude. The hoodies are great.
The zip collar, which is like a little bit angled.
Yeah.
Well, on the V1, I like it in the middle because it looks like a little more professional.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I feel like
And I said I know somebody from the UK, well, a Stacks member. I don't know if you remember Nat Cole.
Yeah.
But he basically has like connection in the UK to maybe help Eric with the distribution side of things, So, we're just like helping each other. Anyway,
Awesome.
I won't ramble.
All right, guys, we can we'll end this SIP call, and another great SIP show. I think it's episode like 150 something.
Crazy.
Yeah, GP is 150 or maybe 160, but I'll just say 150, and we can start counting from 150 next week. 151.
Let's go, dude. Let's go. Congrats, Hero. Grinding as always, man. It's a huge accomplishment, dude. That's a lot, man. So
I mean, you guys are doing it much shorter time. You've probably done like, I don't know, 500 already. It's fucking insane. I just do it one week.
Yeah, with the night show and everything, we've definitely done.
Oh man, we need to create a song for Xing now.
Oh, dude.
We'll have to do another. Yeah.
You like it?
Who made this?
I made this. So what I realized, this is completely not typical now. So what I realized with Suno is when I tell it to go like generic, it does generic. But what I did with this one, because you remember like a few weeks ago I did like, it sounded too pop.
It was a little too happy.
It was just like vibe happy kind of popular song, So what I basically did was I told it to go sophisticated, and it made a whole difference. And I gave it like specificity. I said like, I like rock, I like jazz, so I said give it like rock and jazz with like make it sophisticated. That for somebody like Stas code dev, highly intelligent people would like to hear.
I think it's great. The lyrics are great. The song is, the musicality is great. I think you did an excellent job, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I'll keep practicing my skill.
Let's go.
I think it's so fun. I think this could be the first thing that they learned in the AI Guild, or actually Web2 people coming to Stacks. Rather than getting them to create like images and video content, maybe the Web2 people coming to Stacks, this is one of the first things they do, like make a music,
Music makes the world go round.
Yeah, make a music, and then slowly we will, get you deeper into making AI content, AI visual content about Leo. But first, make a music that you enjoy, so the power of AI. And then we will show you other parts of AI power.
Right, and it's an easy lift too.
It's super easy.
Right.
It's actually quicker than vibe coding. It's
fast. It's real fast.
It makes the songs in less than a minute. You got something to listen to. You have a result. It takes longer to type in what you want than it does to generate the song.
Does it have memories or it doesn't? Like, because ChatGPT has memory, so it helps. But I feel like this one, you could just have. Yeah, I'm just
Well,
thinking
you
like.
have it has the song you created, and there's content about that. Did you see? Check out yesterday's morning show because Orange has been producing songs and like learning how to like. He really has dove into Suno, and he was showing us some sudden stuff yesterday as to his processes for getting it to make the
Oh,
song.
I missed that. Oh yeah, yesterday. Sorry, I was out. I was actually cutting grass. But
Good for
but
you.
yeah, no, it's interesting his process. I love it. How did he hear about Suno then? From us?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Come on.
so cool.
I'm watching the show.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm gonna go eat my lunch. We're gonna play some content. We'll have more stuff going throughout the rest of the day. Get out and support your ecosystem. And thank you all for tuning in today. I'm Peace Love Music. We are DeOrganized Media, coming at you live on Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting every Monday through Friday, and every Friday with the weekly Stacked Improvement Proposal show. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Hero. Thank you, GP. Y'all have a blessed rest of your day.
was how much did Turnkey raise, and also who bought Privy?
So this was an interesting thing. We were looking at the